Chapter 2250. I need to go into seclusion for 10 days. Ling Yun looked at Yu Er and said. She needed Jiang Chen to take care of her for the time being. Your strength. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun in shock. Ling Yun nodded. Although I might not be able to recover to my peak, at least I'll be able to recover a part of my strength this time. Jiang Chen's heart calmed down. In this case he wouldn't have to worry too much about Yu Er following her. Moreover, the two of them would definitely leave him in the future. Jiang Chen knew that this day wouldn't be far away. Ling Yun was destined not to be a person here. It was reasonable for her to leave. Yu Er following her would definitely be able to obtain a better and more perfect cultivation environment, far beyond what he could imagine. At her peak, Ling Yun's strength was comparable to the profound Feng sect Lord Xian Qingming. Then her sect must be extremely powerful. There was no doubt about it. Don't worry. Leave Yu Er to me. I'm not a kid anymore. Do I need you guys to watch over me every day? Yu Er curled her lips and said. The current her had already broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. Her talent had also started to show. However, she would need Ling Yun's help to build her foundation in the void god realm. Jiang Chen was not idle either. He was going to challenge Yanqing in a few days. Therefore he planned to enter Deer Morn Mountain to cultivate and find some demonic beasts to practice with. At this moment Bai Yunfei came. We're going to a place to look for fire spirit lizards. Are you interested? The person who organized this mission is Yang Jian, our outer sect's big senior. I think you've met him when you just entered the sect. Great, I was thinking of going to Deer Morn Mountain for a walk. Let's do it now. Huh. Jiang Qin and Bai Yunfei hit it off. The two of them found Yang Jian. There were two other disciples that came with them, the 6th and 9th on the 100 battle ranking. They were both peak late void gods. Bai Yunfei's strength should be at the half-step true god realm. Yang Jian's strength could only be described as unfathomable. In the entire inner sect, there might not be more than 3 to 5 people that could defeat him. Senior brother Yang. Jiang Chen saw Yang Jian and 2 others. The 5 of them gathered at the foot of Deer Mountain. Jiang Chen, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You are now a popular person in both the inner and outer sect. Yang Jian smiled faintly. Jiang Chen also could not see through Yang Jian's depth. Senior brother Yang is too kind. Hehe. Who are they? Jiang Chen smiled. Shuiren Gang. Tan Shanhe. The two of them also smiled at Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had killed Huang Bin and Gu Wanfeng of the inner sect, even as outer sect seniors, the two of them did not put on any airs in front of Jiang Chen. With their strength, even if they were to fight against Jiang Chen, they would most likely lose. Moreover, especially at this time, strength triumphed over everything. Our trip might take 10 days to half a month. When we return, it will be the opening day of the hidden secret realm. We must not waste any time. So no matter if we succeed or fail, we will return as soon as possible. The Qian Mountain Range in Deer Mountain is our destination. We should be able to reach there in 5 days. But once we reach there, it will no longer be under our profound Feng sect's influence. Let me tell you guys first, think twice before you do anything. Do not act recklessly. Yang Jian said solemnly. I received news that someone found a fire spirit lizard in the Qian Mountain Range. So our target this time is a true god realm fire spirit lizard. So I hope that everyone can lend me a hand. Yang Jian will not mistreat everyone. All right. Let's go now. Come back early. Bai Yunfei smiled. The 5 of them headed towards the Qian Mountain Range. The Qian Mountain Range was just a mountain range to the west of the profound Feng sect. But this place had already left the profound Feng sect's influence. The profound Feng sect's territory was not small, but it was not big either. The Qian Mountain Range was the territory of the Lotus Cloud sect. All the disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect were females. The sect lord was one of the experts in the Deer Mountain Range, even more powerful than Xian Qingming. The Deer Mountain Range only occupied 1% of the Linhe boundary. When Jiang Chen looked at the boundless Deer Mountain Range, he could only sigh silently. The divine world was too big. He had not even walked out of the Deer Mountain Range, not to mention the Linhe boundary, Lone Dragon County, Northern Cold Divine Region, Central Region Divine Land. He still had a long way to go, and this was just the beginning. The Deer Mountain Range was just a branch of the west side of the Deer Mountain Range. Even so, the Qian Mountain Range was still unreachable. Jiang Chen and the others took 5 days to reach the Qian Mountain Range. The trees were lush and covered with silver frost. 1,000 miles of ice and snow. It was a beautiful scene. This place is really a beautiful snowfield of ice mountains. The ancient trees are lush and lush. The plum blossoms are in full bloom. Compared to our profound Feng sect, the scenery here is more refreshing. Bai Yufei was very elegant and calm. He held a fan in his hand. Compared to the others, he was more calm as he enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Jiang Qin nodded silently. This place was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The endless snowfield and the lush trees could still grow in such a low temperature. No wonder they were the wondrous trees of the divine world. Qian mountain range, we finally arrived. Yang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the journey to be so tiring. On the other hand, Jiang Qin seemed to be the weakest among them, but he seemed to be much more relaxed compared to them. This showed how strong his cultivation was. It was truly amazing. The afterglow of the setting sun shone down. 10 miles of mountain flowers were scattered in the clouds. Howl. A wolf's howl reverberated in the Qian mountain range. On the peak of the 8,000-meter mountain, the snow and ice were trembling. An avalanche could happen at any time. Then more than 10 wolf howls reverberated in the air. Let's hurry up and be careful. The beasts here are very scary. I don't know why the fire spirit lizard would come to the Qian mountain range. Yang Jian said in a low voice, warning the others. His heart was filled with doubts. There's someone over there. Jiang Qin turned around abruptly and a strong wave of divine energy rippled out. It seemed like there were people fighting over there, and it wasn't just one or two people. Let's go and have a look. Chapter 2251. Who are these people? Jiang Qin frowned and asked. These people were all at the late void god realm, but they still couldn't do anything to this huge wild boar. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the Lotus Cloud sect. Bai Yunfei said quietly. That's right. These people should be hunting this wild boar king. They came prepared. Yang Jian nodded and said. This wild boar king is very powerful. Although its strength hasn't reached the true god realm, it's not far from it. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh. The terrifying beast was still able to advance and retreat in an orderly manner despite being besieged by more than 10 people. As expected of the wild boar king. However, the dozen of them were probably preparing to use their strongest moves to kill the wild boar king. This should be a black swallow boar. It's considered a demonic beast with low intelligence, but its strength is not weak at all. Demonic beasts are born from the heavens and earth, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. Normally, its strength is stronger than human cultivators. This wild boar king's combat strength should be comparable to a true god realm expert. They probably hunted this black swallow boar to eat it to aid their cultivation. The meat of this black swallow boar is even more precious than divine origin stones. After eating its meat, one's strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yang Jian said with a solemn expression. There's still a difference between a true god and a void god. These people might not be able to take down this wild boar king. Yang Jian's words made Jiang Chen's heart sink. These people are not easy to deal with, but this wild boar king is the same. In other words, they're just a bunch of butchers. But who knows, they might even be killed by the pigs. Huh. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Bai Yunfei and Yang Jian were slightly stunned, but they soon smiled. You're right. If we don't kill the boar, we'll be killed by the boar. Tan Shanhe said with a laugh. Who's spying on us? Get out here. A loud roar sounded out as a woman wielding a cyan steel sword stood proudly. With a sweep of her sword, tens of ancient trees in the surroundings were instantly destroyed. If it weren't for Jiang Qin and the others dodging in time, they would have already been turned into ashes. What a domineering girl. Jiang Qin sneered. His opponent did not hold back at all. She wanted to take his life. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Exquisite beyond compare, cold and elegant. She stood in the air with an imposing manner. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. No matter who you are, get out of the Qian mountain range. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. The snow-robed woman said indifferently. However, her voice was like that of a death god from hell. He was not polite at all. I am Yang Jian, the eldest outer disciple of profound Feng sect. Today, I have no intention of disturbing your esteemed sect, but only to gain experience. I will leave the Qian mountain range in at most 5 days. Yang Jian said solemnly. They were here to look for the fire spirit lizard and did not want to cause any trouble. Especially the overlord of this place, Lotus Cloud sect. They could not afford to offend them. Profound Feng sect? Are you here for the Dragon Ball? The snow-robed woman stood high above, her back facing Jiang Qin and the others. Dragon Ball? No, no, no. We are only here for the fire spirit lizard. Once we catch the fire spirit lizard, we will not stay any longer. We will not cause any trouble for your esteemed sect. I hope you can agree to this. Yang Jian said respectfully. His eyes were filled with a hint of infatuation. He had never seen such a beautiful and elegant woman before. She was simply a peerless fairy. If that's the case, leave the Qian mountain range 5 days later and I will let bygones be bygones. The snow-robed woman said and quickly turned around, rushing towards the wild boar king. This woman should only exist in the heavens. Yang Jian nodded and said, his eyes were filled with admiration. Her temperament is out of this world and she's so sensible. It's really rare in this world. Bai Yunfei was the same. He looked highly upon the snow-robed woman in front of him. If we didn't dodge in time, we would have been killed by this woman. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes and said. It was hard to understand why these two brothers admired this woman so much. In the end, goddesses always had their privileges. That's just a misunderstanding. If it's a life and death situation, anyone would do that. Moreover, our identities are unknown. We can't blame them. Yang Jian said in a low voice. That's reasonable. But what is the Dragon Ball that they mentioned? Bai Yunfei looked at Yang Jian and asked. Among the 5 of them, Yang Jian was the most knowledgeable one. Moreover, he had gone out for training several times. His experience and strength were not something the others could compare with. It should be the Dragon Crystal, also known as the Dragon Ball. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Dragon Ball is a legendary item. Could it be that the Qian mountain range will have a Dragon Ball? Looks like we didn't make this trip in vain. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What do you mean? Bai Yunfei looked at him thoughtfully. How can we return empty-handed when we enter a treasure mountain? Jiang Qin asked. This is not a small matter. Jiang Qin, our target is the fire spirit lizard. Once we get the fire spirit lizard, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. We can't let anything happen to us. I brought all of you out of the sect and I will bring all of you back safely. This is my principle and mission. Yang Jian said seriously. All right, I understand, Senior Yang. Jiang Qin shrugged and said. At this moment, the snow-robed woman wielded her cyan steel sword and swept across the sky. The wild boar king's tusk was cut off by her sword. It let out a miserable shriek and retreated rapidly. A dozen female disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect rushed forward. The snow-robed woman turned around and raised her sword again. The radiance spread across 10 miles and slashed across the sky. What a powerful sword. Bai Yunfei took a deep breath. He would definitely not be able to block this sword. The power of the lady in the snow-white robe was so strong that it shocked them. Even Yang Jian did not dare to be careless. His expression was stern and he was meticulous. Not bad. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. This sword strike caused the wild boar king to be unable to retreat. A sword mark swept across its body, causing fresh blood to flow out. More than 10 female disciples took advantage of the situation and surrounded the wild boar king. The wild boar king was heavily injured and was finally defeated. Such a woman is really a proud daughter of heaven. Tan Shanhe said with a sigh. He was too far behind to catch up. Yeah, the strongest in the world surpasses us. Maybe only Senior Yang can compete with her. Shui Rengang nodded silently. Chapter 2252. Jiang Qin and the others left the place quietly, disappearing from the eyes of the snow-robed lady and the others. However, Jiang Qin did not give up. No one knew how important the Dragon Ball was to him. He had a premonition that if he could obtain the Dragon Ball, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there were 9 hollows on the Zulong Tower. If Jiang Qin was not wrong, those hollows might be the place where the Dragon Ball was embedded. However, Yang Jian insisted on finding the fire spirit lizard, so he could only follow him for now. Jiang Qin turned his head and looked at the group of Lotus Cloud sect disciples. He had a premonition that they would meet again. Jiang Qin and the others searched for 3 days in the Qian mountain range, but they still could not find the shadow of the fire spirit lizard. However, they found 2 traces of it. Wherever it went, ice and snow would melt. There was also a thick claw mark. This meant that the fire spirit lizard must be in the Qian mountain range, and it was not far from them. It was just that they had not discovered it yet. We must find the fire spirit lizard. Yang Jian firmly believed that he could find the fire spirit lizard. As long as he obtained the fire spirit lizard's monster crystal, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. At that time, not only would he be ranked first in the outer sect, but he would also be ranked third in the inner sect. However, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with the shadow of the Dragon Ball. Why are you so absent-minded these 2 days? Bai Yunfei whispered and looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. I did not rest well. Maybe I'm not used to this place. Jiang Chen gave an excuse and said with a smile. It's all right. We are enough to find the fire spirit lizard. That fire spirit lizard is not that strong. According to Senior Yang's information, that fire spirit lizard is at most an early true god. Good. Jiang Chen nodded. The 5 of them walked through the Qian mountain range's 30,000 li southeast region again, but they still found nothing. The starry sky flickered. The moonlight shone brightly on the pure white snow. Jiang Chen and the others finally found the fire spirit lizard's tracks in the Grand Canyon. This guy is probably hiding in this canyon, Yang Jian said in a deep voice, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. The surroundings were filled with its paw prints. At this moment the sky started to snow. Even though snowflakes filled the sky and fell one after another, they still couldn't completely erase its traces. The wind in the mountain was cold and gloomy. Snowflakes drifted down and all was silent. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. My wait has finally come. Yang Jian was excited. If they could not find the fire spirit lizard in a day, they might have to go back because the hidden secret realm would open in a few days. Yang Jian would definitely not give up the opportunity to go to the hidden secret realm. Even if he was willing, Jiang Chen and Bai Yunfei would not want to waste time here. I'll go take a look. Wait for my news. Bai Yunfei said. Okay, be careful. Yang Jian reminded. Bai Yunfei followed the trail of the fire spirit lizard into the canyon. The wind and snow covered the deep mountain, giving people a feeling that a storm was coming. Jiang Chen also sensed a dangerous aura. This place seemed to be a natural stronghold. Unknowingly, this hidden canyon gave him an extremely oppressive feeling. Yang Jian and the others were also incomparably serious. At this moment no one dared to let their guard down. Even though there was no battle yet, a battle could break out at any time. Half an hour passed. Bai Yunfei finally returned. At this moment the fire spirit lizard's tracks had disappeared. The fire spirit lizard is inside. I also saw a 3-headed scarlet flame dragon. That guy is even stronger than the fire spirit lizard. These 2 big guys are actually together peacefully. It's really unbelievable. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with an incomparably solemn aura. 3-headed scarlet flame dragon. As long as this thing breaks through to the true god realm, it's not a problem to fight against 3 of them. Yang Jian said solemnly. He did not dare to act rashly. If they failed, the fire spirit lizard was easy to deal with, but the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon would not be so easy to deal with. Then what should we do? Don't tell me we're going back like this? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said. He did not care about this now. If they couldn't win, they could only run away. Moreover, he was not that stubborn to put himself in a desperate situation just for a mission. Jiang Chen was not stupid. Even if Yang Jian made a great promise to him, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. Shanhe Yu and Bai Yunfei will be the vanguard. The 3 of us will cover your back. Once we fight, we can advance and retreat orderly. As soon as Yang Jian finished his words, Jiang Chen frowned and said, Wait. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and went into a trance. His soul power could feel that there was more than one force. There were 3 forces coming towards them at high speed, and each of them was not weak. Jiang Chen's spiritual perception was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Not only did he absorb 100,000 divine sparks, he even killed a divine emperor divine soul for his own use. Although it was impossible to use all of the divine souls, Jiang Chen's divine soul had reached an extremely terrifying state. Even Jiang Chen himself did not know what level his divine soul had reached. What's wrong? Bai Yunfei asked. Are you sure we're the only force? What do you mean? Yang Jian's expression changed. That's right. I'm born with keen senses. I'm sure that there are 3 extremely powerful forces rushing here. Their target is also the Grand Canyon below. Jiang Chen said confidently. Are you sure? Tan Shan has said in a low voice. He seemed to be doubtful. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's fine to wait. Jiang Chen smiled. All right, we'll listen to you. Let's wait a little longer. As expected, 5 minutes later, the 3 forces had all entered the Grand Canyon. Among them there was a group of people. They were the people from the Lotus Cloud sect that they had met before. The lady in snow white led the way, looking down on the crowd. It's them. Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen in shock. This guy was really godly. The other 2 groups should not be underestimated. This time we can only choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If we act rashly, it's easy to be ganged up on. Yang Jian said in a low voice. At this moment he did not act rashly. Instead he chose the safest method, which was to wait for the right moment. Chapter 2253. Jiang Chen stared at the snow-robed lady from afar. Other than that, there were 2 other forces that should not be underestimated. Yang Jian knew that these guys were stronger than them. If they were to rush out now, they would only be cannon fodder. The 3 leaders have already broken through to the true God realm. Looks like there's going to be a fierce battle. Bai Yunfei said as he looked at Yang Jian with a serious expression. His strength should have reached the true God realm too, right? Yang Jian nodded, giving Bai Yunfei and the others some peace of mind. Otherwise, if Yang Jian had not even reached the true God realm, then they could only return home. They did not have the qualifications to compete with this group of people. Be it the fire spirit lizard or the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon, their strengths were not to be underestimated. Not taking action now and letting the 3 groups fight each other was not a bad idea. It was just that they did not know if they would be the last one laughing. There was only one thought in Jiang Chen's mind, and that was to obtain the Dragon Ball. Although he did not know what the Dragon Ball was, he was sure that it would be beneficial to him. Therefore he must find a way to get it, even if he had to give it his all. Let's not take action now. Let's hope that they won't notice us later. Yang Jian said softly. If Jiang Chen noticed them, they might have noticed them too. I never thought that even the people from the Valley of Happiness would come here to join in the fun. What a pity. A valiant-looking man who was bare-chested and half-armored said with a faint smile. He held a chipped blood-red battle axe in his hand, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. The Shadow Killer sect is here. Shouldn't my Valley of Happiness be here too? What a joke. Do you think you can look down on the martial world with your own strength? What a fool's dream. The man from the Valley of Happiness said with a cold smile. He looked at the shirtless man with disdain. The 2 of you stepped into the territory of my Lotus Cloud sect without any explanation. Now you want to do some shady business within the territory of my Lotus Cloud sect. Yuki Chihin said faintly. Her temperament was refined, causing people to be unable to look away after a single glance, especially men. Very few people could escape from her eyes. Shao Ying of the Assassin sect. I've long heard that the Lotus Cloud sect's direct disciple Yuki Chihin is as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation. Even with my 10 years of meditation, I can't help but want to take a few more glances at Miss Yuki, to dispel my longing for her. Shao Ying said seriously, looking at Yuki Chihin calmly. It's hard for me to refute that. Lady Xue is an outstanding person with unparalleled beauty. If you want to find a woman comparable to her in this world, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find one even if you traveled thousands of miles. I'm Liao Bufan of the Valley of Happiness. Nice to meet you, Lady Xue. Liao Bufan also smiled faintly. His smile towards Yuki Chihin was elegant, even filled with an ambiguous feeling. Since the 2 of you know about it, why did you come to my Lotus Cloud sect's territory to act so impudently? Yuki Chihin's expression was cold and meticulous. In the depths of her eyes, there was only a cold killing intent. She didn't have a good impression of these 2 people. Their motive couldn't be any clearer. They were here to fight for the Dragon Pearl. Although this Qian mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Lotus Cloud sect, it's not your territory. We're just here to sightsee. Could it be that Lady Xue wants to chase us away? Liao Bufan lightly stroked his hair and smiled. It was true that he was filled with admiration towards Xian. That's right. We're not here to destroy the Qiyun mountain range. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Lady Shui, we're fated to meet here. This can be considered a kind of opportunity, isn't it? Xiao Ying smiled faintly. It's a pity that we're not fated. In the end, aren't we here for the dragon pearl? Xian said coldly. The purpose of these people was self-evident. They gathered here to find the location of the dragon pearl. Since ancient times, the treasures of the heavens and earth belong to the virtuous. Since Lady Shui has already said so, there's no need for us to hide anymore. Since we're all here for the dragon pearl, let's see who's going to be the winner. Xiao Ying shrugged and did not hide anymore. There were also 7 people standing behind him, all of them were half-step true gods. On the other hand, there were 12 peak late void god experts behind Liao Bufan, standing on his left and right. Both of them were not weak. Then let's be frank. Although the dragon pearl has appeared in the Qiyun mountain range, whoever is capable can take the dragon pearl away. There shouldn't be anything wrong with this, right? Liao Bufan glanced at Xiao Ying and Xian. The 3 of them became cold and distant. A divine item like the dragon pearl appearing in the Qiyun mountain range was an absolute advantage for the Lotus Cloud sect. However, the Valley of Happiness and the Assassin sect appearing at the same time surprised Xian. She did not expect these people to receive the news so quickly. Although the Qiyun mountain range was within the Lotus Cloud sect's territory, it was still tens of thousands of li away from the sect. It wasn't easy for Xian to bring her people here so quickly. Moreover, the Valley of Happiness and the Assassin sect also appeared here at the same time. Although Xian already had this thought, she still needed to be wary of these 2 people. Neither of them were easy to deal with. What a bunch of hypocrites. They're obviously here for the dragon pearl, but they're still so dignified and arrogant. Even this Xian is the same. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. Lung Ling said. These people obviously did not believe each other. They were also taking precautions against each other. No one dared to let their guard down. The fickleness of human nature, the fickleness of the world. The world is full of wonders. Jiang Qin sneered. In his heart he had already seen through everything. After 3 lifetimes and experiencing so many ups and downs, the current Jiang Qin was no longer the same as before. In his heart, there was nothing but the desire to become stronger. In his eyes, only by standing on the commanding heights of the strong would he be qualified to stand at the top and look down on everyone. Heroes should not be questioned. Jiang Qin believed that one day he would reach a height that everyone could only dream of. Do you think that the demonic beasts guarding the dragon pearl are easy to deal with? I suggest the 3 of us join forces. How about it? Once we defeat the demonic beasts guarding this place, we'll see who can obtain the dragon pearl. Chapter 2254. I'm really worried that I'll be eaten if I form an alliance with the Valley of Happiness. As for Lotus Cloud sect? I'm interested but not with you. Xiao Ying smiled at Xian but she did not respond. Liao Bufan and Xiao Ying looked at each other. It seemed like Xian was determined to force them to retreat. I don't care where you're from, but you can't take the Dragon Ball away. This is Lotus Cloud sect and the Dragon Ball belongs to Lotus Cloud sect. No one can take it away. Xian said in an unreasonable tone. But Liao Bufan and Xiao Ying knew that Lotus Cloud sect had always been overbearing. They did not find it strange that Xian behaved in such a manner. Since you're unwilling, we'll see. Xiao Ying said. At this moment, Liao Bufan looked up at the canyon where Jiang Qin and the others were. Since you're here, why don't you come and have a good chat? Why do you have to hide and act like a thief? Seems like you're here for the Dragon Ball. Xian's eyes flickered. Still the same group of people as before. Sure enough, we've been discovered. Although Yang Jian and the others had the thought of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight, they had been discovered. I'm an outer sect disciple of Profound Feng sect. I'm here to look for the fire spirit lizard. Once we find the fire spirit lizard, we'll leave immediately. Yang Jian said with a smile. Since you're here, you're qualified to get a share. The Dragon Ball is not an ordinary item. Only the talented, capable and virtuous can get it. Liao Bufan said in a serious tone. How could Yang Jian not see it? Now they wanted to pull Profound Feng sect into their camp to fight against Xian. Profound Feng sect is indeed not to be outdone. Even Yellow Flame sect is about to catch up with you. Xiao Ying's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Jian. Yellow Flame sect doesn't have the capital to do so. Moreover, it's not your place to interfere in the matters of Profound Feng sect. Yang Jian Leng said while looking at Xiao Ying. This guy was full of superiority as if he was looking down on Profound Feng sect. We are only looking for the fire spirit lizard. Bai Yunfei continued. At the end of the day it's just to hide their greed. They dare to do it but they don't dare to admit it. Yuki Chihian said coldly. Yes, we are here for the Dragon Balls. What can you do? Since they are certain that we have ulterior motives, what's the point of explaining? Hehe. Jiang Qin sneered as he looked at Yuki Chihian and the others. Profound Feng sect is really full of geniuses. Even such a weak disciple can stand on the stage? Liao Bufan sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. Jiang Qin was only a peak middle void god. Of course they would not put him in their eyes. They could even kill him with just a wave of their hands. Such a lowly disciple dares to talk nonsense here? Your Profound Feng sect is becoming more and more impressive. Xiao Ying said mockingly. With a wave of his hand, a cold light was shot towards Jiang Qin. Yang Jian's expression turned gloomy as he flew out. Before Jiang Qin could react, he had already blocked the attack for Jiang Qin. Xiao Ying harumphed as his attack missed. Profound Feng sect is really good at protecting their disciples. He's a disciple of my Profound Feng sect. Even if he made a huge mistake, it's not your turn to teach him a lesson. Since when did the assassin sect become so arrogant? Profound Feng sect is not afraid of you. Don't get yourself into trouble. Moreover, this is not your assassin sect's territory. It's better to protect yourself first. Otherwise you might lose your life in the Yellow Springs. Yang Jian said. He was the one who brought Jiang Qin here. At this moment he would not let Xiao Ying hurt Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was moved by this. Looks like this Yang Jian is not bad. There are two great beasts in this cave. One is the fire spirit lizard and the other is the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. I only want the fire spirit lizard. After I get it, I will not stay here any longer. Is that true? Liao Bufan squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Really? Yang Jian was clear that he was not a match for the snow-robed lady of the Lotus Cloud sect. The other two people were also very powerful. If he were to fight and snatch the Dragon Ball, they would be in a very dangerous situation. It's better to stop while he's ahead. As long as he killed the fire spirit lizard, he would quickly retreat. All right. You guys deal with the fire spirit lizard. Leave the rest to us. Whoever gets the Dragon Ball will depend on their luck. Xiao Ying said in a deep voice. No matter how strong the other party was, he was quite happy to have one less competitor. After all, with fewer people fighting for the Dragon Ball, his chances of getting it would greatly increase. Yuki Chihian did not say anything, but it was equivalent to tacitly agreeing to their decision. Jiang Qin looked at Yuki Chihian, Xiao Ying and Liao Bufan. The three of them were indeed very strong. Moreover, they did not rely on their fists. They were all the best in the sect. Even Yang Jian was slightly inferior to them. Otherwise he would not have chosen to withdraw so quickly. However, Yang Jian's rationality and ability to act according to his strength were even more impressive. It's decided then. Liao Bufan took the lead and rushed into the Grand Canyon. The four forces all quickly entered the canyon. The two beasts that Bai Yunfei encountered before were the fire spirit lizard and the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. Seems like they really came for the fire spirit lizard. Yuki Chihian thought in her heart. Why not hand the fire spirit lizard over to them? The real treasure was the Dragon Ball. Two fire-attributed demonic beasts had gathered in the Grand Canyon. If there was an abnormality, there must be a reason behind it. Everyone knew that these two demonic beasts did not belong to the Qian mountain range. Their purpose in coming here should be to protect the Dragon Pearl. Leave the fire spirit lizard to me. You guys deal with the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. Yang Jian took the lead and rushed towards the fire spirit lizard. Its incomparably huge body was actually more than 10 meters long. This incomparably violent lizard was even more terrifying than a crocodile. Its body was incomparably hot and it spat out flames from its mouth because there was a fire spirit in its body. Let's attack together and help me kill this monster. Chapter 2255. On the other side, the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was also extremely smart. Demonic beasts at their level were not able to transform, but their spiritual intelligence was no weaker than that of humans. There were even some strange demonic beasts that humans could not catch up to. The strength of this three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon has already reached the mid-true god realm. Even though it has just broken through, it's still quite powerful. Be careful. Liao Bufan shouted with a serious expression. The three of them took the lead and fought against the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was covered in flames. As its name suggested, the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon had 3 heads, and it was quite ferocious. Its body was 9 zhang long, and its 3 heads were able to observe and listen in all directions. There were no blind spots at all. This three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon is an ancient demonic beast. Its strength should not be underestimated. Xiao Ying said in a low voice. At this moment they were in the same boat. They could not afford to be careless when dealing with the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. If the 3 of them were to fight against the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon alone, none of them would be a match for it. They were very clear that only by working together could they defeat the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon and obtain the Dragon Ball. Roar roar. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's roar was deafening like thunder. Xianxia and the other 2 attacked ferociously, but they could not suppress the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon for a while. This showed how terrifying this beast was. However, the 3 of them were not easy to deal with. They were all outstanding disciples in their respective sections. How could they be defeated so easily? Xianxia stood with her sword and fought against one of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head. This gigantic creature used its head as a weapon and fought against the 3 of them for 300 rounds without losing. As for the others, before they could even get close to the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, they were thrown away by its tail and were severely injured. In the Ice Snow Grand Canyon, the fire spirit lizard was not to be underestimated. But compared to the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, it was only an early true god. Even so, the fire spirit lizard's strength was comparable to a mid-true god when it exerted its full strength. Yang Jian took the lead and fought with the fire spirit lizard while Jiang Chen by Yunfei Tanshanhe and Shui Rengang supported the fire spirit lizard from the side and attacked it several times. The fire spirit lizard screamed, but its strong vitality was unbelievable. Even though it was heavily injured and riddled with holes, it did not show any signs of defeat and fought with Jiang Chen and the others. Xianxia was indeed the strongest disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect. Her strength was even stronger than Liao Bufan and Xiao Ying. Because one of the heads of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was injured by her sword and every step she took was filled with killing intent. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon did not dare to fight against Xianxia head-on. On the other side, Liao Bufan and Xiao Ying had also given it a lot of pressure. Hence, they were able to suppress the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon to a certain extent. In the Ice Snow Grand Canyon, there were continuous roars, flashes of light, and the sound of metal colliding. Those 3 guys seemed to be quite capable. The strength of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon is unfathomable, but it still couldn't make them surrender completely. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a meaningful arc. At this moment he did not hold back and struck out the 5 elements combat dragon seal. His strength was not any weaker than Tanshanhe. The 5 of them were fighting the fire spirit lizard. Yang Jian was unstoppable. He flew straight into the sky and the 3-pointed double-edged sword in his hand was fatal. The fire spirit lizard was seriously injured and retreated continuously. It did not have any strength to fight back, but its tenacity was unexpected. A bunch of lowly humans. A purple-eyed young man stood in the void and said coldly, but no one noticed his existence. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and saw the purple-eyed young man in the void. His face sank. This young man gave off a rather terrifying feeling as though he was unstoppable. His face was a little pale but his eyes were emitting a terrifying light. Damn it, Thunderbolt domain! Liao Bufan roared angrily. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts struck, whistling through the canyon. Lightning flashed and rolled, striking the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. He was quite uncomfortable. Assassination reconnaissance. Xiao Ying's figure flashed 9 times, making it impossible to catch his shadow. It was the same for the three-headed scarlet flame snake. No one knew which one was the real Xiaoying. Xiaoying's shadow sword fell on the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head, but its head was also dripping with blood. Sword breaks the horizon, flying snowflakes. Yuki Chihian pointed her sword at the void. Snowflakes fell like a rain of swords, causing the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon to wail in pain. However, it was not to be outdone. It roared again, and its head and tail resonated with each other. It lashed out twice in a row. It was extremely terrifying. The void seemed to be torn apart and the raging fire burned. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon spewed out 3 terrifying flames. Although it was not comparable to the 5 elements true fire, it was still suffocating. The 3 of them quickly retreated. The terrifying power of the flames swept across the sky. The 3 of them were all burned by the flames. When they turned around, the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's divine dragon tail whip had already put the 3 of them in a desperate situation. The 3 of them were all slapped away. At this moment, the 3 of them joined forces again and rode on the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head. Yuki Chihian raised her sword and slashed it down. Her figure was ghostly and she cut through the sky. On the blade of the sword, a rain of blood fell. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head was directly cut off. Roar! The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon screamed continuously. However, Liao Bufan and Xiaoying were not to be outdone. They used all their means and the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was completely at death's door. Even if it had 3 heads and 3 lives, it was not enough at this moment. A drop of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's blood splashed on Yuki Chihian's jade-like hand. She felt a burning pain. In addition to the divine dragon tail whip of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, her body was a little weak. No one dared to underestimate this big guy. If it was a one-on-one fight, even Yuki Chihian would not be this beast's opponent. Yang Jian had also completely displayed the profound Feng Sect's prestige. He suppressed the fire spirit lizard all the way. Although he had used all his strength, the fire spirit lizard was still severely injured and had no chance to fight back. Jiang Qin and the others had consumed a lot of their energy. Yang Jian was the same. After all, this big lizard was full of energy and its resistance was surprisingly strong. Even at this stage, although the fire spirit lizard was severely injured, it still fought with all its might, as if it wanted to protect something it wanted to protect. That young man should be a demonic beast. Jiang Qin thought in his heart. There was a huge cave at the top of the canyon not far away. The entrance of the cave was emitting dense purple qi, mysterious and fiery. Chapter 2256. Xiaoying's shadow saber turned into waves of saber radiance that fell to the ground. The summit of the canyon trembled. The saber slashed the three-headed scarlet flame dragon in half, but the dragon's blood splashed on Xiaoying's body. Liao Bufan was the steadiest. He made his move slowly, but he also chopped off the last head of the three-headed scarlet flame dragon. The blood that splattered made them feel a burning sensation. The three-headed scarlet flame dragon roared furiously and its entire body exploded at this moment. The explosion in the void created turbulence, but the 3 of them all suffered different degrees of injuries. It was as if they had hurt their enemy by 1,000 and they had also hurt themselves by 800. You can't run away. Yang Jian's saber pierced through the sky, piercing through the fire spirit lizard and stabbing into his 3-pointed double-edged saber. At this moment, both the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon and the fire spirit lizard had turned into ghosts. Finally, we got it. Yang Jian let out a long sigh of relief. Out of the 4 of them, Yang Jian was probably the one with the highest fighting strength. That was because the injuries of the 3 of them weren't light. Moreover, the battle just now had consumed a lot of their energy and it was impossible for them to ignore it. Most importantly, Yuki Chihian and the others could feel the scorching heat of the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon's blood. When it splashed on their bodies, they felt as if their bodies were on fire. It was unbearable. Even though Yuki Chihian was born with an ice physique, she still felt great pressure. We've got the fire spirit lizard. You can choose to leave now. Xiaoying said in a low voice. Okay. Yang Jian's expression changed and he nodded silently. What's good about it? If we leave now, we won't have a chance at all. These guys want to monopolize it. There's no way. Why should we leave? I can't bear to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Moreover, we've gone through so much to come here. We can't just leave so easily, can we? Xianxia said with a smile. Anyway, he was not willing to leave so easily. But, Yang Jian frowned. I think what Xianxia said is reasonable. Senior brother Yang, we are not worse than them now and they are also injured. Why should we give such a good opportunity to them? Bai Yunfei smiled. He had the same thought as Xianxia. If they were to return now, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? That's right, senior brother Yang, it wasn't easy for us to come out. How could we go back so easily? Not to mention our chances are very high this time. Tan Shanhe also tried to dissuade him. Yang Jian was a little hesitant. After all, if he continued to stay here, he would be going against his oath. It would damage the reputation of Profound Feng sect. Therefore, it was understandable that Yang Jian was afraid. After all, he had gotten what he wanted. However, he hadn't gotten what Xianxia wanted. To put it bluntly, senior brother Yang, in the face of absolute benefits, credibility is useless, especially in front of these people with ulterior motives. Why do you need to talk about credibility with them? Isn't it because they want to keep the Dragon Ball for themselves? Are we supposed to leave this place? You are afraid of people's words, but an expert should never be afraid of these things. Xianxia looked at Yang Jian seriously. Yang Jian seemed to be thinking about something and nodded in the end. He was dragged into this mess by Xianxia and the others. You guys are still not leaving? Could it be that the people of Profound Feng sect are so untrustworthy? Liao Bufan said. Of course, senior brother Yang will not interfere. But we still want to watch the show. Xianxia said with a smile. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Looks like Profound Feng sect is getting more and more disappointing. Going back on their words. Any Tom, Dick or Harry can jump up and down. What a joke. Hee hee. Xiaoying looked at Xianxia with disdain. A mid-void god like Xianxia, even if they were to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. Never mind. Let's not leave. Since we're already here, the one who laughs last will be the one who laughs the best. The Dragon Ball is a divine item. Of course, it belongs to the virtuous. Yuki Chihian shook her head calmly. This time she was not her usual self. She did not make things difficult for Xianxia and the others. She seemed to have a subtle relationship with Profound Feng sect. Xianxia could see through Yuki Chihian's wishful thinking. If she could not get rid of them, she would rather not offend the people of Profound Feng sect. Since these two groups of people were like fire and water, no one would take a step back. That should be the place where the Dragon Ball is. I can feel it. Xiaoying said and pointed at a cave on the peak of the canyon. If we don't get it now, when will we get it? Liao Bufan was the first to rush into the cave. Yuki Chihian and Xiaoying followed closely behind. Jiang Qin, Bai Yunfei and the others also rushed into the cave. However, just as they charged into the cave, they were swept out by a fiery gale, causing them to be in a rather sorry state. Every single one of them had a grim expression on their faces, as they were incomparably shocked. Could it be that there are demonic beasts? Xiaoying said quietly. A bunch of ants. How dare you try to get the Dragon Ball? Get lost. The purple-eyed young man suddenly appeared in the void and waved his hand, causing everyone to be pushed back. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. This fella's cultivation realm has already reached the late true god realm. However, he seemed to be injured as his pale face was filled with depression and depression. Who are you? Whoever dares to stop me shall die. Liao Bufan shouted. Now that they had come to this stage, there was no room for them to retreat anymore. Just you? A grain of rice dares to compete with the moon. Don't overestimate yourself. The purple-eyed young man raised his hand and a fiery astral wind turned into a blade. It cut through the void and tore apart Liao Bufan's defense. He was immediately pushed back 800 li. When Liao Bufan returned, his expression was extremely ugly. Puff. Liao Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries had worsened once again. No one would have thought that this purple-eyed youth would be so mystical. With just a raise of his hand he had such great power. Looks like this won't be easy. Jiang Qin murmured and curled his lips. Yuki Chihian and Xiaoying were also frowning. Even Liao Bufan was pushed back so easily. It would be extremely difficult for them to turn the situation around. Brother Yang, the four of us should be able to get rid of this guy. Please don't be stingy and give it your all. Xiaoying looked at Yang Jian. This time they must give it their all. If they did not work together, it would be difficult to break through the purple-eyed young man's defense. All right. Chapter 2257. Xianxia watched the battle happily. At this moment he did not reveal his strength, because he felt that the biggest variable was still Xian. That girl was the chief disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect. It was impossible for her strength to be so weak. She must still be holding back. At this moment, if he revealed all of his strength, his chances of winning would definitely be reduced. Who wouldn't understand this logic? Despicable humans, greedy faces, you will suffer the wrath of the heavens. The purple-eyed youth Lung Lung said. He stood in the air facing Yang Jian and the other three. His face was calm as if he had already won. He's injured, he won't be able to hold on for long. Don't be stubborn, use all of your strength. Jiang Chen's shout made the four of them slightly stunned. When they looked at the purple-eyed youth again, there was a hint of avoidance in his eyes. It seemed that he was really injured. This kid is still useful. His eyes are so sharp he can actually see that the purple-eyed youth is already injured. Xian squinted her eyes looking at Jiang Chen and murmured. Liao Bufan and Xiao Ying were slightly stunned looking at Jiang Chen. Can this guy's words be trusted? He's right. The youth is already injured, we don't have to be afraid. Attack with all your strength. Xian shouted and took the lead. Her sword moved the 9 provinces and the road turned around. Layers of sword shadows blocked the path of retreat of the purple-eyed youth. Liao Bufan took advantage of the situation and attacked with his palms like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. Xiao Ying fought with his clones and the shadow blade moved continuously. On the other side, Yang Jian's 3-pointed double-edged blade was also getting more and more overbearing. Every blade was fatal, forcing the purple-eyed youth into a desperate situation. He could only defend passively and he was advancing step by step. The longer he fought, the weaker he became. This situation was naturally what Xian and the others were happy to see. Shameless humans, you will receive retribution in the end. The purple-eyed youth roared. Flames rose from his mouth and swept out. The flames instantly ignited, tearing the void apart. Ice melted and snow melted. Above the Grand Canyon, avalanches occurred one after another. It was deafening. Xian and the others were also forced to retreat. The purple-eyed youth's eyes turned cold and he tried to escape, but Xian and the others did not give him the chance. They knew that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could they give him the chance to escape? Following the attacks of Xian and the others, the injuries of the purple-eyed youth became more and more serious. The expression on his face became colder and colder. However, he still couldn't escape from the encirclement of Xian and the others. You want the Dragon Balls? Dream on. The purple-eyed youth's body trembled as flames soared into the sky. He actually wanted to self-detonate and perish together with Xian and the others. Don't let him self-detonate. Otherwise we will never get the Dragon Balls. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Xian and the others quickly went up and attacked again. The purple-eyed youth had no way to self-detonate at all. Sword shadows cut through the void and slashed down. The purple-eyed youth's body was left with horrible wounds. His internal organs also suffered different degrees of damage. When a tiger falls to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. If I was at my peak, who would dare to fight with me? 2 streams of tears flowed down from the purple-eyed youth's cheeks. He was furious, but he no longer had a chance. He didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. The 4 of them had surrounded him and he would be killed if he made even the slightest movement. However, you are now a restrained person. Xiao Ying said with a smile. Hand over the Dragon Balls and I will spare your life. Otherwise you will be buried here. Buried in the Green Mountains, accompanied by wind and snow. It is indeed a treasured place. Liao Bufan said with a playful look. There's only 1 Dragon Ball. If I give it to you, what about the other 3? The purple-eyed youth narrowed his eyes and said faintly. Since it was impossible to escape, he might as well find a way to protect himself. You want to sow discord? That's impossible. Hand over the Dragon Ball and we will naturally have a way. Xiao Ying said in a deep voice. Oh, is that so? Is that really what you think? Maybe your companions don't think so. Ah. The purple-eyed youth smiled proudly. He had now discovered that this was not truly a unified entity. Each of them had their own way of doing things, and because of their own selfishness, there was definitely not enough for them to share a single Dragon Ball. Thus, if there was a disagreement, it would be the best opportunity for him. Facing death to live, it did not mean that there was no chance of survival. If you don't hand over the Dragon Ball, I can kill you right now. Liao Bufan said. Is that so? Then who should I hand it to? I am already a dying man and I only want to protect myself. But if I hand over the Dragon Ball to you, will the other three agree? The purple-eyed youth's words echoed everyone's thoughts. There was only one Dragon Ball. But how would the four of them divide it? Who would have the right to own it? Jiang Chen's lips curled up and his expression became serious. Since you guys are worried about each other, then hand the Dragon Ball to me first. Whoever wins will get the Dragon Ball. How about it? My strength is only at the middle void god realm. You guys can kill me with just a thought. It's impossible for me to run away with the Dragon Ball. This should be the safest way, right? Or should I say, hand the Dragon Ball to you, hand it to you, or hand it to you? At this moment, only Bai Yunfei gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This guy was too cunning. Bai Yunfei knew how difficult it was to deal with Jiang Chen. Once the Dragon Ball fell into Jiang Chen's hands, it would be like falling into a rat's hole. It would be impossible to take it back. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said, let's talk about the Dragon Ball first. Bai Yunfei nodded his head. The purple-eyed youth squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Alright, I agree to hand the Dragon Ball to him first. How about it? The purple-eyed youth and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Both of them had their own ulterior motives. In the purple-eyed youth's eyes, as long as the four of them fought and both sides were injured, he could seize the opportunity to snatch the Dragon Ball back from Jiang Chen and run away. This guy's strength was only at the middle void god realm. Even if he was injured, it would be easy for him to deal with this little guy. Alright, it's decided. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. Since she had spoken, the other three could only choose to acquiesce. Because there was no better way. No matter who won or lost, they would not be at ease to hand the Dragon Ball to each other. Count yourself lucky. Look after the Dragon Ball. If there's any mistake, I will take your life. Chapter 2258. All right. Jiang Chen smiled and was not angry. When the purple-eyed youth took out the shining purple Dragon Ball, even the Zulong Tower began to tremble as if it was extremely excited. The moment Jiang Chen took the Dragon Ball, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was definitely the real Dragon Ball. He took it effortlessly. This was really exciting. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there was only the Dragon Ball left. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Huh. Jiang Chen nodded silently, holding the Dragon Ball tightly. At this moment he was ready to run. However, the purple-eyed youth was still eyeing Jiang Chen covetously, because he was ready to take back the Dragon Ball at any time. Now it's time to settle our accounts. Hee. Liao Bufan said with a smile. If any of you are willing to back out, I'm willing to give you any compensation. I have nothing else to ask for, just the Dragon Ball. People from the Valley of Happiness are really impressive. Are you the only one who wants the Dragon Ball? Are we all here to watch the show? As long as you raise any conditions, I will satisfy you without hesitation. I have nothing else to ask for, just the Dragon Ball. Xiao Ying snorted coldly. Looks like we can only use our own way to solve the problem. Yuki Chihian said. Her meaning was clear. She only wanted the Dragon Ball and nothing else. Since you said so, I have no other choice. Yang Jian shrugged and said. In the end, no one was willing to take a step back. Although Yang Jian had no intention of getting the Dragon Ball, since he had participated in this battle, he was qualified to fight for the Dragon Ball. What was that? It was something that a fire spirit lizard could not compare to. Even the sect master would be shocked by it. The four of them could not agree and started fighting again. However, they were still locked in a stalemate. The purple-eyed youth's gaze once again fell on Jiang Chen. These people really make people speechless. Although the Dragon Ball is good, you need to be alive to enjoy it. The purple-eyed youth said with a sigh. However, just as he was about to attack Jiang Chen again, a deafening roar reverberated through the entire Qiyun mountain range. Such a terrifying roar made one think of a true divine overlord. Zichen, I chased you for 800,000 miles. I never thought that I would still catch you in the end. A raging flame raged. Above the raging flames was an entirely blood-red Qilin that looked down on the sky. It was actually ferocious, able to devour mountains and rivers. Fire Qilin. I didn't expect that you still wouldn't let me go. You're already a divine beast of the heavens, why do you have to snatch my Dragon Ball? Zichen's face was gloomy. He really couldn't defeat the Fire Qilin in front of him. Even if it was Yuki Xian and the others, they would only be cannon fodder in front of it. They didn't have the qualifications to compete with it. What a powerful Fire Qilin. I've never seen such a mighty Fire Qilin. This kind of divine beast only exists in the legends. I didn't expect to see its true appearance today. Yes, the Fire Qilin is more arrogant than the Dragon Clan. They're rare, so the Fire Qilin's bloodline is more precious than the Dragon Clan. At this moment Yuki Xian and the others had completely given up on fighting. The threat of the Fire Qilin was too great. This is a half-step heavenly god. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never thought that this Fire Qilin would be this powerful. A half-step heavenly god Fire Qilin was a natural-born divine beast with extraordinary talent. It was even stronger than an early heavenly god human. He was also injured. Back then the two of us fought to the death. Although I've suffered a fatal injury, he's not much better. The pressure of a half-step heavenly god is no longer the same as before. Zichen's words stunned everyone. This fella, it seems like the two of them had fought before. Moreover, Zichen's injury was caused by the Fire Qilin. Chasing for thousands of miles just to get the Dragon Ball. It seems like Yuki Xian and the others were inferior to the Fire Qilin. Moreover, the Fire Qilin's strength was obvious. Even if he was injured, who would dare to act rashly with the might of a half-step heavenly god? Even so, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. The Fire Qilin stepped on the void, flames were everywhere. Even Jiangchen could feel the heat. The Fire Qilin's flame should be the beast fire of the king of 10,000 beasts. It was only slightly stronger than his 5 elemental true fire. Moreover, his 5 elemental true fire might not be able to suppress the Fire Qilin. Fire Qilin, I want to see how powerful he is. Now that things have come to this, if we don't fight to the death, how can we get the Dragon Ball? Xiao Leng said. Even though he knew that he was no match for the Fire Qilin, he still wanted to try. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. I think so too. Although he has the strength of a half-step heavenly god, he is injured after all. Liao Bufan said. I agree. Yang Jian nodded and said. Yuki Xian had no reason to refute. At this moment even Zichen would need to fight back against the Fire Qilin. Otherwise, when the nest is overturned, there would be no eggs left intact. If they died, they would not be able to escape. I will fight against the Fire Qilin with you. Zichen said while gritting his teeth. Killing the Fire Qilin was his wish. The Fire Qilin was a peerless divine beast with unfathomable strength. This was definitely a battle of life and death. It's getting more and more lively. Jiangchen shrugged. He had been watching the show from the beginning. It would be better if both sides were injured. Then he could leave this place with the Dragon Ball in peace. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. I must get the Dragon Ball. As long as I get the Dragon Ball, I will have the chance to become a Dragon Qilin. At that time I will be above the true dragon and Qilin, and become the true king of beasts. No one can stop me. The Fire Qilin roared and spewed out flames, causing Yuki Xian and the others to retreat quickly. The Fire Qilin's aura was suffocating. After all, it was a half-step heavenly god. Even though its strength was damaged, it was still not to be underestimated. A grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon? What a fool's dream. All of you must die. The Fire Qilin was like a sentence from hell, reverberating in everyone's heart. The coldness and contempt of the Fire Qilin aroused the anger in Yuki Xian and the others. It's a fight to the death. Those who fight are heroes. Do your best, beautiful sister. Chapter 2259. The heavens are helping me, the heavens are helping me. Jiangchen crossed his legs and leaned against the cliff wall. His face was full of vigor. Everyone looked incomparably solemn except for him, as if he was not afraid that the Fire Qilin would kill him. You fella, it really has nothing to do with you even if the sky falls down. At this moment Bai Yunfei was a little nervous because the Fire Qilin was too strong. He, a half-step true god, could not help much and might even be killed instantly. However, Xianxia was still so happy as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. What else can we do? Don't tell me we're going to cry our hearts out? That's not my style. Senior Yang and the others might not lose. Don't worry. Your heart is bigger than Wuxia. Bai Yunfei rolled his eyes and said. Say, what do you plan to do with the Dragon Ball? What do you mean? Haven't you heard of this saying? This thing naturally belongs to the person who has it. Xianxia said confidently. He had no intention to take out the Dragon Ball. You're ruthless. Bai Yunfei shook his head and sighed. However, this battle will decide the fate of the Dragon Ball. The fire Qilin was unstoppable. Yang Jian held his three-pointed double-edged blade and slashed towards the fire Qilin's head. However, the fire Qilin did not dodge at all and allowed Yang Jian to slash down. On the contrary, the fire Qilin's body trembled and pushed Yang Jian back. Even the area between his thumb and forefinger was numb. Yuki Chihin also used her true strength. Her heavenly flying immortal sword shocked the 9 heavens. However, the fire Qilin's flames were not weak at all. The flames that were shot out from the fire Qilin forced them back a few times. Moreover, each time the flames were extremely sharp. Those who came into contact with the flames would be severely injured. Zichen roared and transformed completely. He was also a peerless ferocious beast with a terrifying appearance. This is Yazi. He's the ferocious beast Yazi. He's indeed the son of the dragon. Xiaoying looked at Zichen in shock. As the son of the dragon, Yazi was even more ferocious. Even if you revert to your original form, you still won't stand a chance. Furthermore, you've already lost to me. Don't you have any self-awareness? The fire Qilin looked at the crowd with disdain as it stared coldly at Zichen. Legend has it that the dragon has 9 sons. This is actually the dragon's son Yazi. This has truly broadened my horizons. Shuirengang said with an ugly expression. Whether it was Yazi or fire Qilin, both of them had given them a huge shock and even made them feel uneasy. According to legend, the dragon gave birth to 9 sons and each of them was different. They were ferocious like peerless beasts, and their ferocious might covered the heavens as they wreaked havoc in the world and plunged all living beings into misery and suffering. The 9 sons seemed to have gone extinct in ancient times. Bai Yunfei said solemnly. You mean, the 9 sons of the dragon were extinct in ancient times? Then what was going on with it? It's exactly the same as the Yazi described by humans. Jiangchen furrowed his brows. This legend should be fake. I don't know. But this Yazi is definitely real and the Dragon Ball in his hand should also be real. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. At this moment the fire Qilin had completely suppressed Yang Jian and the others. The flames were pouring down. Once they got close to the fire Qilin they would feel like they were being grilled on the fire. It was quite difficult to fight against the fire Qilin. In this way, the pressure that the fire Qilin exerted on Yang Jian and the others became more and more terrifying. You're not my opponent at all. Those who stand in my way will die. The fire Qilin was ferocious. With an incomparably ferocious attack, the Yazi and Zichen were sent flying. Even Jiangchen felt pain when he saw that. The fire Qilin's body was really too strong. No matter how these people attacked, they couldn't even break through his defense. This made the situation even more dangerous. However, the fire Qilin did not dare to underestimate them. After all, these 4 people were the elites of their respective sections. If they were at their peak, the fire Qilin would not dare to risk his life to fight them because these 4 people were not simple. It's too early for you to be happy. Liao Bufan sneered. An incomparably huge golden bell suddenly appeared and suppressed the fire Qilin. Above the void, the sound of the bell was heard and golden light was overflowing. Moreover, a deterring aura that covered the sky was even more frightening. This is the Eastern Emperor Bell? No, how can the Eastern Emperor Bell be so weak? The fire Qilin's eyes were cold. If it was the Eastern Emperor Bell, he would have been completely suppressed to death. This was obviously a replica of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Not bad. Although it's a replica and not the real Eastern Emperor Bell, it should be enough to suppress you. Liao Bufan's eyes were extremely cold. This was his strongest divine tool, a replica of the Eastern Emperor Bell. It only had a 10,000th of the Eastern Emperor Bell's power, but it was still a divine tool. It should not be underestimated. The sound of the bell was deafening and it enveloped the fire Qilin. In the end, the fire Qilin was suppressed by the Eastern Emperor Bel. This scene was incomparably shocking. However, the Eastern Emperor Bel continued to grow bigger and bigger. In the end, the Eastern Emperor Bel was knocked away and smashed onto Liao Bufon's body, causing him to be heavily injured and blood spurted out from his mouth. The fire Qilin grew to 100 feet tall and its ferocious aura covered the sky. At this moment, everyone's heart sank. This fellow was too strong. Although this broken bell is not bad, it's impossible to suppress me. Absolute Shadow Heavenly Blade. Xiao Ying's blade flickered and he soared into the sky. His shadow covered the clouds. Looking at the blade that was coming towards him, the fire Qilin was not afraid at all. He roared and used his body to take the blade head-on. However, he still staggered 100 steps back. Unfortunately, Xiao Ying was still forced back and his eyes were filled with shock. Heaven-ripping eye, destruction. Yang Jian roared. On his forehead, the divine eye was like a torch, piercing through the sky and destroying everything in its path. The fire Qilin looked at the sky arrogantly and trampled on the valley. Annihilation Flame. The fire Qilin's flames burned fiercely, competing with Yang Jian's. Yang Jian was roasted by the flames. The destruction flame almost caused great damage to Yang Jian's heaven-shredding eye. He quickly dodged. The destruction flame burned the entire canyon. What a strong beast. Yang Jian took a deep breath and his face turned pale. The impact just now had caused him to lose his ability to fight. I seal eternity. Yuki Chihian's beautiful eyes shone. She pointed her sword at the sky and the 1,000 miles of the valley and the annihilation flame were instantly devoured. The fire Qilin roared continuously. Obviously, the ice seal of Yuki Chihian had caused great damage to the fire Qilin. In addition to the injuries of the others, the fire Qilin was also in danger. Chapter 2260. The fire Qilin's body shone brightly. Once again the fire Qilin tore a crack in the Grand Canyon. The ice melted and a flame seal was shot out by him, enveloping Xue Qianying within it. This is my natal flame seal. You will die a worthy death. The flame seal pierced through the void and swallowed Yuki Chihian. Yuki Chihian screamed, but she was still injured by the flame seal. She flew backwards and spat out a blue pearl from her mouth, fusing with the flame seal. My ice soul. Yuki Chihian's face was pale. That was the ice soul given to her by her master. It was extremely precious and could increase her strength. But now it was swallowed by the fire Qilin's natal flame seal. Of course, the flame seal had already disappeared. Not bad. To be able to withstand my attack, little girl. The fire Qilin was also heavily injured. But compared to Yuki Chihian and the others, he was considered to be in a good condition. The one in the worst condition was Yizi. He was hit by the fire Qilin and his body almost fell apart. Give me the Dragon Ball. The fire Qilin said faintly. The fire Qilin is in that guy's hands. Liao Bufon pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged. The sandpiper and the clam were fighting and the fisherman would benefit from it. It was time for him to show up. Leave it to me, puny human. Otherwise you will turn into ashes. The fire Qilin wore a calm expression and said with a faint smile. I'm currently lacking a mount. How about you be my mount? I will consider if I should give you the Dragon Ball. Everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's words. Their expressions were extremely strange. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Ha! I'm dying of laughter. You're not even a true god, you're really interesting. You want me to be your mount? Ha! The fire Qilin didn't stop laughing, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Even Bai Yunfei was wondering if Jiang Chen's brain had gone haywire. What kind of nonsense was he spouting? Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He simply watched silently, looking at the fire Qilin. It seemed that the fire Qilin was sneering at Jiang Chen. But suddenly his face turned ferocious. Leng Leng stared at Jiang Chen. This is the first time I've heard of someone wanting me to be their mount. Since you're so ignorant, I'll just tear you to pieces. Humph. The fire Qilin's voice was as cold as ice, but Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of it. He stared straight at the fire Qilin. Their eyes met. One was as majestic as a mountain, the other as tiny as an ant. You need to have the ability first. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Even if I'm injured, how can you look down on me? Kid, you're too arrogant. Go to hell. The fire Qilin roared and a terrifying flame swept towards Jiang Chen. Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei's expressions changed. Run, Jiang Chen. Yang Jian roared. He couldn't wait to bring Jiang Chen away because he was the one who brought Jiang Chen here. He had to bring Jiang Chen back to the sect safely. This was his responsibility and also his belief. But Jiang Chen ignored everything and provoked the fire Qilin. Wasn't he digging his own grave? It's over, Bai Yunfei murmured, who didn't know how terrifying the fire Qilin was. At this moment, Jiang Chen was already engulfed in the flames of the fire Qilin. Overestimating yourself. Maybe this is karma. Xiao Ying sneered. Although he couldn't even protect himself now, he felt that Jiang Chen's death was not in vain when he saw how reckless and impulsive he was. At this moment, Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others had already started to mourn for Jiang Chen. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen would be engulfed by an even more terrifying flame, completely ignoring the beast fire of the fire Qilin? How is this possible? Liao Bufan murmured. His eyes were filled with shock. A middle void god kid actually withstood the attack of the fire Qilin. This was too unbelievable. Who would believe it? The difference in strength was unimaginable. In their hearts, Jiang Chen would definitely not be left with any bones. Because at this moment, the flame was so terrifying that even the true god expert's expression changed. It's a mystical flame between the heavens and earth. It's the fire of the sun. The fire Qilin was extremely sensitive to flames. At this moment he suddenly widened his eyes. He could tell that Jiang Chen's flame was one of the 5 elemental true fires, the fire of the sun. This fire of the sun originated from the golden crow. It was even more terrifying than his fire Qilin. It was a sacred beast, the golden crow, that shouldn't exist in the heavens and earth. Because the sacred beast existed when the world was created, it was not born from the heavens and earth. Look, the flame on his body seemed to have devoured the fire Qilin's beast fire. Tan Shan, his face was filled with shock. He said those words through his teeth. This fella is too shocking. Yang Jian said with a bitter smile. His eyes were filled with worry. Jiang Chen, don't fight the fire Qilin. You're not his match. Be careful. Yang Jian's worry was not without reason. Although Jiang Chen had a mystical heavenly flame, it did not mean that the fire Qilin could not deal with him. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Yeah. Jiang Chen, we don't have the fortune to enjoy the Dragon Ball. You better give it to him quickly. Otherwise you'll die for sure. Bai Yunfei was quite worried about Jiang Chen. Although he acknowledged Jiang Chen's strength, Jiang Chen was still far from breaking through to the true god realm. This was a one-sided massacre. Even the experts of the 4 great sects were completely suppressed by the fire Qilin without any strength to fight back. Don't worry. This fella can't do anything to me. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Even Yuki Chihin couldn't help but feel a little depressed. She rolled her eyes. This fella was too confident in himself. He even thought of himself as a peerless expert. Confidence was one thing, but more importantly it was arrogance. He couldn't see himself clearly. His death will make him understand one thing. Experts always need to keep a low profile. Yuki Chihin said faintly. I've given you a chance but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me for this. Hand over the Dragon Ball and I'll leave your corpse intact. The fire Qilin's patience seemed to have been worn out by Jiang Chen. Chapter 2261. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword light was dazzling and the sword aura swept across 90,000 li. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. It seemed that Jiang Chen was very confident, but could he really fight against the fire Qilin? Was the Dragon Ball something that he could get his hands on? You're really high-spirited. But it's a pity that you're too weak. The fire Qilin smiled faintly and stepped on the void. Its iron hooves shook the canyon and flames soared up to the sky. Jiang Chen swept his sword across. The mountains and rivers shook and the canyon cracked. The ice melted and snow melted. Everything seemed to have become oppressive. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword shot out in all directions. The sword aura spread in all directions. Such power had completely filled the gap between Jiang Chen's current strength. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand he was fearless. Such a domineering sword. I'm afraid that this sword has the power of a heavenly divine tool. Xian looked incomparably solemn. A heavenly divine tool was a divine weapon that even her master didn't dare to talk about. Even her master was only a mid-grade heavenly divine tool. Even the fire Qilin doesn't dare to take it head-on. Obviously it knows how terrifying that sword is. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Xuerengang looked at Tan Shanhe and Bai Yunfei. At this moment, Jiang Qin had dodged the fire Qilin's first attack and even fought against the fire Qilin. At least at this moment, Jiang Qin had become a true expert and a hero in Xuerengang's eyes. Facing a super ferocious beast like the fire Qilin, whether it was Xuerengang or Tan Shanhe, they did not even have the courage to resist. However, the weakest peak mid-void god Jiang Qin was fearless and arrogant. He fought against the fire Qilin. This was something that no one had expected. It was also the most confusing thing. Although Jiang Qin would lose, his spirit had already made people feel great. Such a terrifying sword. The fire Qilin murmured in his heart. Of course he would not say it out loud. Otherwise they would think that he was afraid of this arrogant guy. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. The fire Qilin spat out a mouthful of flames and the destiny flame seal shot out once again. Even Xian found it hard to defend against it. If she did not use her ice spirit to defend, she would be killed by the destiny flame seal. At this moment, everyone secretly broke out in cold sweat for Jiang Qin. It went without saying how terrifying the fire Qilin's origin flame mark was. However, Jiang Qin didn't cower in the slightest. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin struck out a seal. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal that was formed from the 5 elemental true flames directly destroyed the fire Qilin's flame seal. There was no other reason than the fact that the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was able to restrain the flame seal. Perhaps for Xian, the flame seal was extremely powerful. Moreover, ice and fire were incompatible, so she was completely suppressed by the fire Qilin. However, it was completely different for Jiang Qin. With the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the flame seal became something that couldn't withstand a single blow. Is this guy really that strong? One should know that his strength is only at the peak of the mid-void god realm. He hasn't even reached the late void god realm. However, he's not even afraid of the fire Qilin. Xiaoying was dumbfounded. At this moment he couldn't believe that Jiang Qin didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when facing the fire Qilin. How is this possible? This time the fire Qilin was completely shocked. Jiang Qin's attack was unstoppable. Not only that, Jiang Qin broke 2 of his attacks consecutively. In his eyes, the fire Qilin was shocked. Is this guy really a mid-void god? At this moment the fire Qilin couldn't believe it. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, his 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal gave the fire Qilin a feeling of fear. If the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal were to hit the fire Qilin's body, it would definitely be heavily injured. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword's mightiness was unstoppable. If Jiang Qin's attack landed on the fire Qilin, he wouldn't be unharmed like Xiaoying. This attack would definitely shock the world. Heavenly Fire Prairie. The fire Qilin closed in on Jiang Qin again. Jiang Qin used the fire of sun to protect his body and fought with the fire Qilin. Moreover, the fire Qilin couldn't harm Jiang Qin at all. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin struck out another seal. A terrifying force swept out. Bai Yunfei, Tan Shanhe and the others were dumbfounded. They wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Unless they were a true god, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the end, they were too far behind to catch up. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin's attacks were ruthless. With the strength of a mid-void god, he displayed the strength of a true god. Facing the injured fire Qilin, he had no fear at all. Although it seemed like a fisherman who benefits from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam, one should know that Jiang Qin's strength was only at the void god realm. After striking out 2 terrifying seals, the fire Qilin retreated step by step. However, he wasn't heavily injured. But he knew that this void god kid had shown him what it meant by there's always someone stronger out there. At such a young age he was so ruthless and knew how to endure. In the face of such a glorious battle strength, the fire Qilin would rather be a person behind the scenes and let the 4 great experts take the limelight. You're enough to make me want to kill you. Fire Qilin forcefully withstood the Slaughter Dragon Seal and the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. His body was also left with 2 dreadful scars, But it was not a big deal to him given his strong body. It's not too late to act now. Jiang Qin shrugged. He looked relaxed. He was prepared to go all out in this battle. He would not give the Fire Qilin any chance because he must get the Dragon Ball. This fella is really out of my expectation, Yang Jian said. Even the great senior brother of the outer sect was afraid of Jiang Qin. One could imagine that Yuki Chihian and the others were also curious about Jiang Qin, because his strength was really strange. A middle void god being able to unleash such strength was really frightening. This fella, even if I'm at my peak, I might not be able to win against him. Liao Bufan smiled bitterly and finally said what he thought. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's performance made everyone look at him in a different light. If he's given 100 years, perhaps he'll become another monstrous genius in the Linhe boundary. Xiaoying murmured. Yeah. Even I didn't know that this fella had hidden his strength so deeply. Yang Jian shook his head and said. He did not know if he should be happy or ashamed. Jiang Chen's strength had undoubtedly brought great prestige to the profound Feng sect. Chapter 2262. Azure Dragon's 5 Steps. Jiang Qin stepped on the void and ascended to the heavens with each step. In just 5 steps the void was shattered. The Fire Qilin's momentum was overbearing. After a collision the Fire Qilin sent Jiang Qin flying. Jiang Chen's entire body was burned by the Fire Qilin's beast fire. However, Jiang Qin remained calm. He waved his hand and the beast fire was extinguished. Then he followed up with another attack. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps exerted great pressure on the Fire Qilin. Unification of dragon and sword. Flames filling the heavens. Once again Jiang Qin and the Fire Qilin clashed with each other. That terrifying aura was beyond the mid-true god realm. Jiang Qin looked down at the heavens. Under the unification of man and sword, he pierced through the heavens and through the Fire Qilin's body. At this moment the Fire Qilin's body was bleeding profusely. Under the unification of man and sword, the Heavenly Dragon Sword was invincible. The Heavenly Dragon Sword had already surpassed the Heavenly Divine Tool. Under the unification of man and sword, Jiang Qin was sure that even a mid-true god realm expert would not dare to take it head-on. The Fire Qilin, who was heavily injured, became the loser under the unification of man and sword. Jiang Qin pierced through the Fire Qilin's body, causing him to suffer great injuries. How could this be? How could this be? The Fire Qilin murmured. In the flames his body was constantly recovering. However, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak condition. The Fire Qilin was reborn from the flames. In the flames he was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It was too difficult for him to die. However, his injuries could not be recovered in a short period of time. The Heavenly Dragon Sword. A drop of blood fell on the peak of the valley, burning the pine resin. The entire valley became silent. To think that I lost to a void god human. This is impossible. Impossible. The Fire Qilin fell to the mortal realm and lay prostrate on the ground. The flames also disappeared with it. In that moment of silence he seemed to have become the victim. Too strong, too strong. Liao Bufan said from the bottom of his heart. At first he looked down on Jiang Qin, but now he took him seriously. Moreover, he knew that it was impossible for him to ask Jiang Qin for the Dragon Ball. Among the people present, who could be his opponent? Jiang Qin took a step forward and knelt on one knee. He held the Sky Dragon Sword in his hand and his face was pale. Needless to say, this battle was fought beautifully. However, he had also exhausted a large amount of his divine origin energy. Now he was being corroded by the beast fire of the Fire Qilin. Although it wasn't difficult to get rid of the beast fire, he was still burnt by the terrifying flames of the Fire Qilin in a short period of time. I lost. The Fire Qilin finally lowered its arrogant head. At this moment, it finally understood how conceited it was. Moreover, human experts might not necessarily be so weak. It's good that you lost. You didn't lose unjustly. Jiang Qin was still so arrogant and confident. Pop. It's really exciting. My blood is boiling. Profound Feng sect, Valley of Happiness, Shadow Murder sect, Lotus Cloud sect, the outstanding disciples of the 4 great sects, and the battle between the Fire Qilin and the ferocious beast Yizi. It's really exciting. Even I can't help but want to join in the fun. But in the end it became a joke? I've lost to a nobody. Moreover, he's just a void god trash. How sad, how lamentable. A cold voice reverberated between the heavens and earth. A young man riding on a green bull with a Tai Chi diagram on his back slowly walked over. His aura was extraordinary, giving people a feeling that he was out of this world. As if he was a speck of dust, a wisp of smoke, a clear spring, or even a beam of time. Who are you? Xianxia suddenly raised his head. It's another guy who's the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, in his eyes this guy was not qualified to be the oriole. Looks like we're just the first batch of cannon fodder. Even the people of Tai Chi sect are here. Liao Buffan's expression slightly changed. Tai Chi sect? You mean one of the 10 great sects of Deer Morn Mountain, the Tai Chi sect? Xiao Ying of the Assassin sect was also shocked. Compared to the Tai Chi sect, the Assassin sect's foundation was weaker. The people of the Tai Chi sect were considered to be famous in the entire Linhe boundary. After all, Deer Morn Mountain was not a big place. Profound Feng sect was not even ranked in the Linhe boundary. Therefore, compared to Tai Chi sect, Profound Feng sect and the Valley of Happiness were slightly weaker. The Taiji school was rather famous in the entire Deer Morn Mountain. It must be known that the Taiji school had once produced a divine king, but it had already declined. However, that was when it was at its peak. Even now, the Taiji school still had a late heavenly god, which was why it was ranked at the top of Deer Morn Mountain. Moreover, Tai Chi sect had always been mysterious. Usually, no disciples would come out of the mountain. But this time, a mysterious disciple who rode on a green bull came out. I've heard of a person. There's a Hellion Wuji in Tai Chi sect. He's the leader of the 3 great geniuses of the sect. His younger brother Hellion Wushuang rode on a green bull. That bull is not an ordinary bull. It's a heavenly rake bull. Hellion Wuji is very low-key, but his younger brother is quite powerful. The reason is because he's the second of the 3 great geniuses, Hellion Wushuang. Yuki Chihian said. Yang Jian and the others felt a great pressure. This guy was obviously more terrifying than them. Moreover, his strength was at its peak. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was injured. Moreover, it was unrealistic for him to fight against a mid-true god as a mid-void god. The reason why he could win against Fire Qilin was because Fire Qilin was injured. However, the one in front of him was a true expert of Tai Chi sect. Who would dare to offend him? To think that there's someone who knows of my existence. It's not easy. Little girl, I can see that you're talented and as beautiful as a flower. Why don't you come back with me and cultivate the Tao of dual cultivation together? Hellion Wushuang said with a smile. The young man looked gentle and refined. However, not many people had seen how terrifying he was. You're the kid who has been following me for 5 years? Fire Qilin finally squinted his eyes and looked at Hellion Wushuang. He seemed to have some impression of Hellion Wushuang. Not bad. To think that you've noticed me. But it's useless to talk about this now. Hellion Wushuang shook his head. He seemed to be very disappointed with Fire Qilin. I thought that you'll be very powerful. But to think that you've lost to a void god trash. Hellion Wushuang looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You've really suffered a lot. You've really won. It doesn't matter who laughs the best. What's important is who can laugh in the end. The Fire Qilin also seemed to have a kind of heavenly tribulation as if it had its own destiny. Chapter 2263. You're so arrogant. Why didn't you come out and deal with everyone else? You still don't have enough confidence in your own strength. Ah, mid-true god, what's so great about you? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully at Hellion Wushuang. Even though he was severely injured at this moment, he would never allow Hellion Wushuang to stand on his head and show off his strength. You're arrogant and strong. Unfortunately, you're not my match. You're too weak and you're injured. Hellion Wushuang shook his head. I don't want to kill anyone. Hand over the Dragon Ball and you can leave. That might not be possible. You'll have to defeat me first if you want to get the Dragon Ball. What do you think? Kill me and the Dragon Ball will be yours. Jiang Chen looked at Hellion Wushuang. Hellion Wushuang smiled. The green bull under him also mooed. Even my old bull thinks that you're joking. Alright, I'll send you out of here. I hope there's no death in heaven. The Dragon Ball will be mine sooner or later. You've been enduring for 5 years. You're quite determined. Unfortunately, you've met me. You can only blame your bad luck. Jiang Chen did not take a step back. At this moment he was destined to fight against Helian Wushuang. He would never hand over the Dragon Ball. Only by defeating Helian Wushuang would he be able to obtain the Dragon Ball safely. Youngsters nowadays really don't know how high the sky is. I wanted to spare your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. You failed. Helian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. This guy is getting more and more confident. But forgive me for being blunt, but I really don't think he can defeat Helian Wushuang. Helian Wushuang is the number 2 expert of the Taiji sect. His brother's divine might is unparalleled and he's also extremely powerful. He's even stronger than the Fire Qilin. Looks like the Dragon Ball will belong to Taichi sect in the end. Liao Bufan said silently. Although Jiang Chen was very strong, there was a gap of 3 stages between them. Moreover, he was injured now. It was almost impossible for him to counterattack when Jiang Chen was at his peak. For Yuki Chihian and the others, defeating the Fire Qilin was completely unexpected. But if Jiang Chen could really defeat Helian Wushuang, it would be a fantasy. The 2 people were not proportional at all. One was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and the other was unparalleled. The result could be imagined. Jiang Chen is a little too careless. He really shouldn't have continued to fight with this guy. This guy is obviously playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This time Jiang Chen has suffered a setback. Tan Shan has said. Yeah, in the end I still hope that he can create a miracle, but it doesn't seem very possible. Bai Yunfei's face was filled with regret, but he knew Jiang Chen's temperament. Jiang Chen was too competitive, too arrogant, and did not put anyone in his eyes. Jiang Chen probably did not have any tricks up his sleeves to counterattack in this final attack. If you had the same strength, maybe I really wouldn't be your opponent. But now you're still too weak. And I want your sword. Helian Wushuang put down the bamboo flute in his hand and inserted it into his back. You want my sword? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Make your move, I'm in a hurry to go home. Jiang Chen sneered. Since you're so anxious, I'll give you this chance. Anyo, someone wants to provoke us. Should I teach him a lesson? Moo, even Anyo said that you're too annoying. The sound of the flute is pleasing to the ear. Helian Wushuang was playing his flute. The sound was gentle, but at this moment, it made everyone fall into a state of confusion. It was a sound wave attack. Each sound wave was like a blade's shadow. It seemed invisible, but in a strange way, it forced Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. Jiang Chen's face became distorted. What a terrifying sound wave attack. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His face was unsightly, but he gradually calmed down. This was because this sound wave attack directly attacked the soul. But how strong was Jiang Chen's soul? Even a heavenly god expert might not be able to fight against it. You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Get lost. Jiang Chen's heart moved. He suddenly opened his eyes and a terrifying soul ripple spread out. The entire summit of the canyon was in a state of panic. The sound of his flute turned into a beautiful melody without any lethality. It was completely dispersed by Jiang Chen's soul attack. Helian Wushuang slightly closed his eyes, feeling a little surprised in his heart. This little fellow really has some ability to make others have a whole new level of respect for him. He was actually able to withstand my sound wave attack. Is his spiritual strength really that powerful? Not simple, not simple. Looks like if I don't give you some good stuff, you won't know how powerful I, Helian Wushuang, am. Helian Wushuang raised his hand. The bamboo flute in his hand suddenly shone brightly, turning into a pillar that covered the sky. Jiang Chen instantly retreated. The pillar covered the entire canyon. It fell from the sky and landed on top of Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's expression was stern. He blocked it with his sword. The 10,000 zhang tall bamboo flute made Jiang Chen breathless. He knelt on one knee and pointed his sword at the flute. Helian Wushuang's hands pressed down fiercely, trying to crush Jiang Chen. You want me to surrender with this little trick? Jiang Chen sneered. He instantly disappeared from his spot. It was as if he no longer existed in this world. But it was also as if he could appear anywhere. This? How could this be? Where did Jiang Chen go? Liao Bufan was completely dumbfounded. This isn't teleportation. Absolutely not. This is the Great Void Shift. Yuki Chihian's expression finally changed. The Great Void Shift was something that even divine kings couldn't do. Until now, according to her knowledge, no one could do it. Because only the spatial formation could complete the Great Void Shift. Impossible. Impossible. Where is this guy? Yang Jian's expression changed. Waves of shock surged in his heart, causing him to be completely dumbfounded. Void Shift, this, Hellion Wushuang was also shocked. The stronger he was, the more he knew how difficult it was to travel through the void. If he was not careful enough, he might be killed by the turbulence of the void. However, Xianxia had done it just now, and that was to travel through the void. When the bamboo flute fell, the entire canyon was completely crushed. Xianxia appeared behind Hellion Wushuang and used the Slaughter Dragon seal. Hellion Wushuang's expression changed. The green bull moved and disappeared 100 zhang away. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 2264. Xianxia's void travel had shocked everyone. One should know that void travel was something that even powerful divine kings and hierarchs might not be able to do. Moreover, void travel was quite dangerous. If one was not careful, one might be strangled to death in the void turbulence. At that time it would be really hopeless. After Xianxia entered the divine world, he almost never used the great void technique in front of others because he would not easily use it unless it was a life and death situation. This was his life-saving technique. In fact, even if he wanted to leave now, Hellion Wushuang would not be able to stop him. Moreover, if he hid in the Zulong Tower, it would be even more difficult for him to track him down. However, he could not ignore the lives of Bai Yunfei, Yang Jian and the others. That was not his original intention. Although Xianxia was not a kind person, he also knew about friendship. Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei were not ungrateful people. These two people were definitely worth befriending for Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia had always made friends based on his mood. If he did not like a person who wanted to become his disciple, no matter how strong the person was, he would not put them in his eyes. Void travel, is it? Then let me see how you are going to travel through my Tai Chi no beginning formation. Hellion Wushuang said coldly. In an instant the formation was formed. The Tai Chi no beginning formation was formed with more than 300 middle-grade divine origin stones. It was quite strange. Within a radius of 10 miles of the Great Canyon, the whole area was covered by the formation. Moreover, the strength of the formation was also increasing. Being in control of the formation made him the real leader. Now, facing Xianxia's void travel, he also swore that in this Tai Chi no beginning formation, as long as Xianxia appeared, he would definitely be able to sense it. This formation is a bit strange. Xianxia furrowed his brows. A layer of invisible energy barrier enveloped the entire Grand Canyon and the surrounding 10 miles. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Seemed like he had to show some of his true abilities. This formation is formed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Disturbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth should be enough to make the formation lose its effectiveness. Xianxia kept his heavenly dragon sword and held the divine burying flag in his hand. The divine burying flag fluttered along with the wind. The wind howled and the cranes howled, stirring up the universe. The entire Grand Canyon was filled with storms and snow. The Tai Chi no beginning grand formation that Hellion Wushuang had set up started to shake. The spiritual chi was chaotic and the spiritual stones were flying everywhere. At this moment the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Hellion Wushuang quickly retreated and his face showed a solemn expression. This is the divine burying flag. Yuki Chihian's expression changed. Not only does this guy have a divine weapon that surpasses a heavenly divine tool, but he also has a divine burying flag. The divine burying flag is a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it has a great suppressive effect on dark creatures. It can even be used to fight against those of a higher realm. The might of the divine burying flag was rather terrifying. It was almost impossible for anyone below the heaven god realm to deal with the divine burying flag. Towei. This guy has the divine burying flag? That's too ridiculous. I've only heard that the divine burying flag only exists in the tombs of supreme experts to guard the 9 underworlds. Furthermore, almost no one knows how powerful the divine burying flag is. This thing is truly an ominous object. Xiao Ying said in a low voice. At this moment no one dared to look down on Xianxia anymore. Whether it was the heavenly dragon sword or the divine burying flag, These divine weapons were peerless treasures that even the world venerables might not have the qualification to obtain. To think that they appeared in the hands of a void god brat. It was really a waste. But in the end this was the symbol of strength. Although he was unwilling, Liao Bufan was clear that if he were to fight with his life on the line he would never be able to defeat this little guy. With the strength of a peak middle void god, how did he do it? Moreover, just by relying on these two peerless godly weapons, his identity and wealth were already unfathomable. Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. But to them this was something to rejoice about. Because Jiang Qin was a disciple of their profound Feng sect. Looks like it's too late for me to even look at your neck and back. Bai Yunfei sighed while looking at Jiang Qin's background. His strength had completely pulled apart from Jiang Qin. It would be a luxury to compete with him in the future. Moreover, Jiang Qin had sworn that the person he wanted to challenge was not Bai Yunfei but Yan Qing. If he could kill Helian Wushuang, then when he returned to the sect, that Yan Qing would be a target to be killed in a second. Bai Yunfei finally understood that his vision was different from Jiang Qin's. Yang Jian also had the same feeling. Although Helian Wushuang's background was mysterious, he was a kind person. He was not a thief. With his ability to travel through the void, Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others knew that if he wanted to leave, Helian Wushuang would not be able to stop him. However, he did not leave. There could only be two reasons. Firstly, he did not want to see them die, so he risked his life to stay. Secondly, he was full of confidence and was not afraid of Helian Wushuang. No matter which one it was good for Yang Jian and the others. A brother like this was worth it for them to risk their lives. The Tai Chi No beginning formation was completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's divine burying flag. The formation was in ruins. Hundreds of middle-grade divine origin stones were destroyed at this moment. It was heart-wrenching, but obviously Helian Wushuang did not care about it. Moreover, he was getting more and more excited about Jiang Chen. This guy had a lot of treasures. First, it was the heavenly dragon sword, and now it was the divine burying flag. In terms of value, these two items were not any less valuable than the Dragon Balls. This time it seems like I have gained a lot. I did not wait for 5 years in vain. So the real harvest is here. Helian Wushuang looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a chicken drumstick. It tasted so good that he could not stop himself from eating it. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. But since you don't want to leave, I'll let you have a taste of my power. You're just a void god trash. Such a divine item is just a waste of resources in your hands. You might as well give it to me. When I return, I will be in control of a sword and a flag. Even my annoying big brother will not be a match for me. God's luck is something that cannot be stopped. Helian Wushuang held the flute and stepped on the green bull, pressing towards Jiang Chen. The flute was extremely terrifying. Every time it attacked, it would emit an invisible sound wave attack. Facing such an attack, Jiang Chen had no choice but to be cautious. Plus, Helian Wushuang was a powerful expert. If Jiang Chen made a slight mistake, he might really fail miserably in an easy task. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 2265. It's a pity that this sound wave attack has no effect on me. Jiang Chen sneered and held the divine burying flag in his hand. Waves of terrifying wind blades pierced through the sky, tearing the void apart. The giant boulders on the peak of the canyon were slashed down and the avalanche followed. The scene was magnificent and majestic, but it was also filled with danger. If it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to escape from this terrifying avalanche. The mightiness of Jiang Chen's divine burying flag made Helian Wushuang unable to deal with it. The flute in his hand was also a divine tool. However, it was not worth mentioning in Jiang Chen's hand because the divine burying flag was not an ordinary treasure. Gusts of chilly wind were howling, stirring up the clouds and snow. Helian Wushuang retreated as he fought. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. Jiang Chen's divine burying flag was obviously superior. However, in terms of strength, Jiang Chen was much weaker. If it wasn't for the divine burying flag, how could Jiang Chen fight against Helian Wushuang, who was a mid-true god? Looks like you're forcing me to use my trump card. Helian Wushuang held the flute and squinted his eyes. His silhouette flickered and a treasure cauldron that could tear space appeared in his hand. The cauldron was the will of the 9 prefectures. It was a true heavy weapon and it was quite terrifying. The cauldron broke through the sky and covered everything in the void. It completely shrouded above Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen used the divine burying flag to block it and hit the treasure cauldron. Your divine burying flag is indeed unstoppable, but my luminous cauldron is not weak either. Helian Wushuang pressed with one hand and the luminous cauldron once again suppressed the divine burying flag. It was not that the divine burying flag was inferior to the luminous cauldron. It was because the difference in strength between the people who used the god artifact was just too great. As a result, even the divine burying flag could only ensure that Jiang Chen was undefeatable. However, it was understandable that he was suppressed. If they had the same battle prowess with the divine burying flag in Jiang Chen's hands, the wind blades that burst out would be enough to render Helian Wushuang unable to retaliate. It might even be possible for him to be instantly killed. Luminous Heaven Cauldron, suppress all directions. Helian Wushuang bellowed furiously. Under the divine burying flag, Jiang Chen's expression became a little difficult once again. Will Jiang Chen be unable to hold on any longer? Liao Bufan was stunned. Yeah, even the divine burying flag isn't a match for Helian Wushuang. This guy is really terrifying. Xiao Ying said solemnly. His cauldron just so happens to restrain the divine burying flag. Furthermore, the difference in strength between the two is too great. Yang Jian said in a deep voice. Could it be that we are really going to be suppressed by this guy? A trace of disappointment rose in Tan Shanhe's heart, and even the fear of death. Once Jiang Chen died, none of them would be spared. This Helian Wushuang wasn't a kind-hearted person. It was impossible for him to let them go. Jiang Chen was being suppressed miserably by Helian Wushuang. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, the luminous cauldron had suppressed Jiang Chen to the point where he couldn't breathe. If this went on, he would be defeated sooner or later. You are not a match for me. I've said it from the beginning. Helian Wushuang was incomparably confident. With the suppression of both his hands, Jiang Chen's divine burying flag couldn't exert any power anymore. Unity of Dragon and Sword. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out a terrifying aura. However, even so, it couldn't make Helian Wushuang take half a step back. The indestructible unity of dragon and sword still became dimmer under the suppression of the luminous cauldron. However, at this moment Helian Wushuang felt even more pain because there was a crack on his luminous cauldron. I'm going to kill you, my luminous cauldron. Helian Wushuang was furious. He must kill this guy and snatch the heavenly dragon sword and divine burying flag from his hands. Cough cough. Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed. This time Helian Wushuang once again took out the luminous cauldron. Even if the luminous cauldron collapsed, he still wanted to suppress Jiang Chen. Unparalleled Tai Chi, omnidirectional divine finger. Helian Wushuang held the Tai Chi diagram in his palm and directly imprinted it on the luminous cauldron. This time Jiang Chen used one hand to support the terrifying power of the cauldron. However, he couldn't break the luminous cauldron no matter what. Because the luminous cauldron had already completed its transformation. With the suppression of the unparalleled Tai Chi diagram, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to break it. Looks like I need to call my friends too. Just when Yang Jian and the others were feeling gloomy, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. The 12 fire god guards quickly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and surrounded him. The 12 fire god guards supported the luminous cauldron. Moreover, the 12 fire god guards' strength had reached the half-step true god realm. Along with the increase of Jiang Chen's strength, they had also advanced from the peak late void god realm to the half-step true god realm. There was a slight increase in their strength. However, when the 12 fire god guards regrouped, the increase was not just a little. The might of the 12 fire god guards could totally kill a mid-true god realm expert. The might of the fire god guards was shocking. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even Helian Wushuang's face turned gloomy. The 12 fire god guards had completely blocked the suppression of the luminous cauldron. Moreover, the Tai Chi diagram on the luminous cauldron was showing signs of cracking. Why do I feel that these flaming puppets are somewhat fearful? Fire Qilin murmured. At the same time, Yazi also looked at him. You also have this feeling? This guy's flaming puppets are not that simple. If he had taken out these flaming puppets from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Fire Qilin smiled bitterly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's image in their hearts had become incomparably lofty. Moreover, it was the kind that kept increasing. Kacha, Kacha, Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards continued to melt the Tai Chi diagram. In the end it completely collapsed. Even a wisp of the karmic fire of the red lotus was enough to destroy the Tai Chi diagram. Even the luminous cauldron was scorching hot at this moment. Under the burning of the 12 fire god guards, it even began to melt. Helian Wushuang staggered backwards and his facial expression changed a few times. How is this possible? These flaming puppets could even melt a divine tool like the luminous cauldron. Helian Wushuang's heart was in turmoil. However, he was very clear about his own strength. Facing the 12 fire god guards, he had already raised his condition to 100%. Jiang Chen's means were endless. Helian Wushuang was already somewhat numb to it, but the battle still continued. However, the destruction of the luminous cauldron was a huge blow to Helian Wushuang. In his eyes, his luminous cauldron was a real treasure. It had accompanied him for a long time. Who would have thought that it would be melted by Jiang Chen in the end? Chapter 2266. Then you're thinking too much. Defeat my 12 fire god guards first. Jiang Chen smiled proudly and took a few steps back. He was panting slightly. After all, his injuries were very serious. The suppression of the luminous cauldron made him feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment he was suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. It was impossible for him to leave even if he wanted to, because once he left, the divine burying flag would be suppressed and taken away by him. That was not something that Jiang Chen was willing to see. Your flaming puppets are indeed very strong. However, I forgot to tell you that I am also a formation master. Since you have flaming puppets, have a taste of my 9 palace sword formation. Helian Wushuang sneered. There were also 9 flaming puppets. However, compared to Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards, they were obviously weaker. They were only at the peak void god realm. However, most importantly, once the 9 palace sword formation was formed, it would be more flexible than the 12 fire god guards. The power that the puppet sword formation could exert had completely made up for the difference in strength. Under the 9 palace sword formation, Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards were completely entangled. This Helian Wushuang is too strong, Yang Jian said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen's safety had always been in an awkward situation. No one could help him. Everything depended on his own strength. Moreover, under the situation where Helian Wushuang had used all his trump cards, Jiang Chen was forced into a desperate situation. It was an indisputable fact. The second strongest disciple of Tai Chi sect. He is one of the few experts in Dearmorn Mountain. Exactly. That's right, Jiang Chen is in danger. That's hard to say. There is always a higher mountain. I don't believe that Jiang Chen will lose. Bai Yunfei chose to trust Jiang Chen unconditionally because there was no other way. Jiang Chen was their last hope. If Jiang Chen were to fall, then their lives would come to an end. The 9 palaces sword formation is indeed not bad, but are you sure it can stop my 12 fire god guards? Jiang Chen said faintly. Helian Wushuang glanced at his 9 palace sword array, then looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Don't try to trick me. Even if I can't stop you, it won't matter if your flaming puppet breaks through my 9 palace sword array the moment I kill you. I admire your delusional confidence, but you have to confirm whether or not you can kill me first. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and soared into the sky. Helian Wushuang did not show any weakness either. The two of them clashed again. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen used all of his skills. At this moment he did not dare to be careless. Helian Wushuang also did the same. He would definitely use his last attack to kill Jiang Chen. You should be proud to die under my Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm. Helian Wushuang raised his hand and pressed towards Jiang Chen. His morale was like a rainbow. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm could tear the heaven and earth apart, and it was everywhere. Tai Chi generates yin and yang generates 4 divisions, 4 divisions generates 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams divine palm refines the heaven and earth. Helian Wushuang's palm wind seemed to be formed by the spiritual energy between the heaven and earth. Covered the sky and the earth. Jiang Chen could not avoid it. He was hit by 2 consecutive palm strikes. That kind of pain was unspeakable. Jiang Chen's body also suffered great damage. Seal Sky Chi Lock Formation open. Helian Wushuang completely sealed Jiang Chen in the formation. The Seal Sky Chi Lock Formation was to seal the chi of the heaven and earth. so that Jiang Chen's void travel was completely under his control. In that case he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Helian Wushuang's palm wind was invincible. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm was derived from the spiritual energy between the heaven and earth. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm was ever-changing, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The Seal Sky Chi Lock formation made Jiang Chen have nowhere to hide. He could only stay in this heaven and earth. This time, Jiang Chen will not be able to escape even if he has wings. In the end we still failed. Counting on a void god to save us. What a joke. The fire Qilin snorted disdainfully. However, it was not directed at Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen had already won its respect. Especially the pride of a divine beast, it was stronger than a human's. However, once it recognized you as a human, it would not have any objections. The fire Qilin sighed. Yuki Chihian, Yang Jian, Liao Bufan, Xiao Ying and the others were the peerless geniuses of the great sections. However, at this moment they had become true cowards. They did not have any ability to turn the tide. Perhaps this is fate. Yuki Chihian murmured. The battle was about to come to an end. Jiang Chen did not have any strength to fight back under Helian Wushuang's terrifying attacks. His flaming puppet was completely held back by Helian Wushuang and he was also repelled by the Tai Chi 8 trigram palm. That was the secret technique of the Tai Chi sect. The Tai Chi 8 trigram palm. One could imagine the power of such a peerless cultivation technique. Jiang Chen was in a passive position in the Seal Sky Chi Lock formation. He was in a deadlock. Yeah. What qualifications do we have to complain here? Yang Jian said coldly. The world was cruel and heartless. Jiang Chen was just an ordinary outer sect disciple of the profound Feng sect. However, he had shouldered too much in this battle. Even Yuki Chihian and the others could not compare to him. In this desperate situation, Jiang Chen didn't choose to leave. Instead he chose to fight till the end. His goal was simple, he wanted everyone to survive. At least they would not be killed by Helian Wushuang. However, in the end this was the scene of life and death. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, a beast in a cage. No one was willing to endure such torment. Jiang Chen, I, Bai Yunfei, will take you as my role model. Although I will lose, I will be proud. Bai Yunfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment his heart was trembling. However, he could not do anything to help. In the grand formation Jiang Chen was struck down again and again. It was like a sharp knife was pierced into his chest. There were so many senior brothers, but he was left to fight Helian Wushuang alone. All they could do was to watch the battle silently. You won't be able to defeat me in the end. Helian Wushuang stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Waves of terrifying palm wind whistled towards him. Jiang Chen advanced step by step, falling into a passive situation. Everyone's eyes were filled with sympathy. After all, his situation was too difficult. Moreover, he stayed because of the friendship between the people of profound Feng sect. His persistence was admirable. Such a silly and cute junior brother. Yang Jian murmured. He really wished that Jiang Chen could leave at that time. If that was the case, this scene would not have happened. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and kept dodging. However, the space that he could move was extremely limited. Currently, he didn't have any offensive ability. He could only passively take a beating. Helian Wushuang was also extremely powerful. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen in one go, he was afraid that this guy who had a lot of tricks would turn against him and cause him a great loss. This guy was too hard to deal with. Chapter 2267. He might not fall just like that. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. She could see a hint of ruthlessness in Jiang Chen's eyes. He did not give up hope at all. He seemed to be preparing for the final blow. There was no despair in his eyes at all. Instead, it was filled with coldness and anger. Yuki Chihian realized that this guy was really too strong. Even if she did not want to admit it now, the facts spoke louder than words. Even she might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. The side that he showed was too strong. If he could kill Helian Wushuang, then Yuki Chihian would regard him as her idol. Could this final blow really change the situation? Yuki Chihian murmured in her heart. But she still had a glimmer of hope for Jiang Chen. You no longer have a chance. Just surrender. Even a fly can't fly out of this heaven-sealing aura lock grand formation. I don't believe it. Jiang Chen rushed to the sky again and again. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword light shot out in all directions, trying to tear the ceiling heaven chi lock formation apart. Helian Wushuang strengthened the formation again and again. The Tai Chi 8 trigram palm was getting more and more terrifying. It came from all directions, making Jiang Chen unable to avoid it. His injuries continued to worsen. Is it really so indestructible? Jiang Chen murmured. Of course. If you want to escape from my formation, you have to practice for another few hundred years. Today's disaster is entirely your own fault. Moreover, you gave me 2 heavenly divine tools. I really don't know how to thank you. Today can be considered as a real day of joy. The Dragon Ball and heavenly divine tools are all mine. Helian Wushuang looked disdainfully at the sky. His eyes were piercingly cold. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Chen was just putting up a desperate struggle. How could he make a comeback? That was impossible. Everything should end now. Helian Wushuang said with a smile. This smile was a smile of confidence, a smile of victory. For the past 5 years he had been chasing day and night, and today he had finally seen the light of day. Furthermore, with the unexpected harvest of Jiang Chen, it had to be said that this time Helian Wushuang would definitely become the strongest disciple in the Taiji sect. And after returning this time he would definitely pull his big brother down from the throne of the #1 genius in the Taiji sect. Now Helian Wushuang even felt an unprecedented excitement. In his eyes Jiang Chen was already a dead man. No, you're wrong. Everything has just begun. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and slowly raised his head. All of the clouds in the surrounding 500 kilometers had gathered together, looking as gloomy as the bottom of a wok. Black clouds filled the area and lightning flickered. An immense pressure filled the area as if the sky were about to collapse. The surroundings were filled with wind and snow. Snowflakes flew for thousands of miles. The top of the canyon had been completely turned into ruins. In the sky, the terrifying thunderclouds gradually gathered together, turning into a super lightning bolt that could shake the heavens and earth. It was extremely dazzling as it streaked across the void. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the scene in silence. What was going on in the sky that was changing so suddenly? Even at this moment no one had thought that it was Jiang Chen who attracted the thunderclouds. What's going on? Helian Wushuang said with a gloomy expression. Even he felt a tremor in the face of this terrifying thundercloud. He couldn't understand why these terrifying thunderclouds would appear above his head. Is someone going to undergo tribulation? Yeah, this is definitely not an ordinary thundercloud. This is the heavenly lightning tribulation. Could it be Jiang Chen? How is this possible? Jiang Chen is only a peak mid-void god. How could he attract such a powerful heavenly lightning tribulation? Stop joking. As soon as Liao Bufan finished his words, Jiang Chen suddenly soared into the sky. His aura was extremely violent and unparalleled. Could it be that Jiang Chen is really going to undergo tribulation? Bai Yunfei took a deep breath. At this moment, even if he didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. Since you're so confident that I won't be able to escape from your sky-ceiling chi-lock formation, then neither of us should leave. Let's undergo tribulation together. Actually, Jiang Chen wasn't going to undergo tribulation, but he didn't want others to know that he had the dawn sky golden lightning. If that was the case, it would definitely cause a commotion. Plus, this was one of his trump cards, he didn't want to expose it. It would be fine if no one was here, but the people of Lotus Cloud Sect, Valley of Happiness and Shadow Murder Sect were all here. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to kill all of them, so he could only create a heavenly lightning tribulation. As a matter of fact, this lightning tribulation was triggered by Jiang Chen's dawn sky golden lightning. The sky was filled with terrifying thunderclouds. As long as the dawn sky golden lightning struck down, Helian Wushuang would definitely not be his match. You are actually going to undergo tribulation? Helian Wushuang said in shock. Even he felt a tinge of fear when facing this heavenly lightning tribulation. This was definitely not an ordinary heavenly lightning tribulation. Can't be, right? This fella is really going to undergo tribulation. Xiao Ying said in a trembling voice. He could only use one word to describe Jiang Chen: monster. Such a monster shouldn't exist in this world. Otherwise, how could these self-proclaimed geniuses continue to live? They were so embarrassed that they could die. Xianxia undergoing tribulation. Everyone was filled with disbelief, but the facts spoke louder than words. The thunderclouds above Xianxia's head had already proved everything, and it wasn't a simple heavenly lightning tribulation. This made everyone feel a sense of respect and helplessness towards this monstrous fella. Respect was self-evident, but helplessness was because they might never be able to surpass this fella in their lifetime. In fact, their strength was higher than Xianxia's, but the result made everyone's jaws drop. Although they weren't willing to admit it, they were happy to see this scene because this was Xianxia's last chance to fight against Helian Wushuang. Once he succeeded, Helian Wushuang wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone's potential is different. His potential gives us unlimited possibilities, but it also gives us unlimited pressure. Yuki Chihian stared at Xianxia. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky were about to pour down. Chapter 2268. You don't have to worry about that. Your heaven sealing energy lock grand formation is airtight. Let this lightning tribulation teach you a lesson. If I can't escape, you can't escape either. So what if I want to perish together with you? Xianxia said proudly as he laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. You want to perish together with me? You're not worthy. Helian Wushuang instantly rose and wanted to leave the heaven-sealing energy lock grand formation. But at this moment the thunderclouds were already pouring down. Bastard, you're playing with fire. Do you know that? Helian Wushuang's eyes were filled with fear. Now he finally believed that this heaven lightning tribulation wasn't a joke. But it was impossible for Xianxia to escape this 9 heaven lightning tribulation. He wanted to perish together with him. But Helian Wushuang didn't think that Xianxia was worthy of dying together with him. You can't kill me. Helian Wushuang harumphed coldly and flew up. However, the heavenly lightning above his head struck down at this moment. Everyone felt their flesh aching as the dawn sky golden lightning struck Helian Wushuang's head. No. Helian Wushuang roared in anger and used all his strength to resist the dawn sky golden lightning. But he was already heavily injured by the lightning. Xianxia's lips curled into a sinister smile. It was just a lightning. As the thunderclouds rumbled, more and more terrifying thunderclouds descended. Xianxia walked slowly under the heaven lightning tribulation fearlessly. But Helian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the thunderclouds, looked as though he had nothing left to live for. One could imagine the pain and misery he was in. The dawn sky golden lightning seemed to have landed on Xianxia's body without any harm. All of the heaven lightning tribulation was endured by Helian Wushuang alone. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Helian Wushuang's face was full of tears. His eyes were filled with regret and anger. However, when the thunderbolt struck his body, he had already lost all ability to resist. Like a dead dog, he struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Why are you completely fine? Why? Helian Wushuang screamed his lungs out, but his injuries were getting worse and worse. His face was getting uglier and uglier. Xianxia stopped talking and walked beside Helian Wushuang. He caught a bolt of dawn sky golden lightning with one hand and was completely unharmed. Helian Wushuang was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even Xue Qianying couldn't help but shiver. The instant the dawn sky golden lightning struck down, Helian Wushuang fell into despair. At that moment he had no desire at all, there was nothing for him to live for. His expression gave everyone goosebumps. Most importantly, Xianxia completely ignored the heavenly lightning tribulation. He was the one who attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation, but it didn't cause any damage to him. Amidst their shock and sighs, they could only choose to keep their distance from Xianxia. Even though Xianxia had fallen, they didn't even dare to ask Xianxia for the Dragon Ball. Because only God knows if Xianxia still has any trump cards. Facing the Fire Qilin, facing Helian Wushuang, one of the strongest disciples of Tai Chi sect, Xianxia had many tricks up his sleeves. He was a hidden superboss. Unfortunately, he was only a middle void god. Anyone who saw him would think that they could kill him with one hand. However, Xianxia's ability to play the pig to eat the tiger was better than anyone else. I really want to know why the heavenly lightning tribulation only struck Helian Wushuang and not Xianxia. I'm also curious about this. Liao Bufan and Xiao Ying looked at each other and said, At this moment, green smoke rose from Helian Wushuang's body after being struck by the dawn sky golden lightning. Why, Helian Wushuang murmured with great difficulty. He died with everlasting regret. He was like a dead dog. Not only was he split into pieces, he couldn't even be seen clearly. In the end, under the heavenly lightning tribulation, Helian Wushuang's body was turned into ashes. Helian Wushuang had only himself to blame for dying in his own heaven-sealing qi-locking grand formation. Bai Yunfei couldn't help but shiver. This Xianxia is so powerful that it's hard to understand. Why are you so weak? Aren't you very strong? Why are you so weak now? You can't even take a few strikes. How embarrassing. Hey, Xianxia said in disdain. He shook his head and sighed. Yuki Chihin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you think that everyone is as abnormal as you? You're invincible in the heavenly lightning tribulation, completely disregarding the heavenly lightning tribulation. Who can endure this? I finally got rid of this guy. The fire Qilin's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the Yazi had already fled in an unknown direction. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the fire Qilin took the opportunity to run away. Jiangchen couldn't be bothered to chase after the two fellas. After all, the Dragon Ball was already in his hands. However, his body was also severely injured. Why are you unscathed when the heavenly lightning tribulation struck you? Yuki Chihin looked at Jiangchen and asked. He was really curious. Is this guy wearing some kind of protection? That shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, how could he be beaten up so badly by Helian Wushuang? Yeah, I'm curious too. Yang Jian looked at Jiangchen and continued to ask. Maybe it's because I have a good character and I'm handsome. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Is it wrong to be handsome? Jiangchen looked at Yuki Chihin with a face full of disdain. Shameless. Yuki Chihin said in a low voice. Her face turned red. This guy dared to tease her. But in the end, if it wasn't for Jiangchen, Helian Wushuang and the fire Qilin would not let them go. Is it wrong to be handsome? Senior Yang. I'm low profile enough. Jiangchen said innocently. Yes, you're very low profile. Yang Jian said while gritting his teeth. Even he felt that what he said was against his will. Xueqinying, Liao Bufan and Xiaoying left. They had no desire for the Dragon Ball anymore. Jiangchen letting them go was already the most he could do. Jiangchen had no enmity with these sections. There was no need for him to start a massacre. Moreover, it would only make enemies for himself and the profound Feng sect. It was not worth it. Tai Chi sect will not let you go. Take care of yourself. Yuki Chihin said and turned to leave. The Grand Canyon was a mess, but it was terrifyingly cold. This time it's all thanks to you, Jiangchen. You've hidden your strength too well. Even the fire Qilin and Helian Wushuang are not your match. I've heard that Helian Wushuang is one of the rare geniuses of Tai Chi sect. His brother is even scarier than him. Bai Yunfei said with a smile. He was happy for Jiangchen. This time he had a narrow escape, but he still managed to get the Dragon Ball. Yeah. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid all of us would have died here. There's always someone better than us. We must leave this place quickly. The people of Tai Chi sect will definitely investigate this. We must not leak this matter. Yang Jian said solemnly. Chapter 2269. One day later, night fell and the sky turned dark. A meteor tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. A middle-aged man with a stalwart figure had a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. However, he was still one step too late. The middle-aged man had a Taiji diagram on his back. His long beard was slightly white and his expression was grave and stern. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. It's actually a fire Qilin, and there's even a hint of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I'm afraid it hasn't appeared in thousands of years. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy as he sighed. However, the dead could not be revived. But the middle-aged man headed straight for the Lotus Cloud sect. Within the Lotus Cloud sect's main hall, there were carved beams and painted pillars. Lotus flowers covered the entire Lotus Mountain, extending for thousands of miles without end, and the fragrance of flowers overflowed in all directions, intoxicating the fragrance. In the main hall, A beautiful middle-aged woman sitting on a 1,000-layered lotus throne raised her eyebrows slightly. When she raised her eyes, a beam of light flashed through the void and headed straight for the Lotus Mountain. Taiji sect Taiji Z. I'm here to pay a visit. A cold shout sounded out. The beautiful middle-aged woman's eyebrows twitched. She was devastatingly beautiful, and her temperament was warm and elegant, incomparably noble. He wore plain clothes and held a green lotus in his hand. His expression and actions were very natural. Brother Taiji, why have you come to visit me? Greetings, little sister. The sect master of the Lotus Cloud sect, Qing Lianzi, smiled and said calmly. Taiji Zi's eyes were cold, which puzzled Qing Lianzi. You already know the answer. My Taiji sect's genius disciple Helian Wushuang died tragically in your Lotus Cloud sect's Qiyun mountain range. Not even his bones were left. Therefore I hope you can give me an explanation. Taiji Zi Lung Lung said. Such a thing actually happened? Qing Lianzi frowned as her expression darkened. I sense the aura of your Lotus Cloud sect's cultivation technique there. Invite your disciples out and we'll know. Taiji Zi said in a deep voice. That's fine as well. Since such a big thing happened to your sect's disciple in my Lotus Cloud sect's territory, I should have some understanding of it. Where's Qianing? Quickly come and see me. A voice transmission reverberated above Lotus Mountain. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yuki Chihian rushed over. That's right, it's this aura. Taiji Zi narrowed his eyes. I wonder what's the matter, master? Yuki Chihian said in a low voice, bowing slightly with a respectful look on her face. You already know the answer. Let me ask you, yesterday in a great canyon in the Qi mountain range, was my Taiji sect disciple Helian Wushuang killed by you? Taiji Zi's words caused Qing Lianzi's eyes to turn cold. She finally pulled a long face. The immense pressure forced Yuki Chihian to take more than 10 steps back before she could steady herself. Taiji Zi, don't think that just because your Taiji sect has a great reputation these few years, you can be rude and unreasonable in my Lotus Cloud sect. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you trying to do by making things difficult for my disciple? Ever since you entered my Lotus Cloud sect, I have exercised forbearance time and time again. I hope that you don't go overboard. Taiji Zi pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. I was rash just now. I only want to know if you know about Helian Wushuang's death. Taiji Zi looked at Yuki Chihian again. His aura was intimidating and overbearing. This junior doesn't know. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. You want to send me away with a you don't know? I think you know the answer, but you just don't want to say it. Could it be that my disciple was killed by you? Taiji Zi said in a low voice. I really don't know. Yuki Chihian's reply was still the same as before. Are you lying to me? Taiji Zi raised his voice again, snorting coldly. Looks like Brother Taiji doesn't put my words in your eyes. Since that's the case, please leave the Lotus Cloud sect. Qing Lianzi waved her hand, directly pushing Taiji Zi out of the sect's hall. Taiji Zi retreated 100 feet, his body as light as a swallow floating in the void. Sister Qing Lianzi's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. If it was my Taiji sect master who came today, I'm afraid that Sister Qing Lianzi wouldn't have treated him like this. However, my Taiji sect will definitely not let today's matter go. The mountains never change and the rivers never stop flowing. We will meet again. Taiji Zi turned around and left. As the Grand Elder of the Taiji sect, it was already not easy for Taiji Zi to be able to exchange a move with Qing Lianzi. The Grand Elder of the Taiji sect is actually so powerful, he really has the style of a great sect. Zai. Qing Lianzi sighed. Although she pushed Taiji Zi out of the sect's hall, she didn't know his background. This person could only be described as unfathomable. Tell me, how did that Taiji sect disciple die? Qing Lianzi glanced at Yuki Chihian and said faintly. She was the one who brought up her disciple. Only she knew whether she was lying or not. Helian Wushuang was killed by the people of Profound Feng's sect. But he saved my life. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. Since it has nothing to do with you, I'm relieved. But it's not easy for Profound Feng's sect to have such a disciple. Looks like there's going to be a bloody storm in Dearmorn Mountain. Qing Lianzi said. Master, I want to enter the icebound land. What? Don't you know what kind of place that is? The number of disciples who entered or came out from the icebound land can be counted with one's fingers. The cruelty of that place is not suitable for your cultivation. Qing Lianzi looked at Yuki Qian in astonishment and said, I have no regrets even if I die. Please allow me to enter the icebound land. Yuki Qian's insistence surprised Qing Lianzi. The icebound land was a place of death. No one was willing to go there. But the icebound land was the most terrifying cultivation place in the Lotus Cloud sect for thousands of years. Those who could come out from that place had great potential and perseverance. For more than 2,000 years, no one had come out from that place. All right, I'll let you go then. Qing Lianzi sighed. She knew Yuki Qian's character. She must have felt that her strength was not enough after the Dragon Ball fight. That's why she wanted to enter the icebound land to train. 1 week from now, the hidden secret realm will open. You only have 1 week. You can't go against it. You can't force it. You're the disciple that I have high hopes for. I'll hand over the sect lord's position to you in the future. Disciple will remember. Yuki Qian's eyes flashed with determination. She must increase her strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to stand out among the younger generation. This time, in Yuki Qian's eyes, Xianxia was a mountain that she might not be able to cross in her entire life. She must at least reach the mid-true god realm or late-true god realm in order to catch up to him. Xue Qinying could not get rid of that guy's shadow in her mind for a long time. Chapter 2270. After returning to Profound Feng sect, Xianxia went into seclusion because he needed to recover his strength as soon as possible. Moreover, he still needed to fight against Yanqing. Of course, he could not challenge Bai Yunfei and Yang Jian. Perhaps he could challenge the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. But who told Xianxia to have an agreement with Yanqing first? Furthermore, if this guy wasn't eliminated, he would become a cancerous existence. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't let him go. When Xianxia took out the Dragon Ball, the Zulong Tower trembled immediately. The Dragon Ball was sucked into the Zulong Tower. At that moment, Xianxia felt that the Zulong Tower had undergone a great change. The Dragon Ball that looked light and weak actually allowed the ancestral dragon to break through one floor after another until it reached the 88th floor. At this moment, Xianxia was completely shocked. This Dragon Ball has such a terrifying power. Xianxia gasped. Moreover, his strength had gone through the baptism of the Dragon Ball. In addition to the battle, Xianxia had benefited a lot. He broke through the peak middle void god realm and reached the late void god realm on the 88th floor of the Zulong Tower. Moreover, Xianxia found a scroll of the heavenly book on the 88th floor of the Zulong Tower. Above the void, an ancient sheepskin scroll came into his sight. Xianxia grabbed the ancient sheepskin scroll in his hand. This is the ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia's pupils shrunk and his expression became solemn. The ancient soaring dragon technique. What is it? When Xianxia finished reading the entire scroll, he found out that the soaring dragon technique was the supreme secret technique of the dragon clan. Those who were not from the dragon clan could not cultivate it. Moreover, the soaring dragon technique was used to increase one's strength and strength. It was much more terrifying than the dragon transformation. The dragon soars under the heavens. I am the only one. As the name suggested, the essence of the soaring dragon technique lay in the soaring dragon technique. It allowed one's strength to undergo a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, it was extremely important for the strength of one's body. The dragon soaring technique had a total of 3 volumes. This was only the first volume, See Glimpse. There was also the second part, Zhanfeng, and the third part, Sinkhole. The most important part of the ancient soaring dragon technique was dragon soaring 1,000 feet, indestructible Vajra. It could allow one's battle prowess to rapidly increase and their bodies to rapidly transform, allowing them to unleash the full potential of the dragon race. I should be considered half a dragon, right? I want to see what miraculous uses this dragon soaring art has. Xianxia spent the entire day cultivating the ancient soaring dragon technique. In just a day he had learned the ancient soaring dragon technique. However, the ancient soaring dragon technique of the sea glimpsing realm was merely the first step. Even so, Xianxia had undergone a qualitative transformation. He even wanted to compete with the heavens. After casting the ancient soaring dragon technique, not only did his speed become faster and his strength became stronger, His six senses had also increased by more than one level. The strength of his body could even shatter mountains and rocks. Indestructible Vajra was comparable to a divine tool. This ancient soaring dragon technique could unleash one's potential to the extreme, allowing one's strength to be maximized. To the current Zhou Xian it was perfect. Although Zhou Xian was only a late void god, he would not feel any pressure if he were to fight against Hellion Wushuang with his bare hands after casting the ancient soaring dragon technique. What a great ancient soaring dragon technique! You only have one chance, Zhou Xian said. Really? Then I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. If I don't kill you today, I won't have the face to leave this arena. Do you see that? The blood not far away was left behind by your fellow disciples from before. Yanqing took a step forward. His eyes were cold as he approached Zhou Xian. In his eyes, killing Zhou Xian was just adding another flower to his glory. This blood is suitable for you. Zhou Xian smiled and raised his sword. The heavenly dragon sword was swung out, untainted by worldly dust and unstained by blood. Yancheng's footsteps stopped at the same place at this moment. He stood there motionlessly. Zhou Xian leaped and flew up to the sky. At this moment, Yancheng's body slowly fell down. Even until his death he still did not know how he was killed. Well, the crowd was in an uproar. No one could believe the scene in front of them. Blood slowly flowed out from Yancheng's neck. It was a ghastly wound. Instant kill, a complete instant kill. There was no objection. Under everyone's anticipation, Zhou Qian's sword swept across the world. Yancheng, who was ranked second on the 100 battle ranking, did not even have the chance to say a word. At this moment, tens of thousands of people gasped and held their breath. When he looked back, Zhou Qian had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2271. Killing the second in the outer sect 100 battle ranking with one sword strike. Shocking the entire Profound Feng sect. Zhou Qian's attack was like a dragon, coming and going like the wind. Whether it was Yang Jian by Yunfei or the surrounding inner sect disciples, they were all dumbfounded. Zhou Qian would definitely become a legend in the entire Profound Feng sect. In the end, the quota to enter the hidden secret realm was destined to be taken by Zhou Qian. The entire Profound Feng sect was talking about how Zhou Qian defeated baleful flaming ghost Yanqing and became the #1 evil god in the outer sect. His unrestrained aura had even surpassed many inner sect experts. Even Yang Jian, who was ranked first in the 100 battle ranking, was nothing to him. Of course, Zhou Qian did not challenge Yang Jian in the end. This made many people disappointed. Within the sect, Zhou Qian's name had risen to fame and no one could compare to him. At this moment, Ling Yun had just come out from her seclusion. How much of your strength have you recovered? Zhou Qian looked at Ling Yun and asked. Compared to before, her face was rosier and whiter. However, she was still wearing a green veil. Other than him, no one had seen her face before. About 60%. I should be able to protect myself now. Even if the sect lord of Profound Feng sect were to take action, I should be able to handle him, but I'm definitely not his match. Ling Yun remained silent for a moment and said softly. That's already pretty good. I received Master's message token. Then, are you leaving? Zhou Qian was a little disappointed. I don't think I'll be in such a hurry. Then when will it be? I won't go to the hidden secret realm with you. But I'll wait for you to come back. Ling Yun said in a deep voice. Her expression was calm without a shred of emotion. However, Zhou Qian could feel a trace of emotion from her. All right. Zhou Qian did not say much. Since she said that she would leave after he came out from the hidden secret realm, it should not be too long. Zhou Qian, something bad has happened. The sect is in big trouble. Big trouble. Bai Yunfei rushed over in a hurry. What is it? Why are you so nervous? Even if the sky falls down, there are still people bigger than us to hold it up. What are you afraid of? Zhou Qian said indifferently. The Yellow Flame sect has sent someone to provoke us. He has already defeated 12 alchemy disciples. Except for Gu Wanfeng, no one could fight against him. Moreover, he is extremely arrogant now. He even wants to challenge our alchemy elder. Yellow Flame sect. Zhou Qian frowned. This was the first time he had heard of it. The Yellow Flame sect is our brother sect. They were Heavenly Star Sect, Earthly Hades Sect, Profound Feng Sect and Yellow Flame Sect. These 4 great sects were originally one big family, and each sect was as close as lips and teeth. But after so many years they had become independent and there was still some estrangement. The Heavenly Star Sect is the strongest and is one of the top 10 sects in Dearmorn Mountain. The Earthly Hades Sect is second, but they are also one of the top 10 sections. Profound Feng Sect and Yellow Flame Sect are next. All these years, our Profound Feng Sect has been suppressing the Yellow Flame Sect. But 5 years ago there was a peerless genius in the Yellow Flame Sect. His alchemy skill was invincible. His talent in cultivation was also quite terrifying. So the Yellow Flame Sect naturally wants to regain their face here. Now 12 alchemy disciples have been defeated by him. Bai Yunfei said with a solemn face. He was quite worried. So there is such a difference. Never thought that our Profound Feng Sect is not fighting alone. But a guy who has always been suppressed by us dares to fight back? Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. Say, humans fight for pride, Buddha fights for incense. For so many years the Yellow Flame Sect has never won against us. Now that they have the chance they will definitely not let it go. They will definitely spit out all their resentment and feel elated. You're right. Let's go and have a look. Let's see what's the background of this guy who even dares to challenge the alchemy elder. Jiang Chen said. If he was willing to come out then this guy would not be able to do anything. Bai Yunfei even had a blind confidence in Jiang Chen. This guy could always surprise people. The huge square looked like it was cut into half by a sharp weapon. It was 10,000 zhang wide and extremely flat. Tens of thousands of disciples were gathered on the square. Even the sect lord Xian Qingming was present. After all, he had defeated 12 alchemy disciples. Now he was going to challenge the alchemy elder. This was quite a big matter. It was quite damaging to the prestige of the sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for even the sect master to be here. Isn't this guy too arrogant? He dares to challenge our alchemy elder. He's not putting our Profound Feng Sect in his eyes. Yeah. This kind of person is too despicable. Using his ability to cheat people everywhere. He's not a good person. In the end, we've done something similar in the past. Otherwise he might not come here to show off. The Yellow Flame Sect has been suppressed by us all these years. Now that we've finally become the master, other than an outstanding genius, the rest of the disciples will definitely do something. But even so he's too much. He dares to challenge our alchemy elder. Once Elder Lin wins it won't be glorious. Isn't it reasonable for him to win against a junior? But once he loses it'll be quite shameful. Profound Feng Sect will be laughed at by them if we lose to a junior. I think Elder Lin will definitely suppress this guy. He doesn't know how high the sky is. How dare he come to our Profound Feng Sect's base camp? We will not tolerate him. Everyone was incomparably angry. But everyone knew that this challenge could be described as a provocation. No matter if this guy won or lost he would still be praised for challenging Lin Zhongqiang. The tens of thousands of Profound Feng Sect's disciples were furious. Alchemists were rare and almost all of them were defeated. Now some of them couldn't help but miss Gu Wanfeng. Oh yeah. Outer Sect Jiang Chen, didn't he defeat Gu Wanfeng? Where is he? He will definitely defeat this guy. Yeah. How could we forget about this guy? More and more people began to feel a glimmer of hope. However, Lin Zhongqiang had already appeared on the public square at this moment. His expression was cold and he was meticulous. Lin Zhongqiang walked forward with a calm and steady aura. As the alchemist elder of Profound Feng Sect, he must come out at this moment because all the disciples had failed. Profound Feng Sect's alchemy technique could no longer surpass this person who came to challenge them. My name is Jiang Hao. Today I came here to ask for some advice from Profound Feng Sect's Elder Lin. I hope Elder Lin can give me this chance. Chapter 2272. At this moment Jiang Hao had already defeated 12 people in a row. He felt that he was unstoppable. As the most outstanding disciple of the Yellow Flame Sect, Jiang Hao naturally had a proud side. Challenging the alchemy elder of the Profound Feng Sect, Lin Zhongqiang, was the most important thing to him. He was confident that he would win the battle today because he had already surpassed his own master. Jiang Hao, it seems like you're just SO. Do you want to challenge me? Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Bai Yunfei had also arrived at the scene. Both of them were filled with anger. It seemed like this match was unavoidable. I dare not say whether I can defeat Elder Lin or not. However, I have already surpassed my master. Jiang Hao said confidently. He smiled faintly and gave Lin Zhongqiang more pressure. So, your alchemy skill is already above your master Wang Hongyu? Lin Zhongqiang asked again. Slightly better. My master also asked me to send his regards to you. Jiang Hao said confidently. Moreover, he had already surpassed his master. Wang Hongyu was also a genius in alchemy in the past. However, he was suppressed by Lin Zhongqiang. Regardless of strength or alchemy skill, Wang Hongyu was weaker than Lin Zhongqiang. Now that he had taught a disciple who had surpassed his master, he naturally would not let it go. In a sense, this might be a revenge of Wang Hongyu from the Yellow Flame sect, and his ultimate goal was to let Jiang Hao challenge Lin Zhongqiang. This is interesting. It seems like you're Wang Hongyu's successor. I'm afraid today's battle is unavoidable. Lin Zhongqiang smiled indifferently. As a senior, he naturally could not be so impolite. Moreover, Jiang Hao was the disciple of his defeated opponent. Even if the disciple had surpassed his master, so what? I dare not. I will listen to your orders. Although Jiang Hao had pushed away the initiative, he still had the upper hand. Because Jiang Hao had already said so. Was he still going to reject it? Obviously he couldn't. Otherwise, not only would he be ridiculed by the people outside, even the disciples within the sect wouldn't be able to convince the masses, right? If Lin Zhongqiang accepted the challenge, then winning or losing would become the key. If he lost the competition, it would be because Jiang Hao had the courage to challenge his seniors. Although he was defeated, it would still be honorable. If he won, Profound Feng sect would become worthless. No matter if he won or lost, the winner of this competition would be Jiang Hao and his Yellow Flame sect. Moreover, Jiang Hao was just trying his best. He was relaxed and at ease. However, Lin Zhongqiang was different. He had to give it his all and fight with his back against the wall. This was related to himself and his sect's reputation. Whether Jiang Hao succeeded or not, he was the winner. Are you not going to make a move? Bai Yunfei glanced at Jiang Qin and said in a low voice. He's challenging Lin Zhongqiang, why should I join in the fun? Jiang Qin said disdainfully. He didn't intend to make a move at all. That's true. This fellow has an irreconcilable enmity with you. Why are you helping him? But what if Elder Lin were to lose? What should we do? Bai Yunfei said. Jiang Qin glanced at Bai Yunfei. He really cared about a lot of things. Does that mean he's not as good as him? Who can he blame? Since he could defeat him, it means he's not as good as him. Then don't be arrogant. What's so great about being an elder? Is an elder not a human being? Let's see if he can afford to lose. Jiang Qin sneered. That makes sense, Yi Zichen nodded. Bai Yunfei knew about the enmity between Jiang Qin and Lin Zhongqiang. It was inappropriate to let Jiang Qin fight at this moment. Moreover, Jiang Qin had named Lin Zhongqiang as the person he wanted to challenge. Of course, Jiang Qin would not join in the fun. Congratulations. I have agreed to compete with you. But I hope you can understand that Yellow Flame sect will never surpass Profound Feng sect. It's the same in the past and it's the same now. Lin Zhongqiang said seriously. Senior is right. I came here today only to exchange pointers to broaden my knowledge and to improve my skills. I hope Elder Lin will not be stingy with your guidance. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. Don't worry. I will not go easy on you. If you can win against me, it proves that your master is not wrong. Elder Lin is really domineering. You're noble and imposing. I admire you. It's useless to say more. Let's start. How do you want to compete? Tell me. I'm all ears. Lin Zhongqiang said. Since it's a competition of alchemy, we naturally have to concoct the most difficult medicinal pill, the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. It uses a nameless beast fire as the ingredient to concoct the medicinal pill. It can help a person recover from a serious injury. After swallowing it, if there's no serious injury, it can help a person recover from a serious injury. This kind of medicinal pill is extremely difficult to concoct. I believe Elder Lin has heard of it before, right? Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Lin Zhongqiang's heart was slightly moved. He had tried to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill before, but he had failed. He only succeeded once, but the quality was extremely low. Could it be that this kid could concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? It was Wang Hongyu who had exchanged the recipe with him. Now, if Jiang Hao could really concoct the pill, it might be a great challenge for him. But Elder Lin doesn't have the confidence to concoct the pill? Jiang Hao curled his lips and said playfully. The Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was extremely difficult to concoct. That was why he chose to concoct the pill. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients were extremely difficult to find. Previously, he had found 10 medicinal ingredients, but he only managed to concoct one pill. However, to Jiang Hao and his master Wang Hongyu, it was enough for him to finish his apprenticeship. Moreover, Wang Hongyu was certain that even Lin Zhongqiang might not be able to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. The Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is so magical. It must be extremely difficult to concoct, right? That's right. I've heard that this Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill had even saved Elder Lin's life. However, the method of concocting it is extremely difficult. I'm afraid that he himself has only managed to concoct a few of them. Looks like this guy is very confident. Could it be that he's here to cause trouble? You're right. If he's not here to cause trouble, why does he have to force us? It looks like this guy is definitely up to no good. Lin Zhongqiang smiled faintly. All right. Then, let's concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Let's see if you can fulfill your master's wish. I'm here today to seek advice from you. I hope Elder Lin can give me some pointers. Jiang Hao's words were watertight. He did not give anyone a chance to gossip. He came here today to teach Lin Zhongqiang a lesson. He wanted to let him know that Lin Zhongqiang would suffer the consequences of his disdain towards his master. Have you heard of the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Bai Yunfei glanced at Jiang Qin and said. I've heard of it, but I've never concocted it before. Jiang Qin said. Then how confident are you? It's not difficult. Chapter 2273. Stop bragging. Even Elder Lin looks so serious. This Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is definitely not simple. That's only relatively speaking. For me, this pill is not challenging at all. Jiang Qin said disdainfully. His skill in alchemy was already at the peak. However, he might not be able to concoct some pills because he was limited by his strength. However, he had heard about this Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. If he were to concoct it, it would be effortless for him. Look, both of them are preparing to concoct the pill. Someone shouted. On the square, Lin Zhongqiang and Jiang Hao looked at each other and nodded slightly. As a senior, Lin Zhongqiang naturally had to be courteous. Jiang Hao did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and pushed one of the medicinal ingredients to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill in front of Lin Zhongqiang. It turned out that he was already prepared for this. Looks like you've come prepared. Lin Zhongqiang murmured. Jiang Hao smiled and did not say anything. There were more than 30 medicinal ingredients floating around him. He removed them one by one, extracted their essence and removed their impurities. Then he opened his alchemy furnace and started to concoct the pill wholeheartedly. When Jiang Hao's hand spurted out flames, Lin Zhongqiang's expression changed completely. No wonder. No wonder he dared to compete with me so confidently. Moreover, they are competing to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Turns out that his beast fire is different from the others. It's even better than my beast fire. The beast fire of the fiery dragon bear. I wonder how Elder Lin's beast fire is? Jiang Hao was very confident. The beast fire of the fiery dragon bear would definitely play an important role in his concoction. Moreover, it could definitely be used to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. The fiery dragon bear was a kind of mystical divine beast. Its beast fire was extremely fierce. Lin Zhongqiang wanted to get his hands on such a beast fire in the past. Unfortunately, he did not manage to do so. Now he had the beast fire of the fire scale wolf. It was completely different from the fiery dragon bear's beast fire. The stronger the beast fire, the higher the success rate and the more obvious the effect of the pill. Fire scale wolf, it's a little worse than yours. But since we're concocting pills, let's concoct the pills first. However, Lin Zhongqiang was different. He was carrying the glory of the entire sect and his own dignity. However, Lin Zhongqiang did not put Jiang Hao in his eyes. After all, Jiang Hao was a junior and his strength was obvious. He did not believe that Jiang Hao would be able to crush him in the field of alchemy. Even if Wang Hongyu was surpassed by Jiang Hao, Lin Zhongqiang would not admit defeat so easily. Lin Zhongqiang looked at Jiang Hao calmly. Lin Zhongqiang did not put Jiang Hao in his eyes. After all, Jiang Hao was a junior and his strength was obvious. Lin Zhongqiang did not believe that Jiang Hao would be able to crush him in the field of alchemy. Jiang Hao took the lead and started to remove the medicinal herbs rapidly. After that, he put them into the furnace and started to refine the medicinal herbs. He was very cautious in this step. He threw away most of the medicinal herbs and only kept the most essential part. It was very strict. Lin Zhongqiang did not show any weakness and started to refine the pellets. Compared to Jiang Hao, his method was gentler and more steady. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was a little nervous. However, it was not hard to see that Lin Zhongqiang was also nervous because he could not lose. He could not afford to lose. This competition would certainly be regarded as the true competition between Profound Feng sect and Yellow Flame sect. Xian Qingming looked at the battle between Lin Zhongqiang and Jiang Hao without saying a word. As the sect master, he shouldn't interfere in this kind of matter. However, the opponent was too aggressive and forced the sect master to take action. This was no longer a simple matter. This junior seemed to be the most outstanding disciple of the Yellow Flame sect. Could it be that there was no one in the Profound Feng sect who could surpass him? Must Elder Lin Zhongqiang take action? Don't worry, sect lord. Elder Lin is our Profound Feng sect's #1 alchemist elder. It's impossible for him to lose. The first elder, on the other hand, was calm and composed as he said calmly, I hope so. Xian Qingming nodded his head silently. All he could do was to wait for the final result. Could a junior of the Yellow Flame sect really make a mess in the Profound Feng sect? Jiang Hao's beast fire surprised many people. The beast fire of the flaming dragon bear was indeed extraordinary. It was obviously better than Elder Lin's beast fire. However, the final result was not about whose beast fire was more powerful. Instead, it was about who could refine the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill of higher quality. Jiang Hao was full of confidence. His movements were extremely skillful. It could be seen that he had tried many times for today's battle just to fight against Jun Wuxia. No matter what, Lin Zhongqiang was still a senior. His skills were not to be outdone. His skill in alchemy made many people dumbfounded. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just so. In less than half an hour, both of their pills were about to take shape. Moreover, both of them seemed to be very confident in their pills. Jiang Hao was well prepared for today's battle. If he won, he would surely soar to the sky and his reputation would rise. Not to mention the bigger region, at least in Dearmorn Mountain, he would surely become a famous person among the younger generation. Even if he lost, it was not a big deal. At least he dared to challenge a senior. Done. Jiang Hao let out a low roar. He took out a pill from the alchemy furnace and held it tightly in his hand. His expression was filled with excitement. Clearly, he was not worried about his pill at all. Furthermore, he had performed exceptionally well this time around. The effect of the pill was definitely the best one he had ever made. On the other hand, Lin Zhongqiang's expression was quite solemn. This made the people of Profound Feng sect even more curious and worried. Is Elder Lin really not as good as Jiang Hao? I don't think so. Elder Lin has been famous for 100 years. He is a true alchemy master. How could he lose to a junior? This guy is overestimating himself. I think Elder Lin is just giving him face. It's hard to say. I can see that Elder Lin's expression is extremely serious. Once he loses, our Profound Feng sect will really lose face. Elder Lin is not the only one who will lose face. Shut your crow's mouth. Damn it. Elder Lin will not lose. He definitely won't lose. Everyone naturally hoped that Elder Lin could win and chase this arrogant guy out of Profound Feng sect. However, it was just a beautiful hope. Would the truth really be like this? Chapter 2274. What do you mean? Jiang Chen. Bai Yunfei seemed to have noticed something. Lin Zhongqiang has lost. Although his heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was successfully concocted, It was much weaker than Jiang Hao's. Regardless of the concocting technique or the final fusion, Jiang Hao had a stronger beast fire. Naturally, he was better than Jiang Hao. Jiang Qin said faintly. At this moment, Lin Zhongqiang nodded his head slightly, indicating that he had finished concocting the pill. Isn't that the end? Does this mean that Elder Lin has lost? Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. Why don't we exchange and appraise each other? I believe that you will be fair. Jiang Hao passed the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill to Lin Zhongqiang. Lin Zhongqiang did the same. The moment Lin Zhongqiang took the pill from Jiang Hao's hand, he knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. His Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was not even a medium-grade elixir. However, Jiang Hao's elixir was comparable to a high-grade elixir. Although there were some flaws, Jiang Hao was able to refine a Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill that was comparable to a high-grade elixir. That meant he had already won. Lin Zhongqiang took a deep breath. Everyone was staring at the scene, especially Jiang Hao. He was holding the pill in his hand with a sneer on his face. He thought that the alchemist elder of Profound Feng sect was only Esu. Tens of thousands of people held their breath. But some of them could see something from Lin Zhongqiang's face. Even Xian Qingming could not help but sigh in his heart. It seemed like he had lost. I have lost. Lin Zhongqiang's words were like a huge hammer hammering on the hearts of most of the disciples of Profound Feng sect. It was shocking. However, a loss was a loss. If they did not even have the courage to admit it, then they would lose their dignity. Lin Zhongqiang was incomparably solemn. To him these words were extremely heavy. However, he couldn't possibly go back on his word. Furthermore, as a senior he couldn't do something that went against his conscience, even though this was his own sect. He really lost. Elder Lin really lost. I wonder how proud the people of the Yellow Flame sect will be this time. They have been suppressed by us for 100 years. Looks like the path of alchemy is not something that anyone can get involved in. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in our Profound Feng sect, but there are only a few who can concoct pills. There were no harsh words of mockery or ridicule, but Lin Zhongqiang couldn't even get past him. He really lost. Moreover, he lost to the disciple of his defeated opponent. It was just like the saying, the student comes from the master but surpasses the master. However, he didn't have such a good successor. This time Jiang Hao had won beautifully. He could not say anything that was against his will and let himself suffer forever. Thank you for letting me win, Elder Lin. Junior knows that his strength is very weak. This time was just a fluke. I hope Senior will not be stingy in teaching me if there is a chance in the future. Jiang Hao said with a smile. However, his expression was extremely arrogant. What he said was just to show his magnanimity. However, the more he did so, the more abominable he was in the eyes of the people of Profound Feng sect. A win is a win. There's no such thing as fluke. So what if you're so hypocritical? Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. Jiang Hao was still calm and unmoved. This time the disciples of the Yellow Flame sect had completely suppressed the disciples of the Profound Feng sect. Jiang Hao felt very proud after being suppressed for 100 years. Moreover, he was the only one who had the chance to revive the Yellow Flame sect. If that's the case, Junior will take his leave. Today I have not let you down. It's my honor to be able to have a duel with Elder Lin. Jiang Hao had a serious look on his face. However, his arrogance made people feel extremely uncomfortable. This guy was completely condescending. How can you be so arrogant with such an inferior palate? Seems like the people of the Yellow Flame sect are just SOSO. If you want to challenge a sect, you need to show your true ability. How dare you embarrass yourself with such an inferior skill in alchemy? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Haha. The one who said this was not Jiang Qin but Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei sneered and looked at Jiang Hao disdainfully. Almost everyone looked at him and Jiang Hao also squinted his eyes. Who dares to talk nonsense? Even Elder Lin has admitted that my Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is superior. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant here? Jiang Hao stared at Bai Yunfei and said. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. This guy is going to sell me out. I'll deal with you later. He glared at Bai Yunfei fiercely. Bai Yunfei was innocent. Forgive me for being frank. I don't know any alchemy skills. But in my opinion your palate is really inferior. Jiang Qin, this guy's palate is not even 1/10 of yours. No, it's not even 1/100th of yours. Bai Yunfei sighed. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Bai Yunfei had kicked the ball to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glared at Bai Yunfei fiercely. Bai Yunfei smiled and shrugged, indicating that he could not help even if he wanted to. That's right. How could we forget about Jiang Chen? He had defeated senior brother Gu Wanfeng before. Isn't that right? Senior Bai is really insightful. That might not be the case. Even Elder Lin has lost. Could it be that an outer court disciple can really turn the tide? Everything is possible. Jiang Chen has become famous in Profound Feng sect recently. He has created many miracles. This time he might be able to defeat this arrogant Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked into Jiang Chen's eyes and gave him a deep look. You want to challenge me? Why don't I see what you're capable of? Jiang Hao said with a smile. His face was filled with arrogance. This was Profound Feng sect. If this was Yellow Flame sect, what would happen? But it was understandable. He had just defeated the alchemy elder of Profound Feng sect. It was reasonable for him to be so arrogant. You're here to ask for advice. What qualifications do you have to call yourself senior? Profound Feng sect is Yellow Flame sect's brother sect. Why do you say that? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since Bai Yunfei had pushed him out, he did not mind to teach this guy a lesson and become the savior of Profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming squinted his eyes. At this moment he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. This guy might really be able to change his destiny. The great elder's eyes were cold. What the hell is this guy doing again? Lin Zhongqiang was also looking forward to it. Although he had a grudge against Jiang Chen, if Jiang Chen really had the strength to turn the tide, it would be a good thing for Profound Feng sect. Chapter 2275. In that case, please enlighten me, senior brother. I also have the same intention. I want to learn from all the alchemists in Profound Feng sect. Isn't it great to learn from each other and improve our skills? Jiang Hao had been tricked by Jiang Chen. Although he was unhappy, he endured it. Once Jiang Chen was not as good as him, perhaps he would be ridiculed by Jiang Chen again. I have seen your alchemy level. It's not that good. If you are willing to be my disciple, perhaps I can teach you some of the essence of alchemy. With your current level of concocting the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill, I'm afraid you won't be able to improve it in your lifetime. Too weak. Too weak. Jiang Chen had yet to concoct the pill, but he had already put Jiang Hao in a very low position. This made Jiang Hao extremely angry. What right do you have to say that I'm trash? Isn't your alchemy elder also no match for me? I hope that senior brother is not someone with an undeserved reputation. If you can concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill better than me, I will not step out of Yellow Flame sect anymore. Moreover, I, Jiang Hao, will treat you as my disciple. If you lose, it means that your Profound Feng sect's skill in alchemy is weak. You don't even have one person who can be on the stage. Jiang Hao was enraged by Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen was even more arrogant than him. He would never allow such a person to step on his head. Alright, it's a deal. Good disciple. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this moment he had already raised a commotion among the disciples. Jiang Chen's arrogance did not make the people of Profound Feng sect feel disgusted. Instead it pushed Jiang Chen to the top. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. The voices were deafening. Jiang Chen was ready to concoct the pill any time. Everyone in Profound Feng sect was looking forward to his performance. This man who had created miracles one after another. Would he be able to look down on everyone today? Jiang Hao sneered and felt disdain in his heart. Later you will know that the higher you are, the more painful it is to fall. Let's see how you are going to end up if you can't refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Jiang Hao naturally knew how difficult it was to concoct the Celestial Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Even he did not know how many sets of medicinal ingredients he had destroyed. However, the final success rate was very low. This time around he did not expect himself to perform exceptionally well. However, in the end he did not fail his mission. This is the recipe for the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill, as well as a set of medicinal ingredients. Jiang Hao stared at Jiang Chen with a smile, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. There's no need. You should keep this set of medicinal ingredients for yourself. It's not easy to concoct a set of medicinal ingredients. If you keep wasting natural resources like this, you will be struck by lightning. I'll use the waste you threw away. I should be able to refine it. I'll remember this recipe. Jiang Chen's words caused an uproar. No one expected that Jiang Chen would be so confident and arrogant. He wanted to use the waste that Jiang Hao threw away to refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Isn't this bullshit? Is this possible? Are you sure? Jiang Hao was a little dumbfounded. What is this guy trying to do? Those are just the waste that I threw away. Can they really be used to refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Jiang Hao snorted disdainfully. He is too arrogant. Lin Zhongqiang frowned. At this moment even he could not stand it anymore. Jiang Chen was completely fooling around. Those medicinal ingredients were all waste. Although they were also the main medicinal ingredients, they were just defective medicinal ingredients. Could they really be used to refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Before one wave had even subsided, another wave had risen. At this moment, Jiang Hao's confidence grew even greater. His smile grew even wider. Even Bai Yunfei was dumbfounded. Brother, don't fool around. Those are all waste. You are just too picky. You did not refine all the medicinal ingredients. No matter how good the medicinal ingredients are, they are useless. There are no waste medicinal ingredients. There are only waste alchemists. Jiang Chen's words made Jiang Hao's smile disappear. If they were not in Profound Feng sect, he really wanted to beat Jiang Chen up. He thought that he was already arrogant enough. But Jiang Chen was 100 times more arrogant than him. You said that I am a waste alchemist. What about you? What are you? Jiang Hao stared at Jiang Chen. I'll wait and see. After that, Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Chen silently. Whether it was a mule or a horse, he had to show it to him. Such arrogance. I like it. Profound Feng sect is proud of you, Senior Jiang Chen. Yeah. I've seen arrogant people and even more arrogant people. But I've never seen someone as arrogant as Senior Jiang Chen. Do your best, Senior Jiang Chen. Don't be disappointed if you have high hopes. Everyone was looking forward to this moment. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen's outstanding performance. They were waiting for him to slap Jiang Hao in the face. Jiang Chen smiled, looking incomparably calm. He clenched his fist and an exceptionally violent flame appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao and Lin Zhongqiang suddenly held their breaths. That was because they had the deepest impression of that flame. That flame was definitely not an ordinary beast flame. They did not even know what kind of flame it was. However, even Jiang Hao's flaming dragon bear's beast flame could not be compared to that flame. What kind of flame is this? Lin Zhongqiang murmured. Seems to be a beast fire. Xian Qingming said solemnly. This kind of flame made his heart palpitate. Such a terrifying flame. To think that he could control it. This kid has a lot of secrets. Under the crowd's exclamation, Jiang Chen looked calm. He threw all the medicinal herbs that Jiang Hao rejected into the flame. He did it without any hesitation. Dozens of medicinal herbs were being refined and burned in the flame. In the end, they turned into a clear stream and flowed between Jiang Chen's hands. It made people feel refreshed. It was not just concocting a pill. It was more like an enjoyment. To the entire Profound Feng sect, everyone seemed to be immersed in shock. Jiang Chen's technique looked simple. However, Lin Zhongqiang and Jiang Hao were extremely shocked. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the artistry. The two of them had a very high evaluation of Jiang Chen's skill in concocting pills. Jiang Chen had turned dozens of waste materials into treasures with just a wave of his hand. This was the realm that every alchemist dreamed of achieving. In terms of purification, Jiang Chen had already surpassed Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's technique was really shocking. Lin Zhongqiang also sighed silently. It was not wrong for Gu Wanfeng to lose to Jiang Chen. This flame is really enviable. Chapter 2276. This guy seems like he's a monster. Not to mention his strength, his alchemy skill is also amazing. I'm afraid that even our alchemy elder Lin Zhongqiang can't find any flaws in him. Yang Jian said solemnly while looking at Jiang Chen, who was at the center of the square. At this moment he was the hope of the entire Profound Feng sect. Yang Jian and the others also treated him as their last hope. You're right. This guy can only be described as a monster. I'm afraid that if we tell them about Zhang Chen in the Dragon Ball battle, their jaws would drop to the ground. Hehe. I think Zhang Chen is going to defy the heavens again this time. Bai Yunfei was overjoyed. He was even happier than when he was fighting Jiang Hao. Zhang Chen's strength was obvious to everyone. At this moment he was using his amazing alchemy skill to shine in the profound Feng sect. At this moment, even those arrogant inner sect disciples couldn't help but respect Zhang Chen. If he really defeated Jiang Hao, he would definitely be loved and respected by the entire sect, and he would be able to stand at the peak. Xian Qingming's eyes were filled with joy. He already had a good impression of Zhang Chen. If he could defeat Jiang Hao this time and bring glory to the profound Feng sect, his position would surely rise. Moreover, he would be unparalleled in the inner sect for a period of time. On the contrary, at this moment the great elder's face was a bit gloomy. He always felt that this guy was not pleasing to his eyes. His heart was palpitating when he saw Jiang Chen's flame. Senior Jiang Chen, you must do your best. Profound Feng sect's alchemy disciples are proud of you. Kill this motherfucker. Let him behave atrociously in our profound Feng sect and go back to his yellow flame sect. Jiang Chen is mighty. Jiang Chen is mighty. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth amidst the cheers. Done. At the last moment when the pill was formed, Jiang Chen's 5 types of flames were condensed. The 5 elemental true fire was deafening. Everyone couldn't help but take 2 steps back. They were intimidated by the 5 elemental true fire. Even Lin Zhongqiang and the other elders felt a great pressure lingering around them. They felt like their mouths were dry and they couldn't say a word. This is... Jiang Hao finally trembled in fear. This guy actually possesses 5 kinds of such powerful flames. After the final refining of the 5 kinds of flames, the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill became extremely smooth and full of a strong fragrance of the pill. Everyone was holding their breath. Most of them were still in the state of shock. Only when Jiang Chen withdrew all 5 types of flames did they let out a sigh of relief. The pressure of the 5 elemental true fire was too great, especially when it was used to concoct pills. Could even burn a hole in the sky if it burned with all its might. 5 elemental true fire. Xian Qingming's eyes shrunk. He had only heard about it before. Moreover, the 5 elemental true fire was very rare. Even a famous alchemist might not have one of them. However, the 5 types of flames were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. However, all of them were tamed by Jiang Chen. There was no conflict when he was refining the pill. In the end, under the 5 elemental true fire, the grade of the pill was raised to the highest grade. Xian Qingming was considered as one of the most knowledgeable people in profound Feng sect. However, even he did not know about it. If Jiang Chen possessed the 5 elemental true fire and was not a peerless genius, no one would be able to compete with him. This guy is getting more and more curious. Xian Qingming murmured in his heart. However, at this moment he already knew that the grade of Jiang Chen's pill was definitely higher than Jiang Hao's heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Even Xian Qingming was tempted. What kind of flames are these? Are they all true fire? Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes and asked. True fire, as the name suggested, was the ultimate fire between the heavens and earth. Could melt anything except for some taboo existences. True fire was extremely beneficial in concocting pills. Besides, Jiang Chen possessed 5 types of true fire at once, so wouldn't he suffer from the backlash of the true fire? Jiang Hao was extremely shocked. He might not be able to control 2 types of true fire. However, this guy was able to control 5 types of true fire. Although he did not want to believe it, it was the truth. Jiang Hao was very clear that the 5 types of true fire had brought great benefits to Jiang Chen. It was even more effective in refining pills. The 5 elemental true fire played an important role in refining the medicinal herbs to such a high degree of purity. Not bad. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He was never worried that someone would snatch his 5 elemental true fire. Because if he was not able to control the fire well, not to mention 5 types of true fire, he might even lose 2 types of true fire. This Jiang Hao had not reached that level yet. In order to obtain the 5 elemental true fire, he had suffered a lot and almost died because of it. As expected, Jiang Hao coveted Jiang Chen's 5 elemental true fire. If he possessed the 5 elemental true fire, not only his strength, but his skill in refining pills would also improve. Senior Jiangchen is really shocking. He's simply the ancestor of playing with fire. Yeah, I've widened my horizons today. Ha. I think Jiang Hao is completely dumbfounded. Look at his dumbfounded face. I knew that he wouldn't have any chance of winning this competition. Jiangchen did not care about what others thought of him. His pill had indeed reached a relatively high grade. Even Xian Qingming felt his breathing getting heavier. It was obvious that this pill was very important to him. His pill, how is it? Jiang Qin threw the pill to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's expression changed again and again. He took the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill from Jiang Chen's hand while trembling. Is this a supreme grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Jiang Hao said in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, he had witnessed the whole process. It was impossible for it to be fake. It's barely at the supreme grade. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. At that moment, even Lin Zhongqiang was a little excited. He stared at the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill in Jiang Hao's hand without blinking. He was a little excited but also a little ashamed. Jiang Chen's skill in refining pills and the 5 elemental true fire were too terrifying. Is that the Qilin sacred fire? Chapter 2277. It wasn't that he was a sore loser. On the contrary, he could feel how strong his opponent was in this competition. Jiang Qin had almost crushed him. No matter if it was the skill of alchemy or the control of the true flame, he was far inferior to Jiang Qin. I've said it before. You're not my match. Jiang Chen's confidence made Jiang Hao smile bitterly and nodded silently. Jiang Qin was right. Jiang Qin might have been arrogant before, but now it seemed like he was just confident. Only Jiang Qin had such confidence. At this moment, Jiang Qin became the focus of everyone's attention. He was the real leader. He had helped Profound Feng sect to defeat the Yellow Flame sect's challenger. He was the sect's hero. I will remember this moment. One day I will surpass you. Jiang Hao clenched his fists tightly. As the genius of the Yellow Flame sect that only appeared once in 100 years, he had lost. He had lost so thoroughly, but he didn't feel that it was shameful. On the contrary, he felt that Jiang Qin had won with dignity and he had lost very decisively. It wasn't just a slight difference, it was a huge difference. His Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill could be considered as a high-grade pill. However, it was still not as good as a Heavenly God's pill. The effect would be good for those who were below the Heavenly God realm. As for Jiang Chen's Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill, it would be greatly beneficial for those who were below the Divine King realm. This was the gap between them. The supreme grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was not something that Jiang Hao could concoct now. In his eyes, only a true alchemist could concoct a supreme grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. At this moment, Jiang Chen was worthy of this title. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not as good as him, his alchemy skill had already surpassed him. Teacher Jiang, farewell. In the whole Profound Feng sect, I only respect you. I hope to see you again in the hidden secret realm. At that time your strength will not surpass mine. Although my alchemy skill is not as good as yours, I will definitely not lose to you in terms of strength. Jiang Hao said solemnly. All right. I will definitely go back to the hidden secret realm. Jiang Qin nodded and smiled. At this moment, Jiang Hao had lost all his face. He was too ashamed to stay there any longer. As expected of the Yellow Flame sect's genius, his strength has actually reached the Middle Void God realm. His alchemy skills are rarely matched and his cultivation technique is unparalleled. Why isn't such a genius disciple from my Profound Feng sect? Although Lin Zhongqiang had lost to Jiang Hao, he still cherished talented people. Jiang Hao's strength and alchemy skills were outstanding. Moreover, he did not delay his cultivation. He was a real peerless genius. However, the one who made Lin Zhongqiang feel ashamed was Jiang Qin. Lin Zhongqiang wanted to kill Jiang Qin in the past, but he did not expect that Jiang Qin would save Profound Feng sect's face at this moment. Moreover, Jiang Qin had such high attainments in alchemy. He would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. However, compared to Jiang Hao, Lin Zhongqiang's strength was slightly weaker. Perhaps this was also his shortcoming. Senior brother Jiang Qin is mighty and domineering. We are proud of you, huh? Senior brother Jiangchen is unparalleled in the world. Along with the cheers of victory, Jiangchen's expression was calm. He had already expected this. Among the disciples of profound Feng sect, no one could defeat Jiang Hao. It was reasonable. This alchemy elder Lin Zhongqiang was just Isu. However, Jiangchen did not put Lin Zhongqiang in his eyes at all. He had been like this since the beginning. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rose to the peak in the entire sect. It was approaching Jiangchen at a terrifying speed. "Bastard, give me back my grandson." A deafening roar resounded throughout the square. No one had expected that the great elder Yanjun would come out at this moment. He was holding a 9-feet-long saber and slashed towards Jiangchen. Before Jiangchen could react, Yanjun's attack had already arrived. Moreover, Yanjun's strength was quite strong, reaching the peak late true god realm. Such a sneak attack could even make a heavenly god expert break out in a cold sweat. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. Yanjun's eyes lit up and his eyes lit up. However, when Yanjun landed in front of Jiangchen, Lingyun had already made her move. She clasped her hands together and locked Yanjun's long saber tightly. At this moment, Yanjun and Lingyun looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Such a powerful lady. To think that there is such an expert in our profound Feng sect. I don't even know who she is. Xian Qingming was shocked. This lady's strength was on par with the great elder. When the great elder attacked, she saved Jiangchen. Moreover, she was as calm as a mountain. Mad dog. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and his expression became extremely gloomy. The scene caused an uproar. No one had expected that the great elder Yanjun would attack a great contributor of the profound Feng sect. Moreover, it seemed like he wanted to kill Jiangchen in one strike. If it was not for Lingyun, the consequences would be unimaginable. This young lady is really skilled. Even I was deceived by you. You really have an extraordinary bearing. Xian Qingming looked at Lingyun coldly and said. No matter what, he did not know that such a powerful expert had infiltrated the profound Feng sect. Therefore he must find out the truth first. Otherwise, how could he answer to all the disciples of the profound Feng sect? At this moment, Xian Qingming couldn't help but recall the words that Gu Wanfeng said before his death. Jiangchen was a spy from the outer sect. However, Xian Qingming did not think that Jiangchen and the lady were in cahoots with bad intentions. After all, Jiangchen did not do anything to harm the sect since he entered the sect. Moreover, in order to save the face of the sect, he defeated the peerless genius of the Yellow Flame sect, Jiang Hao. I hope that you guys can give me an explanation. I hope that my guess is wrong. Xian Qingming looked at Lingyun. The entire sect fell into dead silence. The tens of thousands of disciples became extremely obedient. Not even whispers could be heard, to the point where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Because at this moment even the sect lord looked so serious. Who would dare to act rashly? Heavenly lightning and earthly fire, only my light will prevail. Sect lord, don't tell me that you don't know about this? Lingyun said faintly. Xian Qingming's expression became extremely serious. His pupils shrunk. Heavenly thunder moves earth fire, only I can stand up. This was the slogan of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was one of the most powerful sects in the entire Lone Dragon County and even the Northern Cold Divine region. It was a sect that even had an hierarch expert. Others might not know about it, but Xian Qingming knew about it. The 4 great sects of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect were indebted to the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. The founder of the 4 great sects was an expert who left the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect and established his own sect. Only the sect lord knew about this secret. Although the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was extremely powerful, the 4 great sects had a rule. If the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was in trouble, they must protect the sect with all their might. I was originally in the Heavenly God realm. But because I fought with a demonic beast, my realm dropped. Jiangchen saved my life. Do you need me to perform the Thunderfire technique with Sect Lord Xian? My master is Reverend Tianlei. Lingyun transmitted her voice. Chapter 2278. Tianlei Venerable's name was well known. Such an expert was one of the elites in the Lone Dragon County. He was not someone that Xian Qingming could compete with. Moreover, he could not afford to offend the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Even if he offended them, Heavenly Star sect and Earthly Hades sect would not let him off. Xian Qingming held his breath. The other party's identity was obvious. She dared to say that she was Tianlei Venerable's disciple. Xian Qingming no longer doubted her. The Thunderfire technique was a secret technique of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. If he really wanted to see it, wouldn't he be disrespecting the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect? Since she knew about this secret, she must be someone from the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Xian Qingming did not doubt her and nodded. I see. Since that's the case, I understand. This Zhangchen should be taught by you, right? Xian Qingming transmitted his voice. He has his own path of cultivation. It has nothing to do with me. I was going to leave soon, but I did not expect the Great Elder to take action at this time. I think Sect Lord should give us an explanation, right? Ling Yun's words made Xian Qingming understand. Even if she did not say it, he would still ask about it. Moreover, since Zhangchen was not her disciple, it meant that Zhangchen had an ordinary background. He was definitely a sharp sword that could rise up the profound Feng sect in the future. Zhangchen looked at Ling Yun. The latter was calm and did not seem worried at all. He knew that she was transmitting her voice to the sect lord. Moreover, she did not seem to feel any pressure at all. Great Elder, what is the meaning of this? Xian Qingming looked at the Great Elder and said. Profound Feng sect owed Zhangchen a debt of gratitude and had contributed greatly to the sect. It was unjustifiable for the Great Elder to kill Zhangchen at this time. What do I mean? This fellow killed my grandson. Sect Lord, do you think I should kill him? Yan Jun sneered as his eyes were filled with killing intent. If Xian Qingming wasn't here, he would have taken action already. Even this girl wouldn't be able to stop him. The moment Zhangchen activated the 5 elemental true fire, Yan Jun had already sensed that something was wrong. However, when he confirmed it, Yan Jun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He had to kill Zhangchen to vent the hatred in his heart. To Yan Jun, Yanfeng was his last hope. Now that his son was gone, he was a lonely old man. His last hope was his grandson. Hence, Yan Jun doted on Yanfeng so much that no one in the sect dared to mess with him. After all, the Great Elder was an existence that was second only to the sect master. Who would dare to mess with his precious darling? When Yanfeng died, many people in the sect were secretly glad because that scourge would never appear in front of them again. Especially those beautiful female disciples. Once they were entangled with Yanfeng, they would definitely not have a good ending. Yan Jun's indulgence towards Yanfeng had reached a point where he would not care about anything. The entire profound Feng sect was like this. Even Xian Qingming had closed one eye. After all, Yanfeng was the last treasure in Yan Jun's palm. However, who would have thought that Yanfeng was killed by Zhangchen? Yan Jun's words couldn't be more obvious. He wanted to kill Zhangchen to vent his anger. You need evidence to speak. What evidence do you have to prove that I'm the one who killed your grandson? Don't slander me. Zhangchen will not allow anyone to frame me. I hope the sect master will investigate this. Zhangchen said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. He was not an idiot. Why would he admit it? Moreover, even if he killed Yanfeng, he would be doing a good deed for the people. Yanfeng was a malignant tumor in profound Feng sect. Many people wished for him to die and reincarnate as soon as possible. So what if he's dead? What's so great about it? The Great Elder's grandson is a human. Are our disciples not human too? We don't know how many of our fellow disciples he has killed and how many of our senior and junior sisters he has humiliated. Such a bastard deserves to die. He only has himself to blame. You're right. If it wasn't for the Great Elder supporting him, I would have done something to him. I guess no one will remember this kind of scumbag even after he's dead. Except for this protective grandfather. The Great Elder has indulged that bastard Yanfeng too much. He will not be able to escape from the responsibility of Yanfeng's death. Many people murmured. However, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, the Great Elder still had a lot of authority. Even the sect master would have to take him into consideration. All of you retreat for now. Today's battle has come to an end. Zhangchen, come with me to the Great Hall of the sect. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Great Elder, let's go together. Xian Qingming's words made everyone disappointed. They wanted to see the enmity between Zhou Xian and the Great Elder. But it seemed like it was impossible now. Zhou Xian and the Great Elder entered the Great Hall together. Of course Lingyun also followed them. If Xian Qingming did not take action in time, Yanjun would not be able to do anything. Great Elder, you said that Zhou Xian killed your grandson Yan Feng. What evidence do you have? Why don't you take it out? Otherwise, even I, the sect master, will not be able to make a decision. Zhou Xian is our profound Feng sect's hero. You've seen it in today's battle. Zhou Xian's skill in alchemy is unparalleled. Even the Yellow Flame sect's genius in 100 years was defeated by him. Now that Zhou Xian has made a great contribution to our sect, I can't possibly punish him for no reason, can I? Otherwise, how can I answer to the disciples? Moreover, this is against our profound Feng sect's principle of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Xian Qingming said solemnly. He needed to give everyone an explanation for this matter. He could not neglect Zhou Xian because he was profound Feng sect's hero. With Lingyun here, he naturally could not act out of favoritism. Moreover, he might stand on Zhou Xian's side and not Yanjun's side. Because everyone in profound Feng sect knew what kind of person his grandson was. The Great Elder meant a lot to the sect. Hence he could not make a rash decision on this matter. Yanjun's expression became extremely cold. His expression was quite oppressive. His eyes were filled with blood-red light. There was only Zhou Xian in his eyes. I am the evidence. He killed my grandson and a few people from the sect. This debt cannot be repaid. I felt a few types of flames there. Who else could it be other than him? In the entire profound Feng sect, in the entire Dearmorn Mountain, who has such an ability? Even Elder Lin does not have the ability to control so many types of flames at the same time. Isn't this matter very clear? Xian Qingming's heart slightly moved. Could it really be Zhou Xian? This matter is not easy to handle. Great Elder Yanjun has always disliked Zhou Xian. Why would he give in at this moment? He was certain that Zhou Xian was the culprit behind all of this. Zhou Xian was calm and not worried at all. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Chapter 2279. Since you don't have any evidence, don't slander me. Is it your specialty to flaunt your seniority? Just listen to your side of the story. Doesn't that mean that everyone will die because of your conspiracy? Lingyun said coldly. Who are you? Profound Feng sect is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Yanjun gritted his teeth and stared at Lingyun angrily. If it wasn't for this girl, he would have killed Zhou Xian already. Unfortunately, he was just one step away. She's indeed not a disciple of profound Feng sect. She's an outer sect's guest. Xian Qingming said. You don't have to be unhappy. I'm just telling the truth. But I never thought that the elders of your sect would be this unreasonable. Do you think you can just kill a disciple of the sect just like that? It's really an eye-opener. Ling Yun's words pierced through his heart. Yanjun's expression changed a few times. He was sure that Zhou Xian was the one who killed him. But he really did not have any evidence. Great Elder, I think we should discuss this matter at length. Zhou Xian has contributed greatly to our sect. Even if we have a huge grievance against him, we can't let our disciple be wronged. Zhou Xian said with a deep voice. Xian Qingming said. He contributed greatly to the sect? Don't tell me that I haven't made great contributions to the sect. Is it wrong for me to do this for the sect all these years? Sect Master, your words have really disappointed this old man. Don't I have the right to punish a disciple? Yanjun said. Great Elder, you must know that this is not just Zhou Xian alone. He has gained the support of countless disciples. If we punish Zhou Xian without distinguishing between right and wrong, what will the other disciples think? Will they accept it? Won't our profound Feng sect hurt everyone's heart? Most importantly, you need evidence. Otherwise, we can't judge if this is Zhou Xian's doing. It's hard to convince everyone with just your side of the story, Great Elder. Xian Qingming said. As the sect lord, he was in a dilemma. The Great Elder was highly respected and was the pillar of the sect. On the other hand, Zhou Xian had contributed greatly to the sect and had the support of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect's disciples. Xian Qingming was in a dilemma. Great Elder and I are like brothers, but in this matter I will never give in. Unless Great Elder can show me some evidence, I won't interfere and you can do whatever you want with Xianxia. But if you can't show me any evidence, I have to be responsible for the hearts of the people of the sect. Xian Qingming said firmly. At this moment, Yanjun knew that it was impossible for him to cause any harm to Xianxia. Putting aside the fact that the woman could stop him, even the sect lord was standing on the kid's side. Yanjun was not an unreasonable person. If he continued to pester Xianxia, he would become an unreasonable person. However, the anger in his heart could not be quelled at all. You're right. Yanjun was clear that Xian Qingming was not a person who would tolerate anything. But he did not have any evidence at this moment. It would become a false accusation. At that time, Xianxia would be standing on the moral high ground. I have given my all for the sect. To think that the Great Elder has wronged me like this makes my heart sour. Xianxia sighed with a helpless expression on his face. Don't be too happy. I will make you pay with your blood sooner or later. Yanjun harumphed and left. If he continued to pester Xian Qingming, he would be playing to the crowd. This fellow will understand the consequences of offending him sooner or later. I don't believe that the sect lord can protect you forever. Yanjun suppressed the anger in his heart and left with a gloomy expression. Seeing that the Great Elder had left, Xian Qingming changed the topic and said, Xianxia, although you've rendered meritorious service to the sect, and you've shown brilliantly today to turn things around, you've been implicated in the death of the first elder's grandson. There are many suspicious points and your reward and punishment are equal. You must remember to cultivate properly. Don't let down my expectations of you. If you can come back from the hidden secret realm, I will give you a fortune. Thank you, sect lord. Xianxia will do his best to bring glory to the sect. This heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill has reached the supreme grade. It should be useful to sect lord. I hope that sect lord will accept it. Xianxia passed the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill to Xian Qingming. Cough cough. This isn't too good. Xian Qingming coughed lightly and said with a smile. Xianxia could tell that the sect lord was interested in the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill that he had concocted. So he did a favor and gave the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill to the sect lord. Wasn't it a good thing? Moreover, he could tell that the sect lord was on his side. Xianxia was naturally grateful towards Xian Qingming. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. Xianxia never liked to owe people favors. I don't need this pill. Moreover, I can concoct it myself in the future. But this pill should be useful to sect lord. I hope that sect lord will not reject it. Xianxia smiled. All right then, I shall respectfully accept your invitation. Xian Qingming accepted Xianxia's heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. He was a little excited. This supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was priceless. There was no market for it. It was extremely rare even among heavenly god experts. Xian Qingming never expected that Xianxia could concoct such a high-grade pill. It seemed like he would have to ask for help from Xianxia if he wanted to use pills in the future. Sectlord, what kind of place is the hidden secret realm? Xianxia asked. Xian Qingming's expression turned solemn. He kept the pill and said, the hidden secret realm is a secret realm created by a peerless almighty in the Lone Dragon County. Can be considered as a world of its own. Although it's not as good as the divine world, it's still not that bad compared to the immortal world of the lower planes. But after the fall of that almighty, the hidden secret realm became an ownerless item. Hence, it landed on the 9 Nether Sunset Mountain in the Linha boundary. The hidden secret realm is connected to another world of its own. It will open once every 100 years for a year. In the hidden secret realm, there are treasures and wealth left behind by the Almighty. The entire hidden secret realm is filled with danger. The demonic beasts in the hidden secret realm are extremely terrifying. They are even more terrifying than the demonic beasts in the divine world. Chapter 2280. We, Heavenly Star Sect, Earthly Hades Sect and Yellow Flame Sect are the 4 great sections. Even though Yellow Flame Sect provoked us this time, we will be the strongest allies in the hidden secret realm of Linha boundary. You must remember this point, not everyone can be your back. No one in the sect can help you there. You can only rely on yourself. Those above the heavenly god realm are not allowed to enter, so only disciples below the heavenly god realm can enter. Most of them are around the true god realm. Only a few super sects can send out peak true god realm experts. Your current strength is still too weak. If it wasn't for the last battle where you instantly killed the half-step true god realm Yanqing, I wouldn't even let you enter this place. Because the hidden secret realm is too dangerous. It's also known as the graveyard of the experts. Only 1,000 people will be able to come out alive after entering the hidden secret realm. However, these 1,000 people will become the most influential experts in the Linhe boundary in the next 100 years. Xian Qingming said with a serious face and told Jiang Chen a lot. Jiang Chen was very grateful. Thank you, Sect Lord. In that case, Sect Lord, we shall take our leave. Jiang Chen said. All right. Jiang Chen and Ling Yun left the main hall. Ling Yun's expression was still incomparably solemn and cold, as if nothing could make her happy. This time it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I would have been injured even if he couldn't kill me. Jiang Chen glanced at Ling Yun. This woman never smiles. She always keeps a straight face. Does she always feel lonely at the top? No need. Ling Yun's answer made Jiang Chen smile. What kind of answer is that? But Ling Yun still cared about him. It's just that her personality dictated that she would not say anything. Wait for me to come back. I will let you see a different me. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun's departing figure and the corner of his lips curled up. Jiang Chen was cultivating alone at the foot of Deer Morn Mountain. He noticed that someone was following him and the person was very strong. Who is it? Come out. Jiang Chen's keen senses made it impossible for the other party to hide. However, the other party's strength also made his heart palpitate. This fellow's strength was even greater than the first elder's. Your senses are really sharp. A deep voice echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head, only to discover a gigantic demonic beast. Under its feet, all the grass and trees had completely withered. Flames rose, charring everything in its path. He was the fire Qilin. Have you been following me since we left Qin Mountain Range? Jiang Chen frowned as if he was facing a great enemy. Back then he had felt that someone was following him, but after entering the sect he didn't feel anything. Perhaps the sect's grand protective array had isolated the fire Qilin. And today, when he was cultivating at the foot of Deer Mountain, he once again appeared in front of him, and the fire Qilin had already recovered his strength. Not bad. The fire Qilin said faintly. What do you want? This is the foot of Profound Feng sect. Even if you want to take action, you shouldn't choose this place. Moreover, I have already refined the Dragon Ball. You don't have it anymore. Jiang Chen said. I came here today to make a deal with you. The fire Qilin said seriously. Make a deal with me? Hee. Let's hear it. I'm interested. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. He also wanted to know what the fire Qilin wanted to do after following him for such a long time. I want your 5 elemental true fire. The fire Qilin said. Looks like you're dreaming. Jiang Chen laughed. Don't misunderstand. I don't want your 5 elemental true fire's origin. I need to grow, but I need to devour flames during this period. Ordinary beast flames have little effect on me. Moreover, there are very few beasts that have beast flames. Therefore, I need to find other kinds of flames to devour in order to increase my strength and continue to grow. Your 5 elemental true fire is the most perfect form for my growth. I also have your Qilin Saint fire, but it's not fully formed yet. The other 4 types of flames are also great nourishment for me. So I want to follow you and devour your 5 elemental true fire. During this period I will be your guardian. The fire Qilin said seriously. Jiang Chen could feel the fire Qilin's sincerity. According to what the fire Qilin said, he needed to devour different types of flames to complete his transformation and growth. Moreover, the Qilin was an ancient sacred beast. It was extremely arrogant. Even the dragon race would not have any respect in front of it. Jiang Chen was already shocked that the fire Qilin was willing to lower himself and beg him. Plus, the fire Qilin's strength was quite strong. It had even reached the late true god realm. However, it did not threaten him. It was not because it was not confident in its own strength, but because Jiang Chen had saved its life before. It was a very prideful person. Naturally, it would not do something ungrateful. Although demonic beasts were beasts, they were more honest and cute than humans. Don't worry. I will not covet your 5 elemental true fire. As long as my Qilin Saint fire can evolve, I will be satisfied. Because the 5 elemental true fire is very important to you. I don't want their origin fire. The fire Qilin continued as if it was afraid that Jiangchen would have some worries. Is this really what you want? But you have to be my mount. How about it? Are you willing? Jiangchen said indifferently. I'm just teasing you. Your sincerity has surprised me. Moreover, devouring the 5 elemental true fire will not harm me at all. So I agree. Jiangchen suddenly laughed. Really? The fire Qilin was very excited and almost shed tears of gratitude. Jiangchen patted the fire Qilin's head. If you treat me as your brother, then I will definitely not treat you badly. But if you dare to do anything, I believe you know what I am capable of. Jiangchen said confidently. If it was a battle of life and death, he might not lose to the fire Qilin. Although the two of them were 3 levels apart, Jiangchen still had many tricks up his sleeves. Don't worry. Every word of the Qilin clan is worth 1,000 gold. The fire Qilin said proudly. My name is Xinyuan Fengqi. Jiangchen. But I am going to the hidden secret realm. Can you come with me? I will turn into the size of an ant and lie on your shoulder to cultivate. The Qilin clan's ability to hide is something that no one can discover. Xinyuan Fengqi said confidently. Suddenly, the Xinyuan Fengqi turned into the size of an ant and landed on Jiangchen's shoulder. Interesting. Chapter 2281. At the foot of Deer Morn Mountain in the sect. Xian Qingming's expression was solemn as he stood on the leader's seat. Today I will bring all of you to the Linhe boundary. 3 outer sect disciples and 10 inner sect disciples. During this period of time, all matters in the sect shall be handled by the Great Elder. Those who disobey will be punished according to the sect rules. Xian Qingming said coldly. Understood. Yan Jun said with a powerful and domineering aura. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to have any doubts about the Great Elder being in charge of the sect. Yanjun Lunglung looked at Jiangchen. Fortunately, you entered the hidden secret realm. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Where are the inner and outer sect disciples? A green-clothed man with starry eyebrows and sharp eyes said coldly. This is the inner sect's great senior brother, Pan Hong. I heard that his strength has reached the middle true god realm, comparable to some of the elders. Bai Yunfei said quietly. As expected, he's quite strong. Jiangchen slightly nodded. To be able to become the inner sect's great senior brother, he's definitely not simple. Pan Hong looked at Jiangchen and the others. Everyone had arrived and nodded at Xian Qingming. Jiangchen did not expect to see 2 familiar faces in the inner sect. Inner sect's 7th, Man Shuai. Man Shuai looked at Jiangchen. He was able to become one of the top 10 inner sect disciples because of Jiangchen. Jiangchen was already a half-step true god, but his combat strength was not to be underestimated. Man Shuai was quite grateful towards Jiangchen. If he missed this rare opportunity to enter the hidden secret realm, he might never have the chance to enter the true training grounds of the younger generation experts in the Linhe boundary again. Such an opportunity. It was all Jiangchen's doing. Outer sect's 2nd. I knew you're not an ordinary person. Sure enough. Man Shuai patted on Jiangchen's arm and said. If it was any ordinary disciple, he would have been smashed to pieces by now. Not bad, brother man, haha. You're also improving rapidly. It's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for your daybreak pill, I don't know how long I would be stuck at the peak middle void god realm. Most importantly, I can enter the hidden secret realm this time. I don't know how to repay you for your kindness. Man Shuai was a man of character. He would always remember of Jiangchen's daybreak pill in his heart. You brother man, inner sect's Wang Chongyang. Wang Chongyang gave Jiangchen a glance and his smile became even brighter. You've really impressed me. The current me is no match for you. Jiangchen shrugged. In the past, Wang Chongyang wanted to seize the nameplate from Jiangchen, but was defeated by Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen didn't kill him, which made Wang Chongyang who he was today. Don't worry. If we can come out from the hidden secret realm alive, I will definitely challenge you again. Wang Chongyang's face was full of pride. However, his strength was obvious to everyone. This guy who had been hiding his strength for a few months had actually defeated the inner sect's 9th-ranked disciple and replaced that guy's chance to enter the hidden secret realm. I'll wait for that day. Xianxia said with a smile. Get ready. I'll bring you guys to the Linhe boundary. Xian Qingming said. Is this the sect's teleportation formation? Xianxia was surprised. Yes. This is the teleportation formation built by the sect's old ancestor thousands of years ago. Can send you to the ancient dragon city of the Linhe boundary. It's the biggest city in the Linhe boundary. Yang Jian said quietly. At this moment Xian Qingming waved his hand and pushed everyone to the center of the formation. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones were thrown out from the formation. Instantly the formation shone brightly. Everyone took a deep breath, including Jiang Chen. Tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones were needed to activate this formation. The consumption was too huge. If it wasn't for the void teleportation, no one would be willing to use this teleportation formation. After all, there was only one chance to enter the hidden secret realm every 100 years. Jiang Chen could see that even the sect lord felt the pinch. Tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones. Even a heavenly god expert would not dare to be moved. Isn't this too extravagant? Bai Yunfei sighed, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Because entering the hidden secret realm this time would be the biggest training in their lives. Nobody knew if they could come out from the hidden secret realm. The 1 in 10 chance of survival would definitely be a peerless expert in the Linhe boundary or even the Lone Dragon County. As for the rest of them, they were destined to be the stepping stones and become the fertilizer for the hidden secret realm. Everyone knew that this might be their last. Because there was only a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Those who could walk out of the hidden secret realm would be famous all over the world. But who would be willing to give up such a good opportunity? Just cultivating in the hidden secret realm for a year would bring unimaginable benefits. Death was not scary. What was scary was living a mediocre life. So, even if they had to think twice, they would still want to enter the hidden secret realm without regrets. That was the power of faith. No one would be willing to be mediocre. If an expert wanted to make a comeback, he would need to step on the corpses of other experts. Be quiet, all of you. The formation is about to be activated. Xian Qingming said solemnly. The formation was activated. Instantly a bright light burst out. Everyone held their breath and the 9 revolutions transformation disappeared from the spot. Yu held Ling Yun's hand and her eyes turned red. Big brother didn't even say goodbye to me before leaving. Yu said softly and pouted as if she felt wronged. Isn't that place very dangerous? Sister. Yu raised her head innocently and looked at Ling Yun. It's not dangerous. Big brother will definitely come back. When he comes back, I'll bring you out of here. Ling Yun said softly. Looking at the formation eye where Jiang Chen disappeared, she felt a little lonely. But she still believed that a mere hidden secret realm would not be able to stop him. Don't make me look down on you. Ling Yun said to Jiang Chen in her heart. All right. I must see Big Brother come back alive. Yu turned around and held back her tears. She was young, but she was not stupid. Big Brother would definitely die if he went, but she had no other choice. She could not follow him because that would only be a burden to him. Yu swore in her heart that one day, I will stand in front of you with my head held high. I will definitely protect you, Big Brother. Chapter 2282. The ancient dragon city could be considered as the biggest city in the entire Linhe boundary. The inner city had a circumference of 100,000 miles. Cultivators were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. This was also the favorite place for human experts to stay. It was said that the city lord of this city was a divine king expert. That was why he was able to suppress the bandits and monstrous geniuses. No one dared to cause trouble in the ancient dragon city. The cultivators here were everywhere in the entire Linhe boundary. It was much more prosperous than any other place. True god experts could be seen everywhere. Heavenly god experts were not rare either. Moreover, the opening of the hidden secret realm would definitely attract countless experts. Once an expert came out from the hidden secret realm and brought out something good, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It was a common occurrence in the entire ancient dragon city. This place is really lively. Jiang Chen looked at the surrounding city. It was the same as the immortal world. But the people here were obviously stronger. Not a single one of them was easy to deal with. There were also a lot of peddlers and commoners. Hundreds of millions of people gathered to form ancient dragon city's 10,000-year splendor. This is the eastern part of the ancient dragon city. 3 days later we will enter the hidden secret realm. Before that we need to go to the sect union of the Linha boundary. The 100 sect alliance is there. If we want to enter the hidden secret realm, we need to get our nameplates there. Xian Qingming said. During this period of time no one is allowed to cause trouble. If you really offend some big shots, I'm afraid that even I, the sect lord, cannot protect you. I do not wish for anything to go wrong in this trip to the hidden secret realm. Isn't this sect Lord Xian? You're early. 100 years ago your profound Feng sect was annihilated. Not a single one of them came out from the hidden secret realm. Are you going to send yourself to death this time? Hee. A strange voice appeared beside Xian Qingming. Currently there were many experts gathered in front of the sect union. All of them were the elites of their respective sections. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Li Shuangqiang, to think that your mouth is still so smelly. Isn't there only one person left in your giant eagle sect? What's there to be proud of? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Xian Qingming said in a deep voice. Even Jiang Qin and the others were slightly stunned. They never thought that there would be such a story. 100 years ago the entire profound Feng sect was annihilated. None of those who entered the hidden secret realm came out alive. This also meant how terrifying the hidden secret realm was. Those who entered it, if they could come out alive even if they were alone, they would definitely become a true expert. Alone not bad. Lin Feng is already an elder of the giant eagle sect, huh? Li Shuangqiang said proudly. It's better than Xian Qingming having no one. I hope that you can still remain so calm this time around. I hope that you won't be completely annihilated this time around. Leng Ling said. Of course not. This time our giant eagle sect has even more prodigies. Xian Qingming watched carefully. Li Shuangqiang led his 15 disciples and swaggered into the sect union with an air of arrogance. I don't like this guy. Bai Yunfei harumphed coldly. Yeah. I hope that we won't be completely annihilated this time around. Wang Chongyang shrugged and said. Absolutely not. With Jiang Qin here we'll definitely be able to sweep away all the obstacles. Bai Yunfei waved his hand and said. No one will think that you're mute if you don't speak, Senior Bai. Jiang Qin stared at Bai Yunfei. Wang Chongyang had always been grateful towards Jiang Qin, but at the same time he also had the fighting spirit, treating Jiang Qin as his strongest opponent. At this moment, no one dared to say anything because Xian Qingming's expression was extremely serious. What Li Shuangqiang said just now was really unpleasant. Xian Qingming had lost his face 100 years ago. Otherwise, the number of people entering the hidden secret realm this time would not be less than 2. Even a sect like the Giant Eagle sect would have 15 people entering the hidden secret realm. Qingming, long time no see. Greetings, second elder. Xian Qingming slightly bowed towards the middle-aged man and said with a smile. There's no need for formalities between us. Profound Feng sect has been dormant for 100 years. Will you give us a surprise? Ren Yuanzi laughed. He was the second elder of Heavenly Star sect. His strength was unfathomable. He was even stronger than Xian Qingming. I'm ashamed. I hope we can get a good ranking. It won't be as embarrassing as last year. This time, Xian Qingming shook his head and sighed. It's all right. This time, with the strength of our 4 sects, there won't be any problem. Lu Quanchao greets Sect Lord Xian. Greetings, Sect Lord Xian. A young man with curly hair slightly bowed. This is the chief disciple of Heavenly Star sect. His strength has reached the peak of late True God realm. Even in the entire Linha boundary, he's definitely one of the top prodigies. When Ren Yuanzi looked at Lu Quanchao, his eyes were filled with pride. Although Xian Qingming knew that Ren Yuanzi was not trying to show off, he still felt that it was a little difficult. Profound Feng sect and Heavenly Star sect might be brother sects, but their strengths were very different. I'm Lu Quanchao. This time I will not let you guys down. I will definitely protect you guys. Lu Quanchao's words were filled with confidence. Jiang Qin and the others nodded silently. This person was really strong. Jiang Qin was slightly moved. The 10 great sects of the Linha boundary did have a deep foundation. Ren Yuanzi was the second elder, but his strength was very strong. He was even stronger than Xian Qingming. Only now did they realize how terrifying the experts outside were. Along the way, Jiang Qin had met hundreds and thousands of heavenly god realm experts. As the leader of the four great sects, the heavenly star sect's strength was quite remarkable. There were a total of 24 people behind Lu Quanchao. The weakest among them was a mid-true god, on par with the chief disciple of Profound Feng sect, Pan Hong. Among the 25 disciples there was a purple-clothed girl. Her expression was cold and her beautiful face was like jade, attracting many people's gazes. However, she was indifferent. Even Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others could not help but look at the girl, their eyes filled with admiration. Heavenly Star Sect is a place that nurtures geniuses. Everyone is envious of them. He. Xian Qingming said. My old ancestor Dilong is here. Ha. The great elder of the earthly Hades sect, old ancestor Dilong, laughed as he walked towards them. 18 disciples followed behind him. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful. Although they could not be compared to Ren Yuanzi's heavenly star sect, they were still outstanding. The leader was a late true god. The weakest disciple of the earthly Hades sect was an early true god. You brat, you're always so ostentatious. Chapter 2283. You don't have to look down on me, Ren Yuanzi. Last time our earthly Hades sect also competed with our strength. When are you going to let our earthly Hades sect have a seat at the top of your sect? Old ancestor Dilong said with a sinister smile. However, he was not hostile towards Profound Feng sect. Brother Dilong, how have you been? Xian Qingming said with a smile. I've been well. Why is Mu Tianan not here yet? Is the Yellow Flame sect going to disband? As soon as old ancestor Dilong finished his words, a skinny middle-aged man in a yellow robe slowly walked towards them. Behind him were 13 young disciples. The one leading the group was Jiang Hao, who had met Jiang Chen before. It was unexpected that they would meet here. You old fart, don't tell me you were hoping that I wouldn't come? Mu Tianan said with a cold smile. Jiang Hao and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Both of them were filled with battle intent. Although Jiang Chen was better than Jiang Hao in alchemy, Jiang Hao was not afraid of Jiang Chen in terms of cultivation. Who is Jiang Chen? Mu Tianan looked at the disciple behind Xian Qingming and asked. Old Mu, are you treating me as if I'm not here? Xian Qingming said with a cold smile. I only want to know who can concoct a supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Mu Tianan said calmly. At this moment, both old ancestor Dilong and Ren Yuanzi widened their eyes and their facial expression became solemn. They had heard about the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill before. It was not something that an ordinary person could concoct. Even some alchemist masters might not have the confidence to concoct such a pill, especially when Jiang Chen used the leftover waste of Jiang Hao to concoct it. Mu Tianan couldn't believe it. You said that there's someone in their sect who can concoct a supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? Old ancestor Dilong asked in surprise. That's right. Xian Qingming should know about this. Mu Tianan said. I'm Jiang Chen. I'm just lucky. A supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was not that easy to refine. The difficulty of refining it again is unimaginable. Jiang Chen faintly smiled. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Under the gazes of Ren Yuanzi, Patriarch Dilong, Mu Tianan and the rest, as well as the many curious gazes of the various sects' disciples, his expression remained calm and composed. However, there weren't many people who put Jiang Chen in their eyes. Because Jiang Chen's strength was too weak. A peak late void god was in existence that they could kill easily. What about the pills? Where's he now? I'm willing to trade with you. Name your price. Little fellow. Old ancestor Dilong said solemnly. The supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was so terrifying that even the famous alchemist grandmasters of the earthly Hades sect and heavenly star sect were not confident in concocting it. A high-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill should not be difficult for them, but it was not very useful for heavenly gods like old ancestor Dilong. Cough cough, I've already eaten. Xian Qingming cleared his throat and said. Hey, forget it. Why are you so greedy? Old ancestor Dilong was regretful. Why wasn't he a disciple of his sect? To be able to concoct a supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill at such a young age. This was shocking. No wonder he was so weak. He spent all his energy on concocting pills. Although Zhou Xian had become a famous person in the four great sects, he was also the most embarrassed one because his strength was too weak. Little friend, if you still have more heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill, please give me one. Old ancestor Di Long said with a hint of hope. I really don't have any more. Please don't blame me, great elder. Zhou Xian smiled apologetically. Ah, heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? This kid can concoct a heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? Interesting. This is the first time I, Jiang Qingzi, heard of someone who's not even at the true God realm. If you have a supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill, I'll take as many as you have. A bearded man sneered and said with disdain towards Zhou Xian. You're from the Divine Pill sect, why are you here? Ren Yuanzi said coldly. What I want to tell you is that you're all too naive. Even the genius alchemist of my Divine Pill sect only managed to concoct a low-grade supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill once. Do you really think that it's that easy to concoct such a pill? To think that a kid could lie to all of you. If you're so talented, so what if my Divine Pill sect takes you in? Jiang Qingzi's expression was cold as he sneered. Who do you think you are? What kind of place do you think your Divine Pill sect is? Who wants to go there? Zhou Xian said proudly. Everyone held their breaths and their expression became solemn. Because Zhou Xian's words were ungrateful to them. Many people from the other sects gathered around them. What kind of place was the Divine Pill sect? It was the third-ranked sect in the entire Linhe boundary. In the Divine Pill sect, there were many experts and almost half of the disciples knew how to concoct pills. It was a paradise for alchemists and there were even immortal-grade alchemists there. If one had more than 50% success rate in concocting a supreme-grade alchemist, then one could be called a supreme-grade alchemist. It was the same for immortal-grade alchemist. It was not difficult to become an upper-grade alchemist. However, one must have exceptional talent to become an upper-grade alchemist. In the entire Divine Pill sect, there were more than 1,000 upper-grade alchemists. In Profound Feng sect there was only Lin Zhongqiang and Gu Wanfeng. Lin Zhongqiang could only concoct a peak upper-grade pill. The success rate of concocting a supreme-grade pill was less than 1 in 10. In the Divine Pill sect there were more than 30 supreme-grade alchemists. Only the sect lord and the great elder had the ability to concoct an immortal-grade alchemist. As the seventh elder of the Divine Pill sect, Jiang Qingzi was only at the level of a supreme-grade alchemist. But not every pill had such a high success rate. The Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was the same. The difficulty of concocting such a pill was comparable to other peak-grade alchemists. In other words, even he was not confident that he could concoct a supreme-grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. That was why he felt that Zhou Xian was just talking nonsense. If there was such a super genius, then it was reasonable for the Divine Pill sect to be recruited. Almost everyone in the Linhe boundary wanted to join the Divine Pill sect. You may not know about other sects, but the Divine Pill sect was a transcendent existence. Even the first-ranked Clearstream sect and Ghost Eye sect did not want to offend the Divine Pill sect. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. If I have the chance to enter the Divine Pill sect, I will do my best to enter even if I have to use all my strength. Yeah, he's too arrogant. But it seems like it's not that he doesn't want to enter, but his strength is too weak. Chapter 2284. More and more people gathered around. The area in front of the sect union was packed with people. Every sect was the same. Since the Divine Pill sect, Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sect were all here, everyone wanted to find out what was going on. Such arrogance. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on my Divine Pill sect? How shameless. A white-robed man stepped forward and said coldly. It's not that I'm looking down on your Divine Pill sect, but your Divine Pill sect is worthless. You can't even refine a supreme-grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? How dare you talk nonsense here? Zhou Xian sneered. Ren Yuanzi, old ancestor Di Long, Shen Qingming and the others were slightly stunned. Jiang Chen's words had offended the entire Divine Pill sect. To put it bluntly, it was like a toad yawning. Such arrogance. He did not even put the Divine Pill sect in his eyes. Could it be that you can refine it? The white-robed man shouted. Are you out of your mind? If I can't refine it, why would I talk to you about this? Jiang Chen snorted and said with a laugh. Good, good, good. What a sharp tongue. Why don't we have a competition here? Whoever loses will be a puppy. Li Yanchao said angrily. He stared at Jiang Chen and wanted to have a competition with him. Aren't you childish? Whoever loses is a puppy. Since you want to have a competition, why don't we show our true abilities and have a good competition? There should be some reward, right? Jiang Chen's words caused everyone to laugh. Indeed, it's not kids playing house. Whoever loses is a puppy. We're all adults, can't we have some manners? Jiang Qingzi stood up at this moment and looked at Li Yanchao. He was the number 3 genius disciple in the entire Divine Pill sect. His strength had reached the late True God realm. His alchemy skills were extremely terrifying. The number 3 disciple of the Divine Pill sect was comparable to the top disciples of the top 10 sects in the Linhe boundary. Are you confident, Li Yanchao? Jiang Qingzi purposely asked. It's as easy as pie. Li Yanchao said proudly. All right, since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Jiang Qingzi was full of confidence. He knew that Li Yanchao would be able to deal with this little guy easily. He just wanted to let everyone know how powerful the Divine Pill sect was. Ren Yuanzi and Xian Qingming looked at each other helplessly. Especially Xian Qingming, he did not know if Jiang Chen had the confidence. Moreover, he was too reckless. One must know that his opponent was from the Divine Pill sect, not Jiang Hao from the Yellow Flame sect. The gap between the two of them was not just a little. He's indeed a little reckless, but his courage is commendable. If he could really concoct a supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill, the Divine Pill sect would definitely be disgraced, and this group of people wouldn't need to be so arrogant. The people of the Divine Pill sect have always been arrogant. Just because of their alchemy skills, everyone is respectful to them. I have been displeased with them for a long time. Ren Yuanzi smiled faintly. Although Jiang Chen was not a disciple of the Heavenly Star sect, he still found him pleasing to the eye. It's my first time seeing someone who dares to be so arrogant and look down on the Divine Pill sect. Haha, refreshing, refreshing. I like this kid a lot. It's best if he can concoct a heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill that suits me. Hee hee. Old Ancestor Di Long squinted his eyes. He was also extremely curious. If he can really defeat the people of the Divine Pill sect, I think I won't be so angry anymore. Mu Tianan smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Hao, who was behind him. Do you think he can win? I don't know, but I think it's 50-50. Although Jiang Chen is not from the Divine Pill sect, his alchemy skills are extremely terrifying. At least I am not his match. Jiang Hao lowered his head in shame. As a rare alchemist of the Yellow Flame sect, he was so weak in front of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Hao did not feel ashamed at all. It's not scary to lose, what's scary is that you can't afford to lose. If Jiang Chen was able to defeat the people of the Divine Pill sect, Fourth Mu Tianan and Xian Qingming would be extremely happy. One could imagine the prestige of the Divine Pill sect. However, they would not use force to oppress Jiang Chen at this moment. They would use their expertise in alchemy to deal a fatal blow to Jiang Chen. Using virtue to win over others, wouldn't that make them more famous? Li Yanchao's strength and alchemy skills were extremely powerful. Otherwise, Jiang Qingzi would not be so relaxed at this moment. There's someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He dares to challenge the alchemy skills of the Divine Pill sect. In the entire Linhe boundary, I'm afraid no one can defeat him. The position of the Divine Pill sect is unshakable. Doesn't he know that? That's right. But there's someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It can't be helped. I'm speechless. There must be something wrong with this person's brain. Challenging the alchemy skills of the Divine Pill sect is no different from playing with fire. Then let's wait and see. At this moment, Jiang Chen had become everyone's target. No one believed that he could win against Li Yanchao. One should know that Li Yanchao was also famous. His alchemy skills could even be compared to some of the sect's elders. Jiang Qingzi naturally trusted Li Yanchao. Say it. What's the wager? Li Yanchao looked down at Jiang Chen. My wager is a divine tool. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, he took out a divine tool. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. Xian Qingming's pupils shrunk. This fella is too extravagant. And he has a divine tool. Did Ling Yun give it to him? There were simply too many secrets on this fellow. A divine artifact right off the bat. This disciple of yours is a little surprising. Qingming. Ren Yuanzi smiled. As the second elder of the Heavenly Star sect, he naturally would not covet Jiang Chen's divine tool. However, he was slightly shocked. A powerful divine tool was extremely attractive even to Heavenly God Realm experts like them. Good lad. Interesting. His aggressiveness had probably shocked everyone present. He had taken out a god artifact with just a raise of his hand. Just how arrogant was that? Old ancestor Di Long nodded silently. Jiang Chen held the divine tool in his hand. It was refined by him in his free time. Although it was not a supreme-grade weapon, it was still a true divine tool. It was quite attractive to Heavenly God Realm experts. As for those true God Realm experts, they were naturally shocked. No one dared to look down on Jiang Chen anymore. Because this fellow was too overbearing. He dared to take out a divine tool as a wager. How heroic was that? Who wouldn't accept it? All right. What do you want? Say it. Li Yanchao's eyes lit up as he stared at the divine tool in Jiang Chen's hand. He could not move an inch. The pill formula for healing divine soul injuries must be used by Heavenly God Realm experts and above. Jiang Chen said faintly. He also had a low-grade pill formula. However, it had little effect on Ling Yun's injuries. The soul-stabilizing pill had no effect on Ling Yun at all. So simple. Chapter 2285. Seventh Elder I. Li Yanchao looked at Jiang Qingzi and said, I have it here. Don't worry. If you win, I will give you the pill formula with both hands. Everyone here can be my witness. If you lose, the divine tool will be mine. Li Yanchao was slightly stunned, but he could not say a word. Don't worry. I will not take the divine tool. You can have it. Jiang Qingzi said faintly. Li Yanchao was overjoyed because the seventh elder was not greedy for the divine tool. The divine tool would still be given to him. Don't be happy too early. The divine tool might not be yours. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Li Yanchao was very confident and Jiang Chen was not hesitant at all. It's time to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill again. This time he should be able to concoct 3 of them at once. At that time he would give them to the 3 seniors of Heavenly Star Sect, Earthly Hades Sect and Yellow Flame Sect. In the future, Profound Feng Sect would definitely have a good relationship with them. Jiang Chen had already expected this. I never expected Jiang Chen to be so domineering. You're indeed a disciple of Profound Feng Sect. Senior Bai is proud of you. Bai Yunfei laughed and said, You're indeed a monstrous existence. Others might not believe you, but I do. Man Shuai said with a smile. He was very confident in Jiang Chen. Even though he was quite arrogant, Man Shuai still admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. You must not lose. Otherwise, I don't know how many people are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Wang Chongyang smiled faintly. He felt that Jiang Chen would not lose. Since he had the confidence to do it, he would not be fighting with his back against the wall. Jiang Chen's leisurely walk was enough to prove that he was very confident. Watch carefully. I will let you see what a true supreme-grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is. Li Yanchao said with a smile. However, his tone was filled with provocation and arrogance. As the 3rd genius disciple of the Divine Pill Sect, he should have some pride. Although Li Yanchao couldn't refine a supreme-grade elixir every time, his success rate was still not bad. Moreover, he had also tried to refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill and succeeded a few times. However, the best one he made was only a peak upper-grade elixir. He was only one step away from refining a supreme-grade elixir. It should be known that the difficulty of refining the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was much more difficult than ordinary elixirs. Moreover, that was 3 years ago. The current Li Yanchao was no longer the same as he was in the past. He was not afraid of Jiang Chen. Li Yanchao did not show any signs of weakness. He immediately took out his trump card, the Beast Fire of the Fire Cloud Leopard. It was a terrifying beast fire. It was comparable to the beast fire of Jiang Hao's flaming dragon bear. Li has said, "This beast fire is Qin. I can see that he is a Jiang. Don't speak too early. It's still too early to comment. I can't wait." Supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. It would be great if I could have one. A supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. I reckon it would not be lower than 1,000 high-grade divine origin stones if I were to auction it. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Hao unhurriedly. "Brother Jiang, do you have any more herbs to concoct the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill?" "All right." Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all. Many people were watching. This time, Jiang Chen had asked him for the materials to concoct the pill. He had shown his face in front of many people. Plus, Jiang Hao did not hate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had defeated him. It only meant that Jiang Chen was powerful. If Jiang Chen had defeated Li Yanchao, it meant that Jiang Chen did not lose too far. Plus, Li Yanchao was one of the best alchemists in the Divine Pill sect. He was one of the top 3 disciples in the sect. Jiang Chen did not care about it at all. He took out his divine weapon and fought with Li Yanchao. Jiang Chen's boldness was worthy of his admiration. Almost everyone on the scene was shocked by Jiang Chen's boldness. The moment he took out the divine weapon, no one doubted him anymore. Even if he lost the match, no one would blame him for it. Arrogant and conceited. At this point, no one cared about the final result. What they wanted to see was this thrilling and heart-pounding feeling. Jiang Hao threw the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill to Jiang Chen. Does this guy really have something up his sleeves? Lu Quanchao looked solemn. He could not help but be interested in Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was only a late void god, his courage was not something an ordinary late true god would dare to challenge. Plus, the one he challenged was the strongest sect in the Linhe boundary, the Divine Pill sect. It was not going to be easy. As the people of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects, whether it was Ren Yuanzi Old Ancestor Dilong or even Mu Tianan, they all hoped that Jiang Chen could win. However, it all depended on his own luck. Moreover, there were already more than 10 sects watching the battle. This was a battle that the Profound Feng sect and the Divine Pill sect could not afford to lose. If they lost, the Divine Pill sect would lose their face. Moreover, they had never thought that they would lose to an unknown disciple of a low-grade sect. Jiang Chen looked at Li Yanchao refining and purifying the pill step by step. He was not in a hurry and his technique was extremely skillful. He seemed to be a pretty good alchemist. However, that was all. No matter how strong he was, Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat him. One had to know that the materials Jiang Chen had used last time were of the worst quality, and the pills he'd concocted had already reached the level of supreme rank. This time, however, Jiang Chen had used the best ingredients available. The difference between the two was self-evident. Seeing that Li Yanchao was about to complete the fusion of the pill, Jiang Chen took action. "I would like to see how you are going to win against the Divine Pill sect." Jiang Chengzi looked down on the world. In the Linhe boundary, there was no one who was better than the Divine Pill sect in alchemy. Even Jiang Chengzi was dumbfounded when he saw Jiang Chen's beast fire. This beast fire was too powerful. He could feel that the beast fire was suppressing Li Yanchao's beast fire. The beast fire of the fire cloud leopard was one of the best among the beast fires, but it still couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's beast fire. Jiang Chen's beast fire was extremely powerful. What kind of beast fire is that? Jiang Chengzi and Li Yanchao were puzzled. They could not sense what Jiang Chen's beast fire was. Not far behind Jiang Chengzi was a skinny young man in a gray robe. His expression was slightly twisted as he stared at the Qilin Saint fire in Jiang Chen's hand. He nodded silently and murmured with a hoarse voice. Chapter 2286. Jiang Qingzi was slightly shocked. That person was a supreme-grade alchemist that even he could not compare to. He was the strongest alchemist in the entire Divine Pill sect. There were only 2 people who were stronger than him. One was the second elder and the other was the sect leader. "Are you sure that his beast fire is the Qilin Saint fire?" The skinny man nodded and closed his eyes. Jiang Qingzi squinted his eyes. Although he could not do anything now, it would be their world after entering the hidden secret realm. At that time, Jiang Qin would have nowhere to hide. Even if he wanted to take his life, it would be a piece of cake. A late void god dared to come here to participate in the hidden secret realm. Jiang Qingzi was already dissatisfied that these places were given to the low-grade sections. Jiang Chen's purification speed was much faster this time. Compared to the time when he fought against Jiang Hao, it was much more precise. Moreover, the medicinal herbs that he purified were of the highest quality. Dozens of medicinal herbs began to fuse and interweave with each other. At this moment, Li Yanchao had reached the last step, forming the pill. Supreme grade. Must be a supreme grade. Li Yanchao murmured in his heart. When he opened his alchemy furnace, his eyes exploded with a bright light. He was exceptionally surprised. Although it was barely a supreme grade, it was still a supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Compared to a high-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill, it was many times stronger. I did it. I did it. A supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Li Yanchao's eyes shone brightly. The crowd cheered for him. Supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. In the eyes of the other sects, Li Yanchao was incomparably proud. Such a talent, even the 10 great sects might not have a few supreme grade alchemists. However, a mere disciple of the divine pill sect had reached the level of a supreme grade alchemist. How could they not be shocked? At the same time, the other sects were filled with envy. The divine pill sect really lives up to its name. Yeah, Li Yanchao from the divine pill sect is stronger after all. The supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill is something that even heavenly god experts would want. That's what I said. An expert is an expert after all. Profound Feng sect dares to challenge the divine pill sect? You really overestimate yourself, Now some people started to lick the divine pill sect's boots and cheer for them. The supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was the limit. How could a mere disciple concoct an immortal grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? Even if you managed to concoct it, your body would probably explode from the immortal grade pill, because it was not an energy that anyone below the heavenly god realm could control. Li Yanchao and Jiang Qingzi were incomparably happy because the divine tool would definitely belong to them. Moreover, Jiang Qin had no chance of winning at all. This was a one-sided massacre. However, Jiang Qin did not give up. In less than 3 minutes after Li Yanchao finished concocting the pill, he also concocted the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Moreover, he concocted 3 pills in a row. Every pill was crystal clear and filled with a dense pill fragrance. Moreover, the strong pill qi made people feel relaxed and happy. The gray-robed skinny young man shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Li Yanchao and Jiang Qingzi's expressions turned solemn. Both of them were looking at the scene in front of them. They did not know whose elixir was truly of the highest quality. This, Jiang Qingzi murmured. His eyes slowly squinted and shrunk. Because the dense pill fragrance had attracted him. You can have a look and see whose heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill is better. Jiang Qin said calmly. With a flick of his finger, Jiang Qingzi caught Jiang Chen's heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill in his hand. He took a deep breath. Comparing it to Li Yanchao's pill, the two couldn't be compared at all. Jiang Chen's heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was also a supreme grade pill. However, it was infinitely close to the immortal grade. A peak supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Perhaps even divine kings would not hesitate to spend a fortune to buy one. Li Yanchao stared at the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill in Jiang Qingzi's hand. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. His heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was incomparable to Jiang Chen's. I hope Senior can tell me the truth. What do you think of my heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? Jiang Chen's words were like a hammer hammering on his heart. Jiang Qingzi knew that Li Yanchao had lost. Moreover, he had lost completely. His opponent's heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill had completely crushed him. You've won. Although Jiang Qingzi's voice was soft, the surrounding people could hear it clearly. This sentence came from the mouth of the divine pill sect's elder, Jiang Qingzi. This proved that the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill refined by Jiang Qin was much better than Li Yanchao's supreme grade pill. Ren Yuanzi, old ancestor Di Long, and the others were slightly stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Such a young man appearing in profound Feng sect was truly a cause for celebration. Only Xian Qingming's face was filled with confidence. However, it was impossible to say that he was not excited. Almost everyone was looking at Jiang Chen. At this moment, following Jiang Qingzi's words, the crowd was in an uproar. No one believed that it was true. However, even Jiang Qingzi had admitted it. How could it be false? Li Yanchao seemed to have lost his soul. His face was extremely gloomy. He never thought that he would fail miserably and lose to a late void god kid. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, how could the kid's alchemy be better than his own? This was simply too inconceivable. I don't believe it. Li Yanchao gritted his teeth and said. However, Jiang Qingzi's gaze made him back off. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Jiang Qingzi Lung said. Li Yanchao finally gave up on his impulse. At this moment he thought that he would definitely win, but it had become Jiang Chen's show. At this moment, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the Linhe boundary. Although Jiang Chen was not strong, his alchemy skills had shocked everyone. Even the people of the Divine Pill sect felt ashamed. At this moment, the Divine Pill sect would not send anyone to fight against Jiang Chen anymore. This competition ended with Jiang Chen's victory. Where's my pill formula? Senior. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Qingzi with a smile. Humph. Don't be happy too early. Jiang Qingzi threw a silk scroll to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen scanned it with his divine sense and felt relieved. Jiang Qingzi did not lie to him. He did not dare to cheat in front of so many people. The soul-nurturing pill was better than the soul-stabilizing pill. Furthermore, it wasn't considered a peerless grade pill. However, this pill recipe was extremely rare. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like he didn't come here for nothing. At least he got the recipe for Ling Yun. The mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. Let's wait and see. Li Yanchao Lung looked at Jiang Chen and turned to leave. The people of the Divine Pill sect also turned and left. Chapter 2287. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Because Jiang Chen gave 3 peak supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pills to others. Senior Ren Yuanzi, Senior Di Long, Senior Mu, these 3 heavenly fire great rejuvenating pills are given to the 3 of you. Please accept them. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Ren Yuanzi and the other 2. They looked at Jiang Chen with astonishment. 3 peak supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pills. Even a divine king expert might not be able to sit still. Yet Jiang Chen just gave them away. At this moment even Xian Qingming was a little envious. His heavenly fire great rejuvenating pills were not as good as these 3 pills. However, Xian Qingming understood that Jiang Chen's gift of pills might have a deeper meaning. It would play a crucial role in the future development and alliance of the 4 great sections. Ren Yuanzi and the others were not stupid. Jiang Chen's gift of pills would make it harder for them to resist the profound Feng sect. The 4 great sects would also become more united. Is this true? Old Ancestor Di Long looked at Jiang Chen in shock. It's just a pill. Jiang Chen said calmly. However, at this moment the entire sect union was boiling. Just a pill? One had to know that that was a supreme grade pill. Moreover, it was the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill that even heavenly god powerhouses needed immensely. Such a pill had a price but no supply. Every time a high-grade pill appeared in an auction, it was an existence that had a price but no supply. Jiang Chen waved his hand and gave the pills to the 3 of them. Ren Yuanzi and Mu Tianan looked at each other. Both of them were extremely happy, especially Mu Tianan. He never thought that this kid from the profound Feng sect would be so generous. This was not just the demeanor of a great sect. How could he do such a thing if he didn't have a big heart? If these 3 pills were to be auctioned, it would be a great fortune. Especially to Jiang Chen, who was only a late void god. Even a lifetime of glory and splendor was more than enough. Some people thought that there was something wrong with Jiang Chen's brain, but there were also people who couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen's magnanimity. In this way, many people who coveted him had to reconsider. Such a magnanimous person was really rare in this world. Jiang Chen's gift of elixirs made all the disciples, including the elders and sect masters, go crazy. This was beyond their understanding. Who would give such elixirs to others? Moreover, the person who gave the gift was a void god disciple. Jiang Chen's name was destined to spread throughout the sect union. This kid is really surprising. Damn it, why don't I have such a talented alchemist under me? Old Ancestor D Long curled his lips and said unwillingly. In other words, she couldn't help but like Zhou Xian. After all, Zhou Xian had given him a peak-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. This kindness could not be expressed in just a few words. You're right. This time it seems like Profound Feng sect is going to be famous in the hidden secret realm. Moreover, this Zhou Xian will definitely become the center of attention this time. Ring Yuanzi said with a faint smile. In his heart, his evaluation of Zhou Xian became higher. But this is not a good thing. You should know that a gentleman's wealth will bring trouble to himself. I advise you not to let him enter the hidden secret realm. Otherwise he will be targeted by many people. Now that his name has spread far and wide, the Divine Pill sect is just one of them. Mu Tianan said faintly. Although his words were not pleasant to hear, Xian Qingming had already thought about it. What he said was right. At this moment, Zhou Xian had become the lifelong residence of the entire hidden secret realm. Once he enters the hidden secret realm, there will be a fierce battle. Xian Qingming frowned. This was indeed a problem. This time Zhou Xian had won a lot of applause for himself in Profound Feng sect. However, he might not be able to make a comeback in the hidden secret realm. After all, his strength was too weak. A late void god. This level was the lowest in the entire hidden secret realm. Damn it. I told you that you can do it. Good job, Zhou Xian. Bai Yunfei hammered on Zhou Qian's shoulder. The people of the four sects were cheering for Zhou Xian. Even some of the other sects were impressed by Zhou Xian. Such a young man was rare in the world. Many female disciples were secretly in love with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian smiled without saying a word. He was already used to the crowd's cheers. At this moment he was looking forward to the hidden secret realm more. It will be a battle of life and death. A battle of the young experts of the Linhe boundary. Xian Qingming hesitated for a while. He knew that this was for Zhou Qian's own good. But could he really do it without hesitation if he took away Zhou Qian's qualification to enter the hidden secret realm? Xian Qingming could not do it for such an outstanding disciple. Zhou Xian, I feel that your strength is still lacking. Otherwise, don't enter the hidden secret realm. Xian Qingming said in a low voice. He was slightly embarrassed to say these words, but he had no other choice. What Mu Tianan said was right. Zhou Xian had won the supreme glory for the Profound Feng sect and won the applause of the audience. Was he really willing to retreat at this moment? Xian Qingming felt that Zhou Xian was not such a person. Sect Lord, you should know that I killed Yanqing in a second for the sake of this hidden secret realm. So I will not give up, Yanqing said. Zhou Xian shook his head and said. Xian Qingming sighed. He chose to respect Zhou Qian's opinion. However, the final result was not what he wanted to see. In the entire hidden secret realm there were many experts. He might not be able to become one of the best amongst them. Zhou Qian is the hope of our Profound Feng sect's rise. You guys must ensure Zhou Qian's safety. Pan Hong, don't disappoint me this time. Xian Qingming looked at Pan Hong and said. Yes, Sect Lord. Pan Hong will definitely not let you down. Zhang Hao, if necessary, join forces with Profound Feng sect in the hidden secret realm. We must not let him suffer any losses, especially Zhou Qian. Mu Tianan said. I understand. Zhang Hao nodded and said. Zhang Lady, protect Zhou Qian well. Our earthly Hades sect will not let anyone bully us. Not our brothers. Old Ancestor D Long said. Yes. Old Ancestor. A delicate-looking man said respectfully. Ling Long, protect Zhou Qian well. Ring Yuanzi looked at the only female disciple behind him and said. All right. Ling Long nodded lightly and glanced at Zhou Qian. Her expression was as calm as the wind. Zhou Qian also gave Ling Long a glance. That girl's beauty had attracted the attention of countless people. She was the daughter of the heavens, destined to stand above the clouds. Chapter 2288. I heard that there's going to be a large-scale auction at the eastern city's Jiyuan Square tomorrow night. Can we go and have a look? Sect? Bai Yunfei's eyes brightened up and said with a smile. He did not know where he got the news that there would be a large-scale auction at the eastern city's Jiyuan Square. Many people would be coming here to bid. Xian Qingming frowned his brows. But when he saw the hopeful expression of Jiang Qin and the others, he could not be ruthless. After all, Jiang Qin had just won such a great honor for Profound Feng sect. Even the people of Divine Pill sect were not as good as him. Such honor made Xian Qingming feel that Profound Feng sect's face was shining. You must come back before the sun sets, Xian Qingming said. Bai Yunfei and the others cheered. After all, it was their first time leaving the sect. Moreover, it was the biggest city in the Linhe boundary. How could they hold back their excitement? You guys go too. You must come back before the sun sets tomorrow night. Ring Yuanzi looked at the youths behind him who were eager to try. Since they were still in a state of cultivating the secular world, weren't they the same in the past? No one could pass the secular world. Moreover, this was a necessary lesson for them in the future, to see all kinds of people and encounter all kinds of strange things. Jiang Qin was different. Whether it was the mortal world or the immortal world or even the divine world, his heart was as calm as still water. Compared to these youths, he had lived through 3 lifetimes. The trials and tribulations that he had gone through were not something that these people could understand. Jiang Chen's calmness and silence was different from the others. It made him stand out from the crowd. Old ancestor Di Long and Mu Tianan also let their disciples go out and have some fun. This might be their last cheer. Because no one knew how many of them would be able to come out alive after entering the hidden secret realm. This was something that no one could be sure of. Even Ring Yuanzi, old ancestor Di Long and the other elders of the great sects could not be sure. These 80 people would go to the real battlefield in 2 days. When they come out from the hidden secret realm, they would be completely different. It would be the baptism of the secular world and the abandonment of the whole world. You can only rely on yourself. You can only live for yourself. Although there are treasures everywhere in the hidden secret realm, there are also dangers everywhere. Not only do we have to be wary of the dangers inside, but we also have to be wary of the dangers around us. Those who could come out from there are all peerless experts, peerless geniuses. Old ancestor Di Long's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the endless void of the eastern city and said in a low voice. However, everyone who comes out of that place will have a huge change in temperament and they will grow up quickly. Just like us in the past, none of us could easily succeed. But once we succeed, the price we have to pay is extremely huge. The hidden secret realm is a place that people love and hate at the same time. Let's hope so. Let's hope that more people can walk out of that place alive. Xian Qingming sighed. On the second day, Jiang Qin, Bai Yunfei, Yang Jian and the others came to the Juyuan place. This place was one of the biggest auction venues in the ancient Dragon City. Moreover, those who came here were all true experts and rich men. All of them were here for treasures. I heard that there are supreme-grade immortal medicines like the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human-face demon ginseng in this auction. So what? I heard that there would be a divine tool in every auction. This Gathering Destiny House is the biggest auction in the entire Eastern City. Of course, there would be everything you need. You're right. What can't you buy with money? But I heard that the finale is an immortal-grade pill formula. The people from the Divine Pill sector here and they are determined to get it. There were more and more people at the entrance of the Juyuan place. The place that could accommodate 100,000 people was now overcrowded. Hello, the entrance fee is 10 mid-grade divine origin stones. The guard at the entrance said, shocking by Yunfei and the others. The entrance fee is only 10 mid-grade divine origin stones? Wouldn't they earn as much as 10,000 high-grade divine origin stones just from the number of seats in the auction? That's too ruthless. Although some of them felt heartache, they could not return empty-handed since they were already here. Here are 50 mid-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Qin passed it to the guard. The guard nodded his head and did not look down on Jiang Qin. Because no one knew the background of the people here. Once they offended someone, they might be killed in an instant. In a world where human lives were worthless, one should never doubt the strong. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Man Shui said. You're welcome. It's nothing. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and Wang Chongyang smiled and expressed their gratitude to Jiang Qin. But they were brothers. Jiang Qin did not care much about it. It was just a few pieces of divine origin stones. Jiang Qin had never cherished these worldly possessions. Look at this venue. It's even bigger than our profound Feng sect's martial arts stage. It's the first time I've seen such a huge building. It's an eye-opener. Bai Yunfei said. The ancient dragon city is a city with a long history. The people here all have a strong background. The person behind this gathering destiny place is definitely not a nobody. Their strength is even stronger than our sect. There are many hidden experts in this ancient dragon city. Yang Jian said. Yeah. It's crowded. How enviable. But it's really crowded here. Man Shui said. You guys go ahead and have a look. I'm going to pawn something. After saying that, Jiang Qin turned around and walked towards the staff. I want to auction something. It's going to start in less than 15 minutes. Please. Are you sure you can bear this responsibility? Shouldn't you ask me what I want to auction? Jiang Chen's words made the staff speechless. He did not know what to do. Jiang Chen was right. If he wanted to auction something valuable, he might not be able to bear this responsibility. All right. The staff nodded. He gritted his teeth and brought Jiang Chen into the auction hall. May I know what you want to auction? Divine tool. Jiang Chen said faintly. There was no one else in the auction hall except for 2 staff members. At this moment, the 2 staff members blinked their eyes in disbelief. I'll go look for the manager now. The staff member immediately went to look for the manager. Jiang Chen sat down and another staff member quickly served tea to Jiang Chen. Some people might ask, why are these 2 rare treasures being auctioned together? Because these 2 rare treasures actually grew together. Moreover, they're like conjoined twins, becoming an inseparable part of each other. Once they're separated, it'll definitely affect the medicinal properties of these 2 peerless divine treasures. Hao Dabing said solemnly. He looked extremely nervous. The starting price for this item is 2,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Hua, the entire auction house was in an uproar. 2,000 high-grade divine origin stones. This price was destined to make more than 90% of the people flinch. 2,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Unless one was a disciple of a great sect or a powerful financial group, it was impossible for him to take out so many high-grade divine origin stones. The number of people in the auction house was also decreasing. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He was determined to get this 10,000 years blood lingji mushroom and human face demon ginseng. These 2 items, even if he didn't refine them and just swallowed them directly, they would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Not to mention if they were refined into pills, it would be extremely overbearing. Of course, in the entire auction house, Jiang Chen wasn't the only one who knew the magical effects of these priceless items. This 10,000 years blood lingji mushroom, I'm determined to get it. The gray-robed young man said faintly. Jiang Qingzi, who was beside him, also nodded his head slightly. These peerless divine medicinal ingredients must not be let go. 2,100. The gray-robed young man said. 2,200. Someone bid. 2,300. 2,500. The price continued to rise. The 10,000 years blood lingji mushroom and human face demon ginseng were extremely valuable. No one wanted to miss out on them. Moreover, they were conjoined together. They were definitely not to be underestimated. 3,000. The gray-robed young man said faintly. This price had already caused many people to give up. After all, although the price was high, it didn't mean that there would be people who were willing to pay this price. 3,100. Another unknown person was also interested in the 10,000 years blood lingji mushroom and human face demon ginseng. Naturally, the price also soared. 3,500. The gray-robed young man spoke again. This time the whole place was silent. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. Indeed, he was rich and imposing. This divine pill sect is really rich. Yeah, but I guess only the people from the divine pill sect would not waste such a precious treasure. That's true. Good medicinal ingredients also require a good alchemist to bring out the best effect. Jiang Chen's expression changed. At this moment it was time for him to bid. Because there was no one else who could compete with the people from the divine pill sect. 3,800. Jiang Chen's words shocked the crowd. Almost everyone looked towards the direction where Jiang Chen was. It's him. The gray-robed young man squinted his eyes. Another local tycoon? Yeah, seems like the Divine Pill sect has met their match. I know that guy. Isn't he the alchemist who defeated the genius disciple of the Divine Pill sect? Looks like it's going to be another fierce battle. 4,000. Chapter 2290. Don't forget he just gave away 3 priceless Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pills. This fella should be very confident. Jiang Qingzi said. 4,500. Jiang Chen raised the price again, and this time, it was 500 high-grade Divine Origin Stones. Jiang Chen, are you crazy? Do you have that many Divine Origin Stones? 4,500 high-grade Divine Origin Stones, you. Bai Yunfei stuttered. He could not see through Jiang Chen anymore. That's right, Jiang Chen. This isn't a game. Yang Jian also reminded. I can give 3 Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pills worth more than 3,000 high-grade Divine Origin Stones to the 3 sect masters. Do you think that I will be unreasonable here? Jiang Chen asked. That's true. Wang Chongyang stared blankly and nodded silently. However, they had no idea where Jiang Chen had gotten such a huge fortune from. If he was really extremely wealthy previously, then why would he need to sell those medicinal pills that were worth dozens of middle-grade Divine Essence Stones? The gray-robed young man's face was a little gloomy. This fella's price was too ridiculous. The price of the 10,000-year-old blood Lingji and human face demon ginseng was at most 4,000 high-grade Divine Origin Stones. However, he raised the price again. 4,700. The gray-robed young man did not want to be outdone. 5,000. Jiang Chen's casual bid once again shocked the crowd. Many women went crazy at this moment. A man like him was too charming. His spirit was unimaginable. I must marry a man like him in the future. A man like him might not necessarily want you. Damn it. Am I not allowed to have a dream? Yeah, this man is my dream lover. Do whatever you want. Countless girls were still infatuated with Jiang Chen. Whether it was his generous gift of pills at the sect union or his casual generosity here, they were both shocking to their hearts. The gray-robed young man wanted to bid again but was stopped by Jiang Qingzi. Forget it. Our target this time is the immortal grade pill recipe. The gray-robed young man harumphed. He was unhappy that he could not get the 10,000-year-old blood Lingji and human-faced demon ginseng. This fellow was really annoying. All right. 5,000 going once, 5,000 going twice, 5,000 going thrice. Deal. Hao Dabing was overjoyed. He looked at Jiang Chen and nodded slightly. 5,000 high-grade Divine Origin Stones, how domineering, how unstoppable. The next item to be auctioned was Jiang Chen's Divine Tool. The final price was 9,300, which was quite a high price. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this, but he didn't know what the final price of the pill formula would be. There's only one item left for today's auction, and it's also the highlight of today's auction. The starting price is the same as the Divine Artifact Violet Gauze Saber, 5,000 high-grade Divine Origin Stones. Each increment must be no less than 500. Just as Hao Dabing's voice faded, the scene became a little space-time. An immortal grade pill formula was a supreme treasure that no one could resist. However, there were very few people who could use it. That's because the value of an immortal grade pill formula was immeasurable. Only a true immortal grade alchemist could refine an immortal grade pill. Moreover, an immortal grade pill recipe was not easy to refine. You're finally here. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. At this moment he had nothing else in his heart but this pill recipe. This pill recipe was created using a special method from the ancient times. Once you read it, you and the scroll will disappear. So there's no need to worry about this pill recipe being leaked. This is unique. Hao Dabing said. Now let the auction of the immortal grade pill recipe begin. 5,500. The first person to bid was the gray-robed young man. But other than him no one else was bidding. Although the immortal grade pill formula was precious, it was something that many people could only dream of. Even if they obtained it, it would be useless. Only alchemists could make the best use of it. Moreover, only the divine pill sect had immortal-grade alchemists. Everyone was stunned, including Hao Dabing. They were confused and embarrassed. Could it be that only the divine pill sect was bidding? 6,000. An old man in a bamboo hat said faintly. Hao Dabing heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, someone started bidding. 6,500. 7,000. 7,500. The gray-robed young man said confidently. This time the old man under the black bamboo hat stopped bidding. This immortal-grade pill recipe is mine. The gray-robed young man squinted his eyes and smiled. 8,000. Xianxia said faintly. Once again an uproar broke out in the auction. You again. The gray-robed young man was furious. This fellow was like the jinx of their divine pill sect. 8,500. 9,000. 9,500. 10,000. 10,000. When Xianxia raised the bid to 10,000 by Yunfei Yongjian and the others were dumbfounded. This fella is too arrogant. Moreover, he's going against the divine pill sect directly. Such boldness made people bid for him. My friend, why do you have to go against the divine pill sect? This immortal-grade pill recipe isn't something you can refine. Why don't you give me some face? Jiang Qingzi said. How do you know that I can't refine it? Why don't you give me some face? Jiang Qin smiled. What face do you have? Li Yanchao said in a deep voice. Forgive me for being straightforward, but your divine pill sect doesn't have any face here. If you can't afford to lose, why do you have to auction it? Huh. Jiang Chen's laughter echoed in the auction hall. Domineering. The people of the divine pill sect looked gloomy. It seemed like they had met their match this time. Jiang Chen did not give them any face at all. As one of the 10 most powerful sects in the Linhe boundary, not even the number 1 sect Clearstream sect or the number 2 sect Ghost Eye sect would dare to offend them. But someone from Profound Feng sect dared to go against them. Damn it. Li Yanchao's face turned gloomy. You bastard. I'm giving you face but you don't want it. How can a loser be brave? Jiang Chen said in disdain. He was determined to get the immortal-grade pill recipe. Therefore, there was no need for him to be submissive to the people of the divine pill sect. He was not someone who would lower his face. They might not know today, but one day they will know how valuable Jiang Chen's face is. Li Yanchao was speechless. If so, why don't we fight till the end? The gray-robed young man sneered. I'm determined to get the immortal-grade pill recipe. Jiang Chen curled his lips. This fella is even more confident. Chapter 2291. Jiang Chen was incomparably confident. He had dozens of divine tools in his hands. If you really piss me off, I'll smash you to death with my divine tools. The gray-robed youth's expression was calm and he sneered confidently. He was also determined to get the immortal-grade pill formula. Since Jiang Chen wanted to be a roadblock, he would never give up on it. The gray-robed youth did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. As the number 2 genius disciple in the entire divine pill sect, no one could stop him. That peerless monster did not come, so he naturally became the number 1 genius. Even Jiang Qingzi treated him as someone of the same generation because no one knew how terrifying this guy was. Moreover, he would definitely become one of the most influential alchemy elders in the divine pill sect in the near future. Senior brother Langya, you must avenge me. Li Yanchao said while gritting his teeth. Langya, the super prodigy of the divine pill sect. No one in the entire divine pill sect dared to go against him. His existence even made many elders fearful of him. Because of his father's past glory, no one could compare to him. In the end, he was sent to the divine pill sect to be nurtured and became a peerless expert today. Whether it was in alchemy or cultivation, he was a dragon among men. Although he was skinny, he did not look weak at all. On the contrary, his cold eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He had always wanted to get the immortal-grade pill formula. Although he might not be able to concoct it, it would still be very useful to his alchemy skills. Jiang Chen was also very eager for the immortal-grade pill formula. The pill concocted with the immortal-grade pill formula could definitely be considered as an immortal-grade pill. However, a pill like the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill might not be able to be concocted into an immortal-grade pill. Even though Jiang Chen had tried his best, he still could not complete the final transformation. The peak of supreme grade pill was already the limit. Because the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was not an immortal grade pill. 10,500. Xianxia said faintly and bid once again. At this moment the whole place was in an uproar. More and more people were waiting to watch the show. No matter if it was Xianxia or Xianxia of the Divine Pill sect, both of them were against each other, none of them were willing to back off. 11,000. 11,500. 12,000. 12,500. 13,000. Xianxia's face was gloomy. At this moment he could no longer hold it in. After all, it was not a small amount of divine origin stones. Even Xianxia, who was standing beside him, pulled his hand, hinting him to give up if he really couldn't hold it in. Elder Jiang, lend me 3,000 divine origin stones. Xianxia never thought that he actually dug a pit and jumped into it himself. 3,000 divine essence stones, that was his entire fortune. Do you think that I, an elder with no money, am as rich as you? But at this moment, it was clear that he couldn't hold it in any longer. 14,000. This time it was Xianxia's turn to shout. These two fellows are too exciting. They're fighting each other and neither wants to take a step back. That's right. In the end, the only one who will benefit is the Gathering Yuan house. Isn't that right? But this is too exciting. Every time the price is raised to 1,000 divine origin stones. Oh my god, I don't even have 1,000 divine essence stones with my entire fortune. Comparisons are odious. Today's trip is worthwhile. Satisfying. Truly satisfying. The battle between Xianxia and Xianxia had stirred up many people's emotions. Since when did divine origin stones become so worthless? In other words, no one could understand the world of the rich. Xianxia swore. Since he had so many divine tools, if 2 were not enough, he'll take 3. If 3 were not enough, he'll take 4. Xianxia, do you really have that many divine origin stones? If you can't take them out, we're done for. Bai Yunfei said worriedly. I don't have any. Xianxia shrugged and said. What? You really don't have any? I guessed it right. Bai Yunfei said solemnly. Then let's not bid anymore. What's the point? I don't have divine origin stones, but I have divine tools. Can't I just pawn the divine tool? Everyone was stunned. Yang Jian, Wang Chongyang and Man Shui were all shocked. How could he be so calm? Did he just pawn a divine artifact? Everyone stopped talking and became silent. Because Xianxia was too domineering. He could not be described as a prodigal anymore. In other words, who would sell a divine tool if it wasn't a special situation? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for themselves? But Xianxia did not do it. He wanted to sell the divine tool and buy the pill formula. Perhaps in Xianxia's eyes, the divine tool was not as attractive as the pill formula. 15,000. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other from afar. 16,000. Xianxia, are you sure you want to go against my divine pill sect? Xianxia said. What are you talking about? Did I come to this auction just to offend your divine pill sect? Everyone here is here to bear witness. Could it be that only the prefectural officials are allowed to set fires and the common people are not allowed to light lamps? Can't we auction the things that you value? Xianxia's words ignited the entire auction hall. Indeed, why can't we auction what you want? Are you bullying us? The divine pill sect was strong, but was it stronger than the people's strength? Xianxia, you're on your own now. Xianxia harumphed and kept quiet. He did not want Xianxia to use this chance to provoke the crowd. It would not end well for him and the divine pill sect. This ancient dragon city was not like his divine pill sect. Even the sect master of the divine pill sect might not be able to shake the dignity of the ancient dragon city's city lord. Hence, no one dared to be impudent in this ancient dragon city. 17,000. Every time Xianxia bid, it was so easy. On the other hand, every time Xianxia bid, he looked like he was constipated, as if he was the one who excreted the divine origin stones. 18,000. Xianxia had reached his limit. Initially he only had 14,000 divine origin stones. This time he was well prepared for the immortal grade pill formula, the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human face demon ginseng. Now not only did he not get the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human face demon ginseng, he could not even get the immortal grade pill formula. Moreover, he still could not win against Xianxia even after borrowing 3,000 divine origin stones from him. What's this guy's background? Is he really just a disciple of Profound Feng sect? How could he be so rich? He adds so little every time. How stingy. What do you guys think? Jiang Chen said with a smile. 20,000. 20,000. 20,000. 20,000. Their voices reverberated throughout the entire auction house. The crowd was excited and their eyes were burning with excitement. The Gathering Destiny House must have made a lot of money from today's pinnacle auction. Everyone was extremely excited. All right. Then we'll accept everyone's request. 20,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Chapter 2292. At this moment, following Jiang Chen's bid, the crowd became even more enthusiastic. Jiang Chen was really giving them face. Everyone was cheering for Jiang Chen. What is this? This is a tycoon, this is domineering. Motherfucker, this tycoon is inhumane. Bai Yunfei was speechless. His expression changed a few times before he finally squeezed out these words. On the backstage, Zi Luo squinted her eyes, watching the scene in silence. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen had become the focus of everyone's attention. Even she was grinning from ear to ear. Initially, she thought that 7,000 was already the highest price. Although his value was comparable to a divine weapon, not everyone could use it. On the other hand, a divine weapon was a completely different story. Everyone wanted to get their hands on one. This time, the people from the Divine Pill sect were bidding against this unknown young master, and they actually raised the price to 20,000 divine origin stones. This was the highest bid in the past 3 years. How could Zi Luo not be happy? This young master's background was definitely not ordinary. With such an intense bid, there were naturally some who were happy and some who were worried. Jiang Chen's happiness was followed by Lang Ye's disappointment. Lang Ye's eyes were staring at Jiang Chen. At this moment he had no choice as he did not have the capital to continue bidding. 20,000 divine origin stones going once, 20,000 divine origin stones going twice, 20,000 divine origin stones going thrice. Deal. When the host Hao Dabing hit the hammer, the crowd cheered. Jiang Chen won the first prize with 20,000 divine origin stones, stunning everyone. Jiang Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. This trip was not in vain. Wait. Someone from the Divine Pill sect shouted again. And this person was none other than Li Yanchao. Of course he did not take the initiative this time, it was Lang Ye who instructed him to do so. I suspect that he does not have the qualifications to pay such a high bid. He's just messing things up. How can a small sect's disciple have such a huge fortune? 20,000 immortal grade pill formula, 50,000 10,000 years old blood Lingji and human-faced demon ginseng. Hehe, don't you guys have any doubts? Does he really think that he's the young master of a super tycoon? Today I request that Jiang Chen conduct the transaction on the spot. Because I seriously doubt his ability to repay the debt. Li Yanchao originally hated Jiang Chen to the bone, and this time he was even more pleased with himself, becoming the focus of everyone's attention, obtaining the immortal grade pill formula. How could he not make others jealous? Furthermore, the price was extremely high. It was destined to attract even more people. Lang Ye squinted his eyes. He wanted Li Yanchao to unveil Jiang Chen's identity. He wanted to see if Jiang Chen was really that wealthy. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Although Li Yanchao's words sounded like he was being unreasonable, it touched many people's hearts. Because they wanted to know what kind of background Jiang Chen had to be so daring to compete with the Divine Pill sect for the immortal grade elixir recipe. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Is this guy purposely going against the Divine Pill sect? The 10,000-year blood Lingji and the human-faced demonic ginseng were already like that. And now this immortal grade pill recipe is still the same. This is truly hard to imagine. Is there really an unspeakable secret behind this? I'm looking forward to seeing if this young man is really that wealthy and powerful. The human heart is unpredictable. This might be the doing of the Divine Pill sect. Who knows? I would rather believe that this guy is really that powerful. Otherwise, wouldn't we be happy for nothing? There were many people who had their doubts. Following Li Yanchao's attitude, many people wanted to find out the truth. After all, it was not a small amount. At this moment, Ziluo slowly walked up to the auction hall. Hello everyone, I am the manager of the Gathering Destiny House, Ziluo. We can satisfy all of your requests, but we must first seek the opinions of the bidders. If the bidders do not agree, then we have no right to carry out the transaction on the spot. Thank you. Ziluo smiled. Her tender red lips seemed to be flirting with the guests from all directions. Her pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak were even more captivating. Her slender legs, her cheongsam and her towering breasts were faintly discernible. She could be said to be a beautiful lady with an exceptional temperament. Ziluo's appearance immediately stabilized the situation. However, there were still many people who wanted to find out the truth. Obviously, Li Yanchao's words resonated with many people. However, facts speak louder than words. If Li Yanchao really had such terrifying wealth, then Li Yanchao would definitely be ashamed. Therefore, Langya did not provoke Li Yanchao. Instead, he passed this important task to Li Yanchao. Although Li Yanchao knew that he was being used, he had no other choice. Although both of them were genius disciples of the Divine Pill sect, and there was only a slight difference between them, their status was far from each other's. Alright. Then I'll accept your request, alright? Isn't the purpose of doing business fair and just? Jiang Chen said with a smile. With a leap he landed on the high platform. Ziluo smiled and looked at Jiang Chen with delight. Jiang Chen was her biggest client. Just based on that divine tool alone, Ziluo still believed in Jiang Chen. She had seen many people who sold their divine tools before. Every single one of them would feel heartache for it. Only Jiang Chen was so calm as if he was selling a broom. At that time, Ziluo was certain that this young man was not simple. Let me put it this way. I don't have any divine origin stones. Jiang Chen spread his arms. His words had silenced the entire crowd. Only Ziluo squinted her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen silently. She didn't do anything. Langya's eyes were filled with excitement. As long as Jiang Chen gave up on the auction, then he would be the final winner. Even those who were here to watch the show were somewhat indignant. No money? No divine origin stones? Isn't that just making fun of us? But Jiang Chen changed the topic. I can take out 2 more divine tools to auction. Because the 9300 high-grade divine origin stones that were auctioned earlier belongs to me. Whoa. Everyone was stunned. That divine tool was auctioned by him? And he was going to take out 2 more divine tools? Big brother, is your family a divine tool shop? Since when did divine tools become so cheap? Not to mention the audience, even Ziluo was dumbfounded. Take out 2 more divine tools? Big brother, are you kidding me? Under the screams of Ziluo and the crowd, Jiang Chen took out 2 divine tools. Divine tool, Scarlet Light Sword and 9-segment whip. Take them. Jiang Chen passed them to Ziluo and said. Ziluo was slightly stunned. Chapter 2293. Ziluo gave Jiang Chen a resentful look. Her eyes were filled with anger, but the seductive look in her eyes didn't diminish. You little pervert. Ziluo took the 2 divine tools and scolded softly. In the end, the 9-segmented whip was sold for 12,500 while the Scarlet Light Sword was sold for 13,000. In the end, Jiang Chen got 34,800 divine origin stones. At this moment the crowd was in an uproar. In the blink of an eye he had sold 3 divine artifacts, yet he was calm and relaxed. In this world even God King experts might not have such a peerless demeanor. Jiang Chen's actions completely shocked the crowd. Jiang Chen's name instantly spread across the entire Gathering Yuan house. This was strength, this was domineering. At this moment, no one knew where Li Yanchao had run off to because he was too ashamed to continue staying here. Langya was also disappointed. His little plan had become his own grave. Luckily the clown was not him. But deep down in his heart, Langya felt that he was a clown in front of Jiang Chen. This made him extremely angry. In the end, Langya and Jiang Qingzi also left in anger. Apart from the divine origin stones that I have to pay for these 3 divine weapons, the remaining divine origin stones will be my personal gift to Miss Ziluo. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a meaningful smile. Ziluo was stunned once again. Deducting the 25,000 divine origin stones that he spent from the auction of the 3 divine tools, the rest would be given to Ziluo as a greeting gift. What a powerful greeting gift. Jiang Chen pulled Miss Ziluo up. With a pious expression he gently kissed Ziluo's smooth hand. I hope that you will always be as gentle and beautiful as you are today. Jiang Chen's action shocked the crowd. Ziluo revealed a faint smile. 9,800 high-grade divine origin stones. Everything was given to him. This gift was basically the value of a divine tool. Countless women even wanted to throw themselves into Jiang Chen's arms right now. Thank you, Ziluo murmured softly as if she was talking in her sleep. Jiang Chen's hand kiss made Ziluo feel extremely honored. The 10,000 high-grade divine origin stones gift was destined to become a legend in ancient Dragon City. Damn, if I'm so rich I can be so willful too. Look at those women next to him. They look at Jiang Chen like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Bai Yunfei said enviously. Jiang Chen enjoyed the attention, cheers, praise and love of the audience. He was dazzling and illuminated the world. Today Jiang Chen could be said to be the focus of the whole auction. Finally, in the mortgage hall, Ziluo was also full of smiles. Today, just her smile alone had earned her 10,000 divine origin stones. Jiang Chen's inhumane wealth had broadened everyone's horizons. This is your immortal grade pill formula, 10,000-year-old blood Lingji and human-faced demon ginseng. Keep it well. Ziluo smiled gently. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. But this sudden kiss of yours made my heart beat wildly. Ziluo gently pulled up her hair, looking elegant and charming. Sister, don't flatter me. You're so beautiful, the one who should be beating wildly should be me. Jiang Chen said seriously. Are you going to the hidden secret realm? Ziluo looked at Jiang Chen and asked worriedly. Yes. The hidden secret realm is an extremely dangerous place. The strong can't enter and the weak can't survive. Those who could come out are all people with great fortuitous encounters and great perseverance. Your strength is a little ugly, isn't it? Pa, it's okay. I'm a lucky man. Jiang Chen looked like he did not care at all. Ziluo smiled faintly and shook her head. She took out a palm-sized black shield. I never want to owe anyone anything. This is a Qianquan shield given to me by a formation master. When the formation is activated, it can block an attack from a heavenly god expert. I'll give it to you. Jiang Chen was stunned. Ziluo had already stuffed the shield into his hand. Thank you, Sister Ziluo. Jiang Chen thanked her and left. This Qianquan shield was quite useful. It could block an attack from a heavenly god expert. Ziluo looked at Jiang Chen's back and sighed. She wondered if this arrogant little brother could walk out of the hidden secret realm alive. One should know that it was a place where less than 10% of the people could survive. Moreover, his strength was only at the late void god realm. Hao Dabing noticed Ziluo's disappointed look. He grinned and said, "Let's go." He smiled and said, "Miss, could it be that you've fallen for this kid? Don't talk nonsense. I just don't want to owe anyone." Ziluo said seriously. Oh, I see. The Qianquan shield's value is not low. It's a life-saving item given by Senior Ling Luo. Hao Dabing said with a chuckle. Before Ziluo could get angry, he had already turned around and left. Hey, never mind. It's just a passing cloud. He's an interesting little brother. Ziluo smiled. That scene was witnessed by everyone. She blushed and her heart beat faster when she thought about it. Sect Union, Divine Pill Sects in. Jiang Qingzi and Lang Ye's faces were gloomy. They did not expect that they would be defeated by a kid from Profound Feng Sect. What kind of sect was Profound Feng Sect? Lang Ye did not even want to know. Don't worry. Let him keep the immortal grade pill formula and 10,000 years blood Lingji for a few days. Jiang Qingzi said faintly. After entering the hidden secret realm, I will kill him with my own hands. Lang Ye said. His strength is too weak. Killing and robbing is the most suitable task for our divine pill sect. Li Yanchao sneered. Don't underestimate your enemy. Although Profound Feng Sect is weak, it'll be a bit tricky if the 4 sects unite. That girl from Heavenly Star Sect is quite strong. Be careful. Jiang Qingzi warned. I know. In the entire Linhe boundary, there's less than a handful of people who are worthy of my attention. I hope she can give me a surprise. Lang Ye smiled faintly. That little fellow, I can easily crush him to death. Li Yanchao said disdainfully. I hope so. This time I want you to bring everyone out of the hidden secret realm. Do you hear me? Langya. Jiang Qingzi said. Langya nodded. He was more concerned about Jiang Chen, the guy who made him lose his face. Only by killing him would he be satisfied. Since he's having so much fun today and trampled on our divine pill sect, I will let him know what the world of the strong is like. The weak are only worthy to be an ant. Langya clenched his fist lightly. His eyes were sharp and his killing intent was determined. Chapter 2294. The next morning, the entire eastern district of the ancient dragon city was filled with people. Tens of thousands of people were about to enter the hidden secret realm. It was not a secret at all. Moreover, such an opportunity only appeared once every 100 years. 10,000 years ago, the hidden secret realm was completely monopolized by the great sections. No one was able to enter. To enter the hidden secret realm, one must join a sect. Moreover, one must not reach the heavenly god realm within 100 years. Therefore, it was impossible for some people to enter the hidden secret realm. Moreover, this year was destined to be the busiest year in the entire ancient dragon city. In the hidden secret realm, there were countless treasures, divine weapons and ancient inheritances. Therefore, many people were waiting for those disciples who were able to come out of the hidden secret realm. If there was something really good, those who came here to join the fun would be able to exchange for it as long as they took out something attractive or divine origin stones. The disciples of Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect quickly headed towards the Twisted Jungle on the outskirts of the eastern district. The Twisted Jungle already existed before the hidden secret realm was formed. Rather than saying that the hidden secret realm was connected to the Twisted Jungle, it would be more accurate to say that the Twisted Jungle formed the hidden secret realm. The Twisted Jungle was 100,000 miles long. It was called the 100,000 Mountains. Although it was not big, there were only a few experts who dared to enter the Twisted Jungle. The Twisted Jungle, as the name suggested, the spacetime and time were all twisted in the jungle. There was once a divine king expert who accidentally entered the depths of the Twisted Jungle, but he did not come out alive. Since then, no one dared to step into the depths of the Twisted Jungle. There were no beasts in the Twisted Jungle because no beasts could withstand the spacetime disorder. Since the ancient times, the Twisted Jungle had always existed. No one had ever seen any life in the Twisted Jungle. Fortunately, the hidden secret realm was located at the periphery of the Twisted Jungle. Otherwise, not to mention true gods, even heavenly gods would have to avoid it. Not to mention the hidden secret realm, they might not even be able to come out of the Twisted Jungle alive. Moreover, it was impossible to fly in the Twisted Jungle. The Twisted Jungle was one of the most mysterious places in the whole Lone Dragon County. Turbulent flows of time and space often appeared. Once the time and space were in disorder, people who were flying could be sucked into the space and killed by the turbulent flows of space. Xian Qingming brought Jiang Chen and the others to the outer region of the Twisted Jungle. That was the hidden secret realm. But even if they were to travel 1,000 miles a day, it would still take them 2 days to reach there. Profound Feng sect. Who is Jiang Chen? A cold voice appeared in front of Xian Qingming and the rest. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Who did I offend this time? Taiji Zi, what is the meaning of this? Xian Qingming squinted his eyes and noticed that the person blocking his path was Taiji Zi, the first elder of the Taiji sect. What do I mean? You should ask your disciple. My disciple was killed some time ago. My martial nephew can feel that the person is in your sect. I'm sure that it's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Taiji Zi pointed at the person behind Xian Qingming Lung Lung and said. Behind Taiji Zi, there was a long-haired young man with green hair and a skinny face. He looked arrogant and cold. He glanced at the people behind Xian Qingming and finally looked at Jiang Chen. It's him. The green-haired young man Lung Lung said. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sighed. Seemed like someone had betrayed him in the end. He shouldn't have been merciful. He should have killed every single one of those heavenly beings. That way the news would not be leaked. But it's too late to say anything now. My disciple Helian Wushuang died in the hands of Jiang Chen. You can ask him if it's true or not. Taiji Zi shouted. His voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. Xian Qingming didn't dare to retreat either. He took a step forward with a cold expression. My profound Feng sect's disciple, how dare you yell at him? If your Taiji sect's spiritual master Zhang came, I might give him some face. Who do you think you are? Xian Qingming did not take a step back and confronted Taiji Zi. The confrontation between two heavenly god realm experts made countless people sigh. Many passers-by were watching the battle. Taiji sect and profound Feng sect had gone all out this time. That means that you're not going to hand over Jiangchen? Taiji Zi said proudly. Your disciple deserves to die. Whether it's my profound Feng sect's disciple or not, I will not call him out today. If you want to cause trouble, I, Xian Qingming, will bear the responsibility and accompany you to the end. Xian Qingming and Taiji Zi looked at each other. Jiangchen wanted to stand out but was stopped by Pan Hong. The sect lord is free to make the decision. Don't be impatient. Pan Hong was extremely polite to Jiangchen. He was someone who could concoct the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. He wanted to build a good relationship with such a supreme great alchemist. Even if Xian Qingming did not say anything, he would still protect Jiangchen. Jiangchen nodded. At this moment, Xian Qingming and Taiji Zi did not want to step back. So lively. Taiji Zi, you old fart. Are you going to attack profound Feng sect? Old ancestor Di Long will not stand by and watch. Old ancestor Di Long rushed over and laughed. His imposing manner was terrifying. Obviously he was more powerful than Taiji Zi. Taiji Zi also took a step back, but his face was still gloomy. Since when did your earthly Hades sect become like profound Feng sect? Taiji Zi said while gritting his teeth. The earthly Hades sect was not a sect that Taiji sect could fight against. Old ancestor Di Long's strength was stronger than him. With Xian Qingming, Taiji Zi knew that he would not have the chance to attack Jiangchen today. At this moment, Rin Yuanzi of Heavenly Star sect and Mu Tianan of Yellow Flame sect also rushed over. They looked like they would fight to the end. This made Taiji Zi depressed. He did not expect that he would almost offend the four of them today. I don't like what you said. Do you think my earthly Hades sect will ignore you if you want to attack profound Feng sect? We are brother sections. If you want to attack Jiangchen, you'll have to go through me first. So you've learned how to bully others. Taiji Zi harumphed. So what if I bully others? You're an old fart. You have the cheek to challenge a junior? I've lived like a dog all my life. Mu Tianan Leng said. Fine. I admit defeat today. But in the hidden secret realm, you guys have to protect your little chick. Don't let the Tai Chi sect catch him. Otherwise he'll die miserably. Great. Chapter 2295. Jiangchen, you killed my brother. I hope that I won't meet you in the hidden secret realm. The green-haired youth said faintly. He was Helian Wushuang's brother, the #1 genius of Taiji sect, Helian Wuji. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. If we really meet, I'll have to send you to reunite with your brother's family. Jiangchen said seriously. Xian Qingming was shocked. He really killed him. This fella is really a troublemaker. You finally admitted it? Taiji Zi said in disdain. I never denied it. You're just talking to yourself. Taiji sect, I'll make sure that you won't have any descendants. Jiangchen had spoken his harsh words. Many of them looked at him with astonishment. The gentle and calm Jiangchen had suddenly become so cold. It was really inconceivable. I hope so. After Helian Wuji finished speaking, he turned around and left. Taiji Zi snorted and did not continue to tangle with Xian Qingming and the rest. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Even if he continued to tangle with them, he wouldn't have a good ending. Are you confident? Limitless. Taiji Zi asked. Just like how people drink water, the grass and trees are all in autumn. Trash. Helian Wuji said faintly. His strength was extremely powerful. He was known as the most talented disciple of Taiji sect in 100 years. Moreover, he had the highest chance to reach the level of Taiji ancestor. Helian Wuji. I've heard of him before. He's said to be able to fight against divine pill sects Langya and our heavenly star sects Ling Long. His Taiji diagram made the people of Taiji sect see the hope of Taiji ancestor. Ren Yuanzi said. Not bad. You're really good at stirring up trouble. You haven't even entered the hidden secret realm and you've already made enemies with countless young prodigies. Looks like your year in the hidden secret realm isn't going to be easy for you. Huh. Old ancestor Di Long patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said seriously. They would never forget the kindness of the medicinal pills. Moreover, Jiang Chen's skill in concocting medicinal pills was something that they must treat seriously. It's fine. There are so many lice that they don't want people. They're targeting me because I'm too handsome. Jiang Chen's words made Patriarch Di Long burst into laughter. You little brat, do you know that this trip to the hidden secret realm is extremely dangerous? Staying alive is your only belief. Ren Yuanzi shook his head and sighed. Jiang Chen was really too conceited and too arrogant. In his eyes, such a person would not be able to go far. However, Jiang Chen's calmness just so happened to give him another kind of thinking. This fellow was a person who was as quiet as a virgin, but when he moved he was like a fleeing rabbit. Jiang Chen, as a member of the Profound Feng sect, I hope that you will always remember that no matter where you are, there will always be a sect standing behind you that will never give up on you even if it's not strong. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn as he said, Jiang Chen, the Profound Feng sect is a part of Profound Feng sect. Undeniably, Jiang Chen did not have a strong sense of belonging to Profound Feng sect. Because he had lived 2 lives, he had experienced too much. However, Xian Qingming's words made him understand something. Xian Qingming might not be an all-powerful sect lord, but he was a person with flesh and blood. This made Jiang Chen treasure it very much. In this world there were many people who talked about ideals and ambitions, but there were very few who walked step by step. Coincidentally, Xian Qingming was such a person. At least from this moment onwards he had a sense of belonging to Profound Feng sect. 2 days later, almost everyone had reached the 3,000 li radius of the twisted jungle. Jiang Chen also felt a strong sense of distortion. Just like what Ren Yuanzi and the others had said, this twisted jungle could distort space and time. No one would be willing to fight here. If they were careless, they would be injured by the distorted space-time. Although the outer area was not enough to drag people into the space-time turbulence, no one dared to be careless. However, at this moment Jiang Chen was not affected at all. Jiang Chen was slightly moved. Could it be because of his Great Void technique? Jiang Chen didn't know, but at least in this twisted jungle he wasn't affected at all. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces, and he was the only one walking leisurely. The entrance to the hidden secret realm is right in front of us. Ren Yuanzi said. Jiang Chen looked ahead. A huge illusory realm appeared halfway up the mountain. Tens of thousands of people were waiting to enter the hidden secret realm. Bang! Along with a deafening sound, the 4 big rocks in front of the hidden secret realm suddenly exploded. What's that? Someone exclaimed. There are people in those rocks? Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. That's right. Those are the realm guardians of the hidden secret realm. The 4 of them are at the half-step divine king realm. No one here is a match for them. Xian Qingming said. The realm guardians change every 500 years. These realm guardians are the elders of the strongest sects in the Linhe boundary. Their strength is unfathomable. They are the guardians of the hidden secret realm. Old ancestor Di Long said. The great elder of the Clear Stream sect, Meng Fanping, leads the 8 sects of the Linhe boundary to the hidden secret realm. The elder has given permission. An old man with white hair and beard stepped forward, clasped his fists and said, Elder Meng's strength is unfathomable. He has even reached the peak of the late heavenly god realm. Ren Yuanzi said. He was envious of Meng Fanping. It's a pity. Elder Meng's time is up. If he can't break through to the half-step divine king realm and increase his lifespan, I'm afraid he'll have to wait for another 100 years. Xian Qingming sighed. 10 great sects, come forward and show your sect token. At this moment the leading realm guardian said faintly. His eyes were squinted, no one knew if they were closed or not. Clear Stream sect Meng Fanping. Ghost Eye sect Li Tianhua. Divine Pill sect Jiang Qingzi. Overlord sect Lu Yang. Heavenly Star sect Ren Yunzi. The 10 great sects all showed their sect tokens. The 4 great realm guardians looked at each other and nodded slightly. With a wave of their hands, a broad path appeared in the entire void. The hidden secret realm opens for 3 days and closes for a year. The next time it opens you'll have to wait for a year. At that time it will also be open for 3 days. If you don't exit, you'll have to stay in the realm for 100 years. The realm guardian said. This disciple will remember. Everyone prepare to enter the hidden secret realm. Meng Fanping shouted. Tens of thousands of people rushed into the hidden secret realm. I've been waiting for this day. Yang Jian's eyes lit up as he looked at the scene. His expression was solemn and he stepped in without any regrets. Yeah. Maybe this is fate. I never thought that Man Shui would have such a day. I will not disappoint the heavens. Man Shui also quickly walked in. Jiang Chen, I still feel that I have a chance to defeat you. Wang Chongyang said faintly. When we all come out, I'll fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights. That's because you always have this illusion. Chapter 2296. Finally, in less than an hour, everyone had entered the hidden secret realm. Ren Yuanzi sighed slightly. I wonder how many people will come out this time. I hope that Jiang Chen will not disappoint me. However, his strength was simply too weak. Moreover, I'm surrounded by enemies from all directions. I really don't feel at ease. Xian Qingming said worriedly. Why are you being so sentimental? Don't worry. I feel that this kid is not ordinary. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeves. Old ancestor Di Long said. This trip will be a matter of life and death. Who knows when we'll see them again? Perhaps we'll never see them again. Compared to old ancestor Di Long's pessimism, Mu Tianan was a bit worried. Even the strongest among them, Jiang Hao, was only a mid-true god. Compared to those experts from the great sects, he was much weaker. Although the hidden secret realm could train countless experts, some of them would never be able to enter it. Instead of saying it was a vat of dye, it was more like a melting pot. It melted everyone and gathered those peerless geniuses. From the moment they enter, their lives no longer belong to them. Ren Yuanzi looked at the sky and smiled. 1 year later, it'll be the time for them to soar to the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen and the others were extremely careful when they entered the hidden secret realm. The entire hidden secret realm was a world of its own. The sky was filled with gray light. It was a little dark, but they could see everything around them clearly. It was as if the sky was filled with yellow sand. There were countless plants that were completely different from those outside. They were tall and slender, towering ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall, and all of them were common. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be covered in dust. Looking from afar, there were deserts, mountains, and jungles. It was as if they were connected to the sky. I've heard people say that the plants and beasts here can kill people. You must be careful. Pan Hong said and warned the people around him. Lu Chuanchao's expression was solemn as he stared at the people around him. Let's part ways here. This is the messaging spiritual talisman. Lu Quanchao handed the messaging talisman to Jiang Chen. Alright, thank you, senior brother Lu. Jiang Chen cupped his fists and said. Take care. Ling Long glanced at Jiang Chen and said calmly. We're leaving too, junior brother Jiang Chen. Farewell. This message talisman is for you. Zhang Lei said with a smile. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll definitely be there. Jiang Hao also gave Jiang Chen a messaging talisman. The people from Heavenly Star Sect, Earthly Hades Sect, and Yellow Flame Sect had all left. Now only Jiang Chen, Pan Hong, and the other 12 senior and junior brothers were left. There doesn't seem to be any danger in the surroundings. An inner disciple said. Roar. Right at that moment, before he could finish his sentence, an enormous beast behind him bit off his head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Everyone backed away, and when they looked closely, they saw a 30-meter-tall, 3-eyed beast with skin as thick as stone, chewing and swallowing the inner sect disciple who had just said that he was not in any danger a moment ago. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the gigantic 3-eyed beast, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's too terrifying. Such a ferocious beast could eat a half-step true God realm disciple in an instant. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. This big fellow was too powerful that it made them tremble in fear. This fella's strength has reached the mid-true God realm, but its speed is too fast. Plus it's not stupid. That sneak attack just now was obviously premeditated. Pan Hong shouted in a deep voice. Get ready to kill it. Zhang Qian and the others did not dare to be careless. The three-eyed beast was huge and its skin was as hard as a rock. This damn thing killed one of our brothers. We must not let it live. Man Shuai's eyes flickered with a bright light. He took the lead and charged over with the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, and he rode the wind and waves. A terrifying energy slashed down, but it didn't affect the three-eyed giant beast at all. On the contrary, the three-eyed giant beast let out a roar, as if it was venting its anger and excitement towards Zhang Qian and the others, because it could eat humans again. The person that it just ate was a delicacy to it. Be careful, Man Shuai. Zhang Qian shouted. Man Shuai's eardrums were torn by the three-eyed beast's roar, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and he was sent flying backwards. He stabbed the green dragon crescent blade into the rock in his hand to stabilize himself. No one had expected that they would be attacked by such a powerful beast as soon as they entered the hidden secret realm. One of their brothers was killed and Man Shuai was forced to retreat. It was too shocking. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Zhang Qian quickly went forward. At the same time, Wang Chongyang and Bai Yunfei followed Zhang Qian's attack and attacked the three-eyed beast crazily. Great Palm of Destruction. Pan Hong was a mid-true god expert after all. The three-eyed beast showed a trace of shock as it was forced to retreat. Yang Jian and the others took the opportunity to attack from all directions. The 12 of them attacked at the same time to fight against the three-eyed beast. At this moment they were a whole that no one could separate. Once one of them fell, they would gradually fall apart. They had to stay in the hidden secret realm for a year. No one could imagine what kind of danger they would face in this 1 year. But as soon as they entered, someone was sacrificed. Everyone was extremely depressed, but they could not express it because the danger in front of them had not been resolved yet. Pan Hong's palm was the fiercest. It landed on the three-eyed beast's head. The beast roared and swept its palm. Zhang Qian and the others were forced to retreat. Only Pan Hong and Yang Jian managed to get close to the beast and slashed it with their sword and saber. However, the beast's body was as hard as metal. The attacks from Zhang Qian and the others did not cause any damage to the three-eyed beast. It was like scratching an itch. Not good, retreat quickly. This fella is going crazy. Zhang Qian shouted and quickly retreated. Chapter 2297. Get out of my way. Yang Jian took the lead and rushed out with a cold look in his eyes. His tearing sky eye burst out at this moment and a dazzling light shot through the left palm of the three-eyed giant beast. The three-eyed giant beast let out a terrifying roar and pounced towards Zhang Qian and the others. Thanks a lot. Pan Hong said in a deep voice and glanced at Yang Jian. Fortunately, Yang Jian made a timely move and managed to force the three-eyed giant beast to retreat. Yang Jian nodded and dared not be negligent. His tearing sky eye had a great impact on the three-eyed giant beast. Oh no, that guy is going to use his third eye. Zhang Qian said. Yang Jian and the three-eyed giant beast's third eye collided. The three-eyed giant beast's third eye was extremely terrifying. It pushed Yang Jian back and Zhang Qian did not seem to gain any advantage. Pan Hong took the opportunity to attack. Blade light and sword shadow cut through the void and slashed down, tearing a wound on the three-eyed giant beast's back. Here it is. The corner of Zhang Qian's mouth curled up slightly. He threw out the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal and hit the wound. The fierce fire burned the wound and completely charred the three-eyed giant beast's wound. The excruciating pain caused the three-eyed giant beast to enter a berserk state. Its 10 feet tall body kept staggering back. The others also rushed up to the void and gave their all to hinder the three-eyed giant beast's movement. Its other 2 eyes should be the gate of life. Attack its eyes. Zhang Qian rose up with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword's terrifying sharpness played a great role. The three-eyed giant beast did not expect Zhang Qian's heavenly dragon sword to cut through its defense. The wound was half a meter deep and it was in so much pain that it jumped up and down. Under the leadership of Yang Jian and Pan Hong, they became more and more proficient in attacking the three-eyed giant beast. They were not as flustered as they were before. Zhang Qian attacked 3 times in a row. The sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword easily cut through its defense. With its injury, It was a little powerless against Yang Jian and Pan Hong's attacks. The three-eyed giant beast began to feel that it was at a disadvantage. It wanted to look for Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin was extremely fast. No one knew where he would appear and disappear from. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword and the great void technique made the three-eyed giant beast extremely angry. Could not catch Jiang Qin at all. Pan Hong and Yang Jian were also extremely shocked. With the great void technique, Jiang Qin's life might not be threatened if it was not a lot stronger than Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin knew that it was almost impossible for a heavenly god expert to catch him, because his great void technique could even travel through the void. Catching him was just like a fairy tale, wasn't it? Jiang Qin wielded the heavenly dragon sword in an unstoppable manner. Each of his attacks was ruthless and ruthless. Moreover, he appeared at the places where the three-eyed giant beast could not defend against. As for its vital point, Jiang Qin did not attack it. Instead, he left it to Bai Yunfei and the rest to harass it. Facing the injured three-eyed giant beast, both Yang Jian and Pan Hong were strong opponents. At this time, both of them displayed their leadership skills. Neither of them was willing to be outdone. Although Yang Jian's strength was not as strong as Pan Hong, his third eye, the sky-ripping eye, had a miraculous effect. Just now, he was also the one who forced the three-eyed giant beast to take a step back. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for his companions to attack. Jiang Qin smirked. He did not hold back at all. Over 30 sword strikes were all over the three-eyed giant beast. The three-eyed giant beast was infuriated, but it could not stop Jiang Qin. It could only allow him to inflict wounds on its body. It was a humiliation to the three-eyed giant beast. At this moment, the three-eyed giant beast also wanted to run away. It realized that it was no match for these people. It had underestimated these humans too much, causing it to fall into a passive position. At this moment, its body was already full of holes. Wanting to run away would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Why would they give it a chance to run away? Jiang Qin's decision to not harass the three-eyed giant beast gave it a lot of pressure. Under the leadership of Pan Hong and Yang Jian, the three-eyed giant beast was heavily injured. Bai Yunfei, Man Shuai, and the rest were quick to rub salt into the three-eyed giant beast's wounds. The damage they did to the three-eyed giant beast was unimaginable. Go to hell. Pan Hong let out a furious roar and unleashed the angriest voice from the depths of his heart. He stabbed the saber into the three-eyed beast's third eye. The three-eyed beast took a few steps back and finally fell to the ground. It roared and screamed in despair as it walked toward death. Pan Hong and the rest were panting heavily. Their faces were covered in sweat. They had just experienced a life-and-death battle. We finally defeated this three-eyed giant beast. Damn, I'm so tired. Man Shuai gritted his teeth and sighed. But in the end, they still obtained the final victory. But at this moment, not a single one of them could feel happy. Their fellow disciples had been killed by the three-eyed giant beast. How ironic and sorrowful was that? But no one could change it. Life and death were determined by fate. This was the lesson they had to learn in the hidden secret realm. Only those who did not care about life and death could become a true hero. It did not mean that they had no feelings, but they knew how to hide their feelings in their hearts. Especially at this time, perhaps the greatest sorrow in their hearts was that they could not complete true redemption. However, death was death and no one could change anything. A handful of yellow soil, a smoke beacon, they were all just fleeting clouds. What they had to think about next was their own condition and situation. They had to figure out how to get out of this predicament and how to get out of this crisis step by step. At this moment, it wasn't hard for them to imagine that what everyone faced every day could be a separation of life and death. It could also be the last day of their lives. Treat every day as if it's the end of the world. This is the best ending for us now. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He was quite optimistic. Perhaps he was the youngest in this world, but his thoughts were the clearest in the three realms. Jiang Qin is right. Treat every day as if it's the end of the world. This is our only choice. We're a whole now. Don't abandon, don't give up. Yang Jian said in a deep voice. This time, Jiang Chen's contribution is undeniable. Without his divine sword, we might not be able to break through the three-eyed giant beast's defense. Pan Hong was full of praise for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, your heavenly dragon sword, what is it? That you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.